open interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the open bell action. We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
Great companies in the U.S. or the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get fired.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day.
16 perioder, alle over 18 måneder.
Middle
Ja,
East and
dritbra, da.
Africa. Vibrant resources and
Fint å ha.
high-yield investment opportunities abound.
Kan jeg
Join me
skrive
on
det
Horizon
her
Middle East and
når jeg
Africa
svarer
for
til
the
dama?
stories,
Da tar han trappa
newsmakers,
mute.
and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Barclays is the latest bank to raise its S&P 500 price target, saying that peak trade uncertainty has likely passed. Barclays joins a growing number of firms upgrading their S&P 500 forecasts after cutting earlier this year. Let's discuss with Andrew Sliman. He is Senior Portfolio Manager over at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Such a treat to have you on set with us. And let's talk a little bit about the trajectory of the rest of the year, because clearly you have some firms coming out raising their targets up just a little bit, but you think that maybe the summer could be a little bit of a disappointment.
Well, you know, it's hard to get optimistic now. The
Yeah.
market's up 19% off the low. The time to get optimistic was in April. Easy to say now in hindsight. But look what happened. People, we started the year with the average price target was 6,500, a 16% return. A lot of
Ja.
optimism.
Hvis du godkjenner den, så er det greit.
Drawdown, everyone takes their numbers down. Now they're taking their numbers up. So as a contrarian, and you're coming into the summer. I think second quarter earnings will be good, but then you always get kind of this
Faen, det ble
lull
ass.
between end of July
Ja,
and
kloke meg så
mid-September,
i
and that's
helvete.
I'm nervous about that because I see a lot more optimism as we started the year. Now we're back to that level. That gets me a little nervous on the summer. And overall,
Shorta de gull, sa du?
has been, we can get into this, is
Nei,
the
de
third year of a bull market.
shorta dem
which is
gull.
from, fourth
Den tror jeg de får rett i trynet.
2022, was the first year, second year, 23,
Nei,
and so
faen,
forth. The
du må ikke stå
third
der.
year,
Du må ikke hoppe opp på der.
is not a great year.
Right. But bull markets
You can
don't
follow
die
it.
of old age. Right? So the question
You
is,
follow it.
is something going to kill this, or do you buy in October when the third year is up? Andrew Sliman is going to stick around to answer those questions and
Kan du
so
gi-
much more.
kan du gi
Check
til?
on futures ahead of the bell, Katie. What are we looking at?
Here is the setup as we skate into the opening bell. It's pretty quiet, but the colors are green. The S&P 500 up just a hair. A similar story if you take a look at the NASDAQ 100 and the Russell 2000. Let's see if there's any fireworks to be found at the opening bell up next. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, han er veldig aktiv nå, ass. Nei, du kan ikke fly oppå der. Det er jo helt koko. Alltid når jeg skal trede, liksom. Jeg må egentlig leke den, han er gæren. Åpner opp om 5 minutter, så har jeg litt tid på oss. Nå skal jeg spyre Hvorfor han sitter der sånn her?
You're building another art museum of the Guggenheim. Now, Louvre's big enough. Why do you need a Guggenheim as well, right next door?
I think it's a great question. I think the beautiful thing about the UAE and Abu Dhabi is we live with over 200 nationalities. And in doing so, they have become a part of the country's and the city's fabric. And we need to celebrate that. So we need to celebrate everybody's identity, everybody's background, everybody's heritage, everybody's history. And what a beautiful way in doing so in these beautiful institutions. These museums are educational institutions and they're community institutions. So we wanted to curate really a story where you come to Saadiyat Cultural District and if you allow me to curate the story, you start off at the Natural History Museum. At the Natural History Museum, you get a glimpse and you get an understanding of how we came to be, how our Earth came to be, how our universe came to be, from a scientific perspective. Once you leave the Natural History Museum, you go to our National Museum, National Museum. There you understand the history of this great land, not just the history of the country, but the people of this land that have been a part of this land for over 300,000 years. You get a glimpse of what the past and the present and the future looks like here in the UAE. From there, you maneuver yourself to the Louvre Abu Dhabi, which is a beautiful universal museum.
ISM kommer i dag, man vet ikke om det er så viktig, ass. For nå er det liksom, det er basically bare Nvidia, Tesla og Broadcom og Meta og AI-aksjer som bare, de går hver eneste dag. Så jeg vet ikke hvor viktig matplanen er før det smeller. Og Trump har gått ut og sagt det at nei, alt er i orden.
Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Kommer gull ned mot 3350 så kjøper jeg. Akkurat nå er det middle of nowhere, ligger lite støtter nå på 58-60-ish. Samme som i går, her er det motstand. Så litt forsiktig. Kraftbra på gull i går, eller natt. Nå åpner vi, får vi se da.
Of 1%, but this market wants to rally. I said that yesterday, and we're now only 3% away from an all-time high. You hear the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange. I believe Forbes CEO is ringing the opening bell with some editors at large. What does that even mean? What's an editor at large?
We seem to have a lot of them.
Not a lot of jobs get that kind of freedom. At the NASDAQ, AWS hoping for a unicorn. Celebrating the opening bell with a bunch of startups. Amazon stock is only up 67% in the last 5 years. I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, it is surprising. It's underperforming the S&P 500 over that time frame. Certainly hasn't felt that way. Shall we talk about Wells Fargo?
Yes, big story.
Let's talk about Wells Fargo. Analysts seeing new growth opportunities for Wells Fargo after yesterday when the Federal Reserve lifted that asset cap that has restricted its size for about 7 years. Gains of about 2.5%, which doesn't seem like a huge move, but Matt, as we found out with Sally Bakewell, a lot has been priced in since Donald Trump won the presidential election back in November.
All right, so we're going to continue to talk about that throughout the program because it's such a huge deal. I mean, 7 years is a biblical amount of time. And as Sally Bakewell told us, some companies like JP Morgan have grown one full Wells Fargo in terms
of. Jeg følger med på Nasdaq, men det er liksom ikke noe poeng, for det er bare de store som rører på seg. Jeg kommer til å kjøpe gull etterpå. Jeg må ha den lenger ned. Motstanden er på 59, samme som i går, så det er egentlig bare pendler på det samme nivået med 3 dager. Apple går litt i rødt nå, Alphabet går i rødt nå, men det er full fokus på Nvidia. Jeg har kjøpt leker der, du liker lekene igjen. Vet du hva du kjøper leker da, så gidder du lekene.
Companies beat estimates, and yet
55,
analysts are still lowering their full-year targets. Why?
Because of I think it's a great setup. I think that's a very that falls into the bullish ledger, which is just to be specific, first quarter earnings beat by $3.50. So in theory, the full year number should go up by $3.50, but the full year number went down by $10. Now that's consensus for the S&P because yes, it was good. But we all know it's going to get bad in the future. Well, what happens if it's not as bad? And so this is a concept that I think is important, which is the hard data is telling you something, but a lot of the experts are saying, yeah, but it's going to get bad out there. And if they're wrong, I think you're going to see a chase into the end of the year in terms of people raising their numbers because so far the data hasn't supported this pullback in earnings estimates.
Yeah, on the benchmark level, you've already seen that. Barclays, Deutsche Bank, Goldman coming out in the past couple days. I will note that the S&P 500 now is up 20% intraday from its April low. So if this holds, set to close in a bull market. And with that being the case, Andrew, are there still bargains to be found out there? When you talk about this great setup, are there still discounts or have we rebounded?
Well, I mean, back to Matt's point, which I think is really important, which is, look, can we find
Ja, nå
companies
liker du den.
where they really blew out the number in the first quarter, and yet their full year number went down, right? And Amazon would be a great
Du
example.
ligger på 52, du ramler med $8 her på rappen.
Really reported great numbers.
Skal kjøpe gull nå snart.
Analysts are
Følger med.
I think too negative on the
Nasdaqen
So
gidder
that's
jeg ikke
where
kommentere
I
igjen.
think the
Det
market's giving you an
er
opportunity.
Nvidia og Microsoft som styrer.
Anytime stocks diverge from their
Makrotallet som kom der var fortsatt dårlig.
Washington, D.C.
Nyhetene som kom på hele Europa var fortsatt dårlig.
Creates an opportunity because ultimately stocks move
52,
with
58 nå på gull.
In the
3,
AI
52,
rally, the
58.
picks and shovels, right? Or the gear, the chips, the servers, as we were talking about this morning. But it hasn't been the companies that are making money on their AI, say, software products, for example. We were talking about this yesterday with Bruce Richards. He's bullish, though, that those companies are going to absolutely dominate. When does that happen? When do we see the
100%.
ROI?
Completely agree with that. Go back to when we rolled out when the Mosaic browser was rolled out in '94.
Kjøpte gull. Kom til å kjøpe mer gull på vei ned.
Unfortunately,
Sounds
I do.
exciting, though.
So, but the internet really wasn't embraced until '97, '98, and that's what caused that big boom in the market in the late '90s was the productivity enhancement. So I think it's a lag, and that's why I think this year is just a pause year. But I think you're going to see this big productivity boom that happens starting next year as companies start to embrace this. Because at the end of the day, let's face it, AI doesn't have a healthcare cost. It is saving money for companies.
I will never forget in the year 2000 when my colleague Andrew Bulkley told to me in the Frankfurt office at Bloomberg, just Google it. And I was like, what is that? What's a Google?
That was the
I had
first
no
time.
idea in the
Yeah.
year 2000 what Google was.
That's pretty amazing. I also didn't know what Google was in the year 2000. But I want to talk a little bit here about, okay, so it sounds like you see this productivity boom coming next year. There's a bit of a lag, but it's coming. So what do you do until then? Do you just hang out in your money market fund and be happy?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, now maybe a little bit more so than a month ago or a month and a half ago, because I think at the end of the day, the market will end the year higher. Just not substantially higher, but if I see
Nvidia opp en halv prosent i dag, og det går bare hver eneste dag.
5% this year. Well, the market's not going to go up a little bit every day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of volatility, and lo and behold, in low returning years, you tend to have more volatility. So that gets back to the point of, do you tack against the headwinds? So I think it's unlikely that the volatility is over. I think we'll make an all-time high. I think second quarter earnings are going to be pretty good, and then we're going to get to this pause period. And that's what gets me a little nervous about later. And so volatility can be your friend.
What's your funds, as I mentioned at the top, the Global Concentrated Fund, MLNIX, and the U.S. Core Fund, MUOIX, have outperformed pretty drastically this year. I mean, you beat global stocks by 40%. You've doubled more than the S&P 500. What's your process?
Yeah.
Do you look at history? I mean, you were talking about the length of a bull market. Do you go bottoms up? I mean, what do you do to win?
Well, I think winning, I think we put too much emphasis on the ability to predict what's going on from a macroeconomic, and we don't focus enough on the behavioral aspects. This is the only business I know, Matt, where when prices go down, people sell. And when prices go up, people buy. And so as a core manager, I don't know if that's going to be in growth or value or financials or technology. I don't know. But I know people will react poorly. And so as a core manager, whether it's globally or domestically, if we can tack against the wind, that's our advantage. And I'll give you a perfect example of what I mean. When the market was down, close to 20% in early April, everyone was buying the safe stocks. It's like, well, they've already worked. The market's down 20%. So that was a time to get more aggressive. Now, as a long equity manager, I think it's a time to, okay, maybe I want to own a few more of those defensive stocks to protect the downside. So I don't know what's going to work. I just know that behaviorally people will consistently kind of move to what's already happened. And if we can tack against that, that will generate good returns.
All right, Andrew, that's a good place to leave it. Hope to see you again in studio soon. That is Morgan Stanley's Andrew Sliman. Meanwhile, let's get a check on this market. Of course, set for a bull market. Like I said, if we hold at roughly these levels right now, we're just below 6,000 on the S&P 500. And if you take a look at the breakdown of how we're getting there, it's kind of an even split when you take a look at the numbers of gainers versus losers. You have almost 270 names in the S&P 500 in the green right now, a little less when it comes to the red. And then you take a look at the individual names. You have Broadcom, Meta, Nvidia, Apple, all leading the way higher when you take a look at the points contribution here. That's what you want to see. That's what's getting us to closer to those all-time highs. On the downside, you have a big weight when it comes to CrowdStrike, as we've been discussing. Investors not really loving the earnings that they delivered last night. You also have Philip Morris and Tesla, Palantir, etc. there. Let's take a look at how this looks on the sector level, though. Like I said, pretty much an even split, a little bit more green than red, though. Communication services at the top, healthcare, too, in second place. Eli Lilly having a big day, and then big tech coming in. You take a look at the bottom, and you do have some laggards today. Consumer discretionary real estate. Then it gets a little bit more real when you take a look at consumer staples and at utilities, Matt. That sector currently off by about 1%.
Well, that's a good time, I guess, to buy in that case, right? According to Andrew. I mean, especially since that's one of those defensive sectors, but utilities had a pretty good run yesterday with Constellation. Coming up, from extreme weather to supply chain uncertainty, taking precautions is more critical than ever for this, business owners, I guess, in this environment. We're going to get insights from Pat Gallagher. He's the CEO of one of the biggest insurance firms that you've never heard of. Gallagher's chairman and CEO joins us next. This is Open Interest.
Er det penger på gult, han må bare skalpe litt. Ta litt, ikke så mye volum.
Ser ut av den, skal du si det gikk lang her litt, ja, mellom 2 og 3, ikke? Ja, ut av den.
Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor de AI-ene går så jævlig. Det har ikke kommet noen nyheter, ingenting. De liksom går hver dag nå. Det er liksom ikke noe brems. Det er veldig spesielt. Jo verre nyheter kommer, jo mer går de AI-selskapene opp. Det er bare helt, det der kommer til å smelle så jævlig.
Technology is a $1 trillion game.
Lost, won again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
Nå Broadcom opp 3%, er ikke det på all-time high? Nå?
Jo, det er på all-time high. De skal på se mye all-time high i går. Hvis du har et dagskart på dem, så skjønner du over
You'll
det.
want to watch Primer, because details matter. So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels.
Så mye kursmål som dekker jeg med, eller?
Hva sa du?
Altså, jeg har ikke kursmål, det er teknisk ingenting som dekker det.
Taking you from the US market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Day Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes.
Nei, altså den siste du sendte. Du står bare tekst. Det må på vedlegg.
Jeg må lage vedlegget på de PC.
Ok. Skjønner. Nå må du komme inn på rommet så man hører deg da.
Everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome back to Open Interest. It's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, a big call out from Needham on Apple getting downgraded because of growth concerns and because of its position in the AI landscape. The analyst over there, Laura Martin, writing that, quote, for this stock to work, it must have the catalyst of an iPhone replacement cycle, which we do not foresee in the next 12 months. Apple shaking it off a little bit this morning. Next up, we have Snowflake getting raised to a buy over at UBS thanks to an upcoming investment cycle. The software company gave a strong outlook for quarterly sales after launching a number of new products over the last year. And finally, we have Taco Bell and KFC parent Yum Brands getting upgraded to a buy over at Goldman. The firm cites its best-in-class growth versus its peers, and Goldman actually sees 16% upside in the shares, which are currently off by about 0.4%, Matt.
All right, let's talk about a big growth business that you may not have heard of. Insurance firm Gallagher released its annual business owner survey. The results finding owners are taking extra precautions to safeguard their businesses, many growing increasingly concerned about extreme weather, but there are a lot of other serious concerns like supply chain, obviously, and cyber attacks more recently. Pat Gallagher joins us. He's the chairman and CEO of the company. And Pat, before we get to that, I got to ask about your growth because I'm constantly astounded when I look at these charts. Over the last 5 years, you're outperforming massively. Over the last 10 years, you're outperforming massively. I look at the analyst chart, and their price targets are consistently under where your stock is going. Why do you think people underestimate Gallagher?
You know, it's a really good question, man. I don't know. I think people, in general, insurance is the oxygen of commerce. You don't have insurance, you don't breathe, you don't do anything. You don't send a container somewhere, you don't buy a car, you don't build a house, etc. And when you look at that, then you realize how important it is, and business owners get that. There's no question about it. They know that once they write a business plan and buy a truck, they buy insurance, and that's because it's their family money. And they're concerned about what's going on out there. And when we do our survey every year, and we talk to 1,000 of these owners, you can see clearly that the concerns that come through touch right on risk management and insurance.
Right.
So what are you concerned about? Weather. What do we take care of? Weather. And the insurance industry steps up in these environments and really makes a difference. You've got about $200 billion of catastrophe loss monies that are going to be paid in the United States alone in a year. That's a huge spread of risk. And what that really means is that for those companies to have stability, they need proper coverage. And as that becomes more and more important, people like ourselves are advisors. We don't take risks. We're a broker. So we help that client work through if it's supply chain, if it's weather related. They'll even ask us for advice on where to relocate. If they're seeing, you know, I just can't take another hurricane and keep my business alive.
I got to get out of Florida.
Well, or position yourself somewhere else in Florida. Florida's important. So it's all those things are very nuanced. They're very important, and it's incredibly important that people realize we're not just selling insurance. Of course we sell insurance, but we're also advising on all the things we should be doing.
Ta gevinst opp mot 60 på nytt. Nå begynner det å bli jævla tøffe dritten her. Nå du helt apekatt, liksom.
So you've taken this business from, I guess your grandfather started it 500 years ago. And now you've grown it, I mean, exponentially. What is your process? How do you do that?
Well, I think the thing that differentiates us is there's a couple things that are big differentiators. Number one, we really are a composite of acquisitions. There's 30,000 agents and brokers in America, and I'm very clear about the fact that we're not a roll-up. We're building essentially a business together with partners who have done well in our business locally. And they join Gallagher.
Kom tilbake om 2 sekunder. Jeg har adoptert den, så jeg må ta litt ansvar.
The relationship with carriers what we have in terms of expertise relative to the very verticals we're in, whether it's construction, religious, not-for-profit, real estate, etc. People want to trade with people that understand their business. So what you've got is these 30,000 entrepreneurs who, by the way, do well. If they combine together, bringing their brain power to what we have, it makes the whole enterprise stronger. And I think our biggest differentiator, frankly, is our culture. We like each other, we work together, we come 100% behind helping a client. And everybody gets that. And so over and over, we buy somebody and they'll say, yeah, I'll be here for about 3 years, I'll sell you the business, but count on about 3 years, and 7 years later you say, how you liking it? I'm still here.
Well, let's go back to this survey, this annual business owner survey that you launched. You talk about some of the concerns there. Extreme weather, for example, is one. But at the top of the list, I thought it was interesting to see cyber security up there. We were just talking about Victoria's Secret, their cyber issues this week, but it's across every industry, it feels like, these cyber attacks.
So very clearly, I've been saying this now and that's one of the examples of how the insurance industry is so dynamic. We never talked about cyber 15 years ago. I heard you in your previous segment talk about Google. 2020, you didn't know what it was. Today... 2000. 2000,
yes,
sorry.
2000.
2000.
By 2020, I was already...
You were there, sorry, man. But the truth is, if you're running just a little store, bodega, you should be considering cyber cover. And it's that critical to the long-term safety of your company. And people need help with that. What is cyber? What does it include? Well, it includes the help you get after you've had a problem. And that could hit anybody from a small trucking firm all the way up to the likes of Victoria's Secret.
Yeah.
And even if you're Gallagher at 57,000 people and you have a breach, you need a tremendous amount of assistance. And that's a big part of what the product brings. And I think it's good to finally see it making the radar screen, because we've been telling our clients, and there was a time when we were frustrated. We had said to ourselves, every single client will be talked to about cyber. And about 16% a decade ago were buying it. And that's ramping up incredibly now.
It's a great point, too, that, I mean, okay, it's one thing for Victoria's Secret to have a cyber attack and have to deal with it. It's a totally another thing if you're a small company, such as a bodega. Running up against the clock here, unfortunately, I have to leave it. Really great to see you, especially in studio. Our big thanks to Gallagher's, Pat Gallagher. Now, coming up, Dollar Tree, warning of a profit hit from, you guessed it, tariffs. Details next. This is Open Interest.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on
En Vidar ikke rødt. Burde aldri gått opp egentlig.
Politics to the world of business. Joe Matthew and
Gud
Katie
begynner
Barnes
også å ta
deliver
den opp på
news,
støtten sin.
insight,
Den
and
bør egentlig
analysis
danse opp til
live 2
9,50.
times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on stocks as we approach 6,000 on the S&P 500 again. Right now, 59.86, 59.87, up 1/4 of a percent. About as much as well. A lot of red on the screen for a green day. Crucially, Nvidia is only down 1/10 of 1%. Tesla off more than 2% as Chinese shipments disappoint, down 15%. CrowdStrike, we've been talking about, kind of missing its outlook. And then Dollar Tree, we're going to talk about right now. Katie, what do you got?
Let's do that. Dollar Tree warning of a profit drop due to tariffs despite adding more than 2 million new shoppers last quarter. Now, the retailer anticipates a re-acceleration in sales to close out this year. Let's break it all down with Bloomberg retail editor Emily Cohn joining us now. So let's compare and contrast here because we got Dollar General yesterday. Shareholders seem to like the fact that they were kind of mitigating and navigating these tariffs. A different story when it comes to Dollar Tree.
For sure. So Dollar General is not your typical dollar store. It's much closer to a grocery store. I think something like 80% of its sales come from consumables, things that you eat. Dollar Tree is much more your classic dollar store. And what that means is that they're way more exposed to tariffs, the stuff that's coming from China. China's its #1 source.
Sterke Tim, skal du øke posisjonen? Ja, det kommer an på hvordan markedet da. Jeg kan ikke bare øke for å øke. Hvis jeg ser at den funker, så øker jeg posisjonen underveis. Men jeg har allerede økt i dag.
You know, there are some pluses and minuses in this report. I think
Jo, for faen. Vet du hvor mange posisjoner jeg har så har? 0,8. Jeg burde kanskje ta ut den da. Ja, jeg tar den ut det.
People shopping ahead of
Emily, right? Because isn't the idea that everything costs?
Jeg tok den.
But I feel like they've moved away from that $1 price tag.
They can probably raise prices.
Så har jeg det Marit i dag. Hun våkner opp. Du må ikke trade med 0,08. Jeg bare, hvorfor ikke? Da går hele kontoen til helvete. Jeg bare, hva? Og så var bare, oh shit, nå hadde jeg 0,08.
That's true. We only have less than a minute left with you, but
Jeg kødder
bring
ikke.
us forward to after the bell today because we have Five Below to kind of close us out here.
Five Below is also in a similar spot as Dollar Tree.
Again, locking themselves in on a price with the name. It has to be below 5, right?
That's true. But yeah, we saw in April they turned around a shipments of goods coming from China. They're much more dependent on China, and I think we'll be watching for that and how they're planning to mitigate the cost of these tariffs.
All right, Emily, every time a store that sells stuff for only $1 or less than 5, we're going to call you back. Emily Cohn there talking to us about today, Dollar Tree. Coming up in the next hour, Anne Maletti of Allspring sees opportunity in healthcare stocks. We've seen a lot of M&A there this year. We also have the CEO of the jeweler Kendra Scott on the rise in gold prices, and that rise doesn't look set to stop as central banks continue to buy. Plus, Citizens CEO Bruce Van Saun joins us at the desk to give us the look from a bank that operates on Main Street. This is Open Interest.
Måtte ikke Microsoft si opp masse ansatte I går da?
Second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure, and there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Å, fy faen, se Nasdaq. Oi, se gull da. Det var ingen som forventet den der, var det da?
Ikke? Kjøpte den her da. Du kjøpte jo den her.
Ja, jeg kjøpte, men det var jo morsomt at jeg traff da.
Ja, men du var ned.
Jeg tok gevinstdager da. Jeg skal gjøre det Hva sa du, Svar? Rakte det ikke?
Jeg skal ha på MA 200.
Kjøpte mer.
Jeg har bare 0,01 her, sånn, for at jeg tenkte jeg skulle ta den lenger ned.
Men gir ut uka, så ordner vi det.
In the process of production.
One retailer has just warned investors tariffs are going to hurt its bottom line.
Correspondent Michael Wallace. Så kjøpte jeg mer gull, skal ta gevinsten, og da scalper jeg.
Its first
Det
quarter
her
was better than Wall Street expected, with same-store sales rising more than 5%. Most of Dollar Tree's imported products come from China, one of President Trump's top tariff targets.
Mr. Trump posted to his Truth Social today.
Kom det melding fra Trump nå, eller? Siden det går rundt banen av seg?
Called him too late Powell and said the time to act is now. Operations paused today at a U.S.-backed food distribution site in Gaza after dozens of Palestinians were killed over the past few days trying to pick up desperately needed supplies. The organization that runs the center says it's making changes to accommodate the crowds. Mirjana Spoljaric-Egger is president of the International Red Cross.
We cannot continue to watch what is happening. It's surpassing any acceptable, legal, moral, and humane standard.
We're hearing from the family of the young Israeli embassy staffer killed outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, along with her co-worker boyfriend. Sarah Milgram's mother spoke exclusively to CBS News Minnesota.
She wasn't against the Palestinians. She wasn't against the people in Gaza. She was, in all her heart, working towards finding a way for everyone to live together.
Severe weather has caused widespread damage across the Midwest.
Og Nasdaq skal under 16 000. Altså er
thousands without power. 13-year-old Sophia Winfrey was home alone when a bad storm hit at Independence, Missouri, outside Kansas City. She headed to the basement.
Oi,
I'm
still a
little shaken from it because it's very nerve-wracking.
Oi, se på gullet mitt. Ta gevinst nå. Ute.
More than 30 million people are
Så jeg trade den hele Nasdaq-taten mitt på gull.
From parts of New Mexico and Texas, north and east to Michigan. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
A jury in Southern California has awarded $2 million to a couple of hotel guests who said they were, quote, massacred by bites, unquote, during a stay at the Shores Inn in Ventura. This is CBS News.
Det var ISM-tallene som kom inn på 49,9. Det er helt pissræva. Må kjøpe meg gull da. Men jeg vet ikke om jeg skal kjøpe noe her nå.
Kjøp noe ned.
Ja.
Det står på amatorene her inne. Det er ikke sikkert det der.
A CDC official says she's resigning from her role overseeing updates to COVID-19 vaccine recommendations.
Dr. Lakshmi Pangiottakopoulos wrote in an email to some members of the agency's advisory committee on immunization practices that her career began with a desire to help the most vulnerable members of our population, and she says it's not something she can keep doing in the job. Move follows an order by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to force an update to the agency's COVID guidance, excluding pregnant women from its vaccine recommendations. One federal official, when informed of the resignation, told CBS News more of us should be resigning in protest. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Shaquille O'Neal had a surprise for the NFL's Kelsey brothers on today's New Heights podcast.
I'm going to show you guys something.
Travis and Jason dancing, celebrating, acknowledging Jason's girl, Taylor Swift's recent music catalog purchase. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Wednesday morning. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are broadcasting live from the BNY Insight Conference 2025 in National Harbor, Maryland. This is day 2. We're going to be featuring a lot of the folks that are here at this conference today. We're going to talk to them about their views on the markets, economics, and where to go forward from here. We have some economic data coming out right now. ISM services data coming out. 49.9, the headline consensus on this was 52, so now kind of flirting with a little bit of a contraction there in the services part of the economy, which again is about 70% of the U.S. economy. Let's get right to it. Steve Miller, chair of the ISM Services PMI, on that data. Steve, I'm looking at that headline data, 49.9. That's below 50. Talk to us about that.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. The it's 0.1% below the flat in services industries. Flat is bad. We've seen long-term growth, and when we get to flat or just below flat, certainly negative indicators. On the positive side, we track the numbers by industry and contribute to overall GDP. What we're seeing is
gull er på 60. Her er targeten min. Jeg tror gull kan gå mye mer, men jeg venter med å kjøpe til vi får en liten dip.
Contraction territory. What we saw bringing the number overall down was for accommodations and food services, and the real estate rental and leasing, although both still in expansion territory, they're not as high or as fast a level of expansion as they were last month.
So I was confused as to how ISM Services employment actually ticked above that 50 level.
Personer ved en sånn 4,
orders
5 og
just
60
tanked to
sikkert.
46 and the overall index is below 50. What does that mean?
Fy faen, se gullet mitt går, da! Jeg bør egentlig bare bli kalt for Gullgutten nå. Drit i Nasdaq. Gullgutten. Nasdaq bør egentlig dette med flere tusen poeng nå, sånn egentlig. ISM-indeksen viser klar skrump i økonomien, som det heter. Begynnelsen på en resesjon. Og så ser man at man ble nedgradert for 13 dager siden, eller 3 uker siden ble nedgradert. Trump hadde pratet piss opp. Så hvis det først faller skikkelig nå, og Apple ble nedgradert i dag, som jeg snakket om forrige uke, at marginene blir mye dårligere nå når man skal flytte til India, og det blir 25% dårligere hvis man skal flytte til USA. Så basically så bør egentlig gull gå mye mer, og så bør egentlig Nasdaq falle til helvete satan ned. Men den avhengig av at de 3 største selskapene på Nasdaq går ned. De 3 største selskapene på Nasdaq, nummer 1, nummer 2, nummer 3, nesten 40% av hele Nasdaq, eller 30, om det blir da. De 3 største selskapene faen meg 35%. Så Nasdaq vil ikke falle hvis ikke Nvidia, Microsoft eller Apple går ned. Hvis alt annet går til helvete, og de 3 går opp, så faller ikke Nasdaq. Så Nasdaq nå egentlig bare lotteri på 3 selskaper. Basically. Sånn har det aldri vært før, og det kommer ikke til å være sånn heller. Markedet kommer til å justere seg. Det kommer til å gjøre. Og Koa kommer til å gå mye mer. Det bare skyter en.
Dårlig dag i dag, da.
Han har gått opp 7% da, på 3 dager nå.
Nei. TG står på 3%.
And the last trading day for this contract is June 23rd. Well, after the latest economic data, the markets have turned mixed to little change, I'll say. Remember, they were higher. The S&P 500 up just 3 points right now, 59.73 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 17 points higher.
Så nå må jeg vente på en inngang på gull. Jeg kommer ikke til å kjøpe den her nå, for han må bryte her og gå videre oppover. Men jeg skal vente på inngang på gull. Jeg håper jeg får den litt lavere. Jeg må ha en brus. Jeg har fått kråkebæsj i munnen. Jeg deler alt med dere. Jeg deler alt med dere. Faen.
And for him, the biggest worry there, the new quarters plunging in the ISM survey. We have also a look at some of the most actively traded stocks. You have shares of Apple. They have turned higher, but earlier today we got a note from Needham and Company downgrading that stock to hold from buy, making it just the latest firm to turn more cautious on that stock. And we check the market's view all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul, BNY Insight 25.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we're live here at the BNY Insight Conference, National Harbor in Maryland. Let's get a look at some stocks on the move today with Bloomberg's Isabel Lee.
Hey guys, we're looking at CrowdStrike first. So ticker there is CRWD. We see shares falling by around 7%. So that's after the cybersecurity company posted disappointing first quarter subscription revenue. So its second quarter sales forecast also underwhelmed, while an unchanged view on the full year revenue was seen as negative by some analysts. We have Evercore. CrowdStrike declined despite really beating earnings expectations, and again we see that investors are more focused on the forward outlook. So the company also reported annual recurring revenue for the quarter that was just in line with estimates. And of course in May, recall that CrowdStrike announced that it would cut about 500 employees. And at that time, shares dropped because Wall Street questioned whether company's move came from a place of weakness or strength. So sometimes you feel like you just really can't please these investors.
Well, ain't that the truth? Interesting too, because cybersecurity feels like a resilient place within the economy, but you know, maybe there's some individual issues there. Okay, let's also go to, where am I? Dollar Tree. This is so interesting because the dollar stores really diverge on this.
Exactly. So Dollar Tree, DLTR, not to be confused with Dollar General, which is DG. We're talking about Dollar Tree. Shares are falling almost 10% because we have the company warning investors that second quarter profit could be down as much as 50% from a year ago. And that's, of course, related to tariff-related costs. So We have Dollar Tree saying that the timing of expenses will weigh on adjusted EPS, and that includes a 145% payout on levies because they have a lot of products coming from China. So Dollar Tree said they expect to re-accelerate for the remainder of the year. But still, the outlook in comparison to its rival, Dollar General, because on Tuesday the stock surged to the most on record after raising its sales.
Jeg tror Nasdaq er short her.
So both are dollar chains, but they're different.
Jeg tør ikke shorten.
Dollar General generates around 80% of sales from food and consumable goods, so this means that they're less reliant on imports. Dollar Tree gets just half of its revenue from these categories, making them more reliable on inputs. And add to that, most of their majority of their directly imported
Tesla er ned 5%.
are imported from China, and we know what's happening there in the tit-for-tat trade war.
All right, what else we got? Snowflake, what do you got there?
Snowflake is a different story because we're seeing some green there, but really just 0.5%. The ticker is SNOW, S-N-O-W. So the stock is rising after UBS raised.
Det er helt riktig, QK. Jeg kan ikke predikere Nasdaq lenger, for Trump sier et eller annet. Gull klarer ikke å bli manipulert. Så nå leser jeg grafene sånn som jeg har alltid gjort i alle år. Jeg har ikke noe å si hva jeg ser det med en gang. Men jeg blir fintet av Trump. Gull klarer han ikke ta meg på. Hadde jeg visst dette her for en måned siden, så hadde jeg selvfølgelig aldri tradet av Nasdaq. Men det har aldri vært sånn før. Det har vært helt ekstremt nå de siste 5 ukene. Når han hadde den der turen sin ned til Saudi og turen sin ned til Qatar der. Men sånn som jeg trader gull nå, det er sånn som jeg tradet i alle år på Nasdaq og DAX og sånt. Så dette ordner seg. Dette blir bra. Å, fy faen, se gull da! Helvete! Han brøyt opp akkurat det vi snakket om. 59. Bryter han her, så stikker han av. Jeg tok gevinst alt for tidlig. Helvetes oldemor, ass.
When we first started talking about tariffs earlier this year, you know, economists would come on and say, really the uncertainty surrounding tariffs could result in slower economic growth, could result in higher prices paid, i.e. inflation. And if we just look at this set of data today, again, it's only one set of data, that looks like we're getting the new orders plunging from expansion area 51 or 52.3 last period to 46.4. Big drop. And then you're seeing the prices paid also surge to 68.7 from 65 last period. So it seems like that, just with this one set of data, you're getting slower growth and higher inflation. So we'll have to see if it plays out throughout the economy going forward.
What I'm also curious as to if we get any resolutions either on tax cuts or deregulation or on tariffs quicker than maybe some think, do we see a rebound then in ISM services and ISM manufacturing? Now, when we were dealing with the ISM manufacturing data, the read-through is not so much. It's going to take a while for that to open up and feed through. But will it for services, or can we see any like a V-shaped move?
Right, exactly. And so that's maybe some of this shifts some of the focus back a little bit more towards this tax legislation that is winding its way through the Senate right now. And we know that the Senate has said in House Speaker...
Nå er Meta opp 3%, Tesla ned 5%. Det er liksom en av de tre som går hver dag.
But that would be presumably stimulative, although the CBO comes out and says we had $2.4 trillion to the national debt. So
det var et tidsspørsmål, så knekker den.
I was just going to go there.
Gull har nå motstand her nå. Synes dere sitter i gulltreden som vi kjøpte i sted, så hadde jeg kanskje vurdert å ta gevinster nå. For at den skal gå videre oppover, så må man pike forbi 3375. Han må gå gjennom den. Da går vi videre opp. Er vi heldige nå, så får vi kjøpt den tilbake på 3355. Satan. Du har blitt veldig rampete. Ja. Hvor det så går her? Det har blitt veldig bra deg. Ja, og du prater til meg sånn som hundre. Hvor veldig varmet her da.
7 basis points, 4.38%. So we are seeing a reaction to this economic data, maybe a reaction to the CBO report. So it just feels like there's a fine line to be kind of walked here over the next several weeks and next several months for this economy. So obviously we'll be all over that as well. Coming up, Ed McCurry Bloomberg global economy reporter. Get his thoughts on what's happening with global trade. President Trump out with a tweet saying it's really hard to negotiate with President Xi on these economic deals. So he's one tough cookie, I think the president said. So we'll get the latest there. Leanne Russell, Chief Information Officer and Global Head of Engineering at BNY, on BNY's approach to AI, which is, you can imagine, a big theme here at the BNY Insight Conference here, technology and how financial advisors are using technology in their business to help in their workflows. So we'll talk about that coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Du kan ikke hoppe opp på tastaturet hele jævla tida. Solgte dere gull her oppe. Jeg tror vi kan få en liten turn her nå. Basically så det Meta fortsatt veldig sterkt her, altså. Broadcom har fallet med 1,5% her. Makrotallen som kom I stad var horrible. Det bør egentlig komme ned på det, sånn egentlig. ISM langt under. Nei, men nei, ok, jeg klarer ikke trade med 2 enda. Ja, jeg har noen. Skal ta ut en long nå, for eksempel. Det kan jeg gjøre faktisk.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Let's start with the economic data that we got today. Activity as U.S. service providers. Remember, this is the biggest part of the U.S. economy. Slipping, just barely slipping into contraction territory last month for the first time in nearly a year. We saw an abrupt pullback in demand prices also accelerated, the higher tariffs reverberating across the economy. And earlier we had the employment picture from ADP, and that showed hiring in the U.S. decelerated to the slowest pace in 2 years. This all comes ahead of the non-farm payrolls report that we get from the Labor Department. That's on Friday. Stocks right now are still pushing higher along with treasuries. The dollar down about 0.4%. The S&P 500, 9 points higher. That's up about 0.2%. We're at 59.79 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now 35 points higher. The Nasdaq 100 up 16 points. That's up just about 0.1%. Now in the S&P 500, 7 of the 11 major industry groups are higher right now. Communication services, that's in the lead, and that is home to Meta Platforms. Those shares right now up 2.5%. We also have Dollar Tree after its report. That is one of the big decliners today, down about 10%. And we check markets for you guys all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Report. Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from National Harbor in Maryland, right across the Potomac, as we sit at the Gaylord National Convention Center at BNY Insight 2025, as we get all the professionals from BNY to talk about what the real issues are and how they're helping their clients navigate this market. One of the issues, of course, is trade. We don't know where it's going to land. And obviously the relationship between U.S. and China really key on that. President Trump now saying that China's Xi is, quote, extremely hard to make a deal with. So we want to go to Enda Curran, a global economy reporter who joins us from D.C., just not on set. And Enda lived for many years in China as well. And what about how China and President Xi operates makes it hard for someone like President Trump to make a deal?
Well, there's clearly something slowing down this process, Alex. If you remember, if you step back, both sides came together in Geneva in last month and said, look, here's an off-ramp for the tariffs. We're going to open up now a negotiating process on the various issues that both sides have. Then you roll that forward. The White House have been messaging and signaling that they expected a call with Xi of China at some point, probably soon. But clearly there's some obstacles in that, and it's probably reflecting what's going on in both sides.
En haug med sånne regninger.
Rare earth metals. Minerals as
Filler droppen, SE.no, Botox, Botox Academy, Botox kurs, filler kurs.
Crackdown on visas, student visas for
China,
and of course is pushed ahead with export controls on
semiconductor
technology to China. So there's a bit of tit for tat going on both sides. Doesn't necessarily lend itself to the kind of atmosphere you would expect for an agreement to be reached on all things trade, and maybe that's what's bubbling up right now, this fact that there's just frustration between them and they can't really line up the conditions to get that call off the ground.
And I don't know, I've always thought that trade policy is the result of years and years of work, multiple layers of government, multiple arms of government, crafting these agreements, which can be very complex, making sure there's adherence to these, as opposed to subject to just quote-unquote striking a deal, like buying a house or buying a golf course. Are we wrong on that? Is this something that it can be just treated deal by deal?
No, if you're talking about a trade agreement, like a fully fledged classic trade agreement, that takes many months and years of technical negotiation. It's very legal. Comes down to minutiae. It's not just about tariffs. It's about other non-tariff barriers, for example, as well. It can include all kinds of factors. So to your point, these things take time. Now you throw in an economy as kind of complex as China is. Parts of it are opened up. Parts of it are well sealed off from the rest of the world. Up against the US, which of course is wide open, and there's going to be a lot of work to be done there between both of those economies, and clearly none of that can be resolved near term. I think what most observers would say is that in the near term, the best that can be expected is some kind of a deal on merchandise goods, maybe between both economies, some kind of a deal on perhaps bringing down some barriers on the Chinese side, but nothing that would solve any of the bigger structural complaints that the US has about China, near term.
Well, that's kind of the issue, right? Is that China's a really different economy than any of the other main trading partners.
Nasdaq den eneste indeksen I hele verden som klarer å gå opp når alt faller.
To respond to. So I just wonder if it just changes kind of the threats and the dynamic that President Trump uses effectively with other nations.
Well, you've got, there's two ways of looking at this. If those people who say, President Trump makes this point, that, the US is China's biggest customer. And if the US pulls up the barriers, then that's going to inflict a lot of pain on their economy. That's one side of that story. And the other side, you have plenty of people who say China can wait this out, they can dig in, they have cards up their sleeves as well. Not least the fact that right now they have this control over the rare earth supply, which is certainly critical for US industry and other industry around the world. So that kind of leans into the argument that this could be a long, drawn-out affair. But ultimately, I think both economies were hurting, and that's why they came to that meeting of minds in Geneva last month. Clearly, there was going to be disruption to US imports, potentially supply chains and supply goods on shelves in the US. I mean, that was clearly coming down the pipes. And on China's side, their industrial and manufacturing was hurting too. So clearly, both sides say they've got cards they can play, but both sides are also taking pain on this.
Yep, and thank you so much for your reporting. As always, we'll stay in touch with you. Enda Curran, Bloomberg Global Economy Reporter on global trade. We, of course, are at the BNY Insight Conference here, National Harbor, Maryland. Joining us here today is Leanne Russell, Chief Information Officer and Global Head of Engineering at BNY. You found an engineering degree and you made it to financial services. Nice.
That's impressive.
Very good. I like that. It's good. Talk to us about technology, because we've heard over the last several years coming to this event how much technology is a part of what BNY does to help its clients run their business. So where are you now? How is AI impacting your business and your client's business?
Well, what a time to be an engineer, whether you're financial services or not. And technology is really at the heart of everything that we're doing at BNY. We have 3 strategic pillars, and technology goes absolutely through that, whether it's run our company better, be more for our clients, or actually power our culture. And I'd like to start with power our culture, actually, because what we are doing is simply amazing. We have 94% of the bank fully trained on GenAI, which is incredible. We actually have 1 in 4 of our employees, so 12,000 people building their own agents, and most of them are not even from the engineering function. So we are really infusing AI in everything that we do at the bank.
What are the risks as you move towards this? Like, how do you troubleshoot what potential issues are?
Well, we start with safety, and so I would say AI is in particular a team sport.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at our legal function, we're the first in the bank to reach 100% training, which has really unlocked how we've been able to unleash AI, but do it in a safe and compliant way. So if you look at the data side of things, we absolutely partner with operations, or we partner with the lines of business. But when it comes to safeguarding our AI, we are lockstep with our compliance, legal, and risk functions. And so that's why having all our employees trained on AI becomes really foundational.
What kind of applications are you hearing from your clients? What do they want from a technological, from an AI perspective from BNY?
Well, we're at a conference, so I think maybe we have more than 50 solutions actually in our AI portfolio, which again is really, really advanced. When BCG would tell you that only 10% of companies have 1 solution in production, we have more than 50. But if we stick with some of the wealth examples right now, I think that's a good place to start. So, what do our wealth clients want? They want to be more productive, but they also want to grow their book of work and grow with their clients. So 2 examples I would give in the wealth space. The first of all is around productivity. So we have built a AI-assisted search engine that goes across our NetX 360 and Wove wealth platforms. Now, what did that allow our wealth advisors to do? Well, they can go and get intel on their client portfolios. They can access really complex client statements and have that all at their fingertips. So instead of spending their time preparing for client meetings, they use their AI-assisted search program to be ready, and then they can spend more time with their clients. On the growth side, we also have a AI super agent. That sounds really fancy. It is really fancy because it's multiple agents talking to one another. And in that example, we have the super agent making sure that they analyze all the data in our ecosystem. We have a wealth call led by our wealth management team. We take data from IPOs, from nonprofits, and smash that all together. What are the nuggets that our clients are really going to be interested in to help them optimize their portfolio?
And then they talk to other. I don't get it. And they talk to
Jakob, jeg solgte gull i stad. Jeg kjøpte på par og 50. Solgte litt for tidlig.
Toucha inn før av toppen.
Nå begynner han Gustav å bli jævla husvarm, ass. Han gir seg faen ikke heller.
So talk to us about the financial commitment that you guys have made.
Jeg blir ikke tatt seriøst her, Gustav. Med deg på humet, liksom. Sitter og trader for faen så mye penger med kråkeplue. Men jeg kommer jo aldri i mål med Nasdaq, jeg, så lenge de 3 aksjene bare går. Stopper jo ikke, vet. Hva faen er det Gustav trykket på her, da?
So they craft the ideas, they craft what they want to build, and then my very small AI hub enables the
73 på gull! Faen, ass!
But mighty approach to this is
det var alt for tidlig ute der.
So I go to you and I say, hey, as a financial advisor, this is what I need, and then you guys build it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm dumbing this down.
Ja, det er perfekt inngang, vet du.
Versus you saying, like, go use these tools.
Så bare kom tilbake.
The best ideas come from outside engineering, and that's why I said it was a team sport.
Do you feel, though, that AI can commoditize this space in a way that is difficult? As in, like, it just becomes so available to everybody that there's no specialty?
I don't see that. I mean, I now use AI in my life every single day, and it just gives me a better starting point, so that instead of like plowing through very manual tasks and emails and things to do, I like have all of that pretty much automated, and then I can go straight to the exciting stuff. And that's again why we wanted AI in the hands of everyone everywhere. That's our mantra at BNY, because that's how we harness the power of our employees to get really into the exciting stuff and gives them a competitive advantage.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, I can't say the AI is in every part of my life. I mean, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but maybe we're like not the right audience for that, or we should be.
We should be, maybe.
Yeah. Well, why don't you come to BNY?
We can get trained. Train me up. Okay, that might help. Leanne Russell, Chief Information Officer and Global Head of Engineering at BNY, here on site at the BNY Insight Conference in National Harbor, Maryland. We're going to have more coming up from this conference. Lots of smart guests coming up.
Er statistikken min fiksa opp nå, eller er fortsatt fucka?
Good morning.
Den er ødelagt. Den var ikke rettet noe. Det står 18%. Det er bare piss. Da er faen meg over 40% her. Faen, ser dere gull, eller?
Ja. Setter ikke å søve.
Nei, men hva jeg drev med her? Bare han skal over 60, og så kjøpte jeg ikke selv. Hva er jeg for en kjerring? Jeg måtte rydde opp her, for han, Gustav tok og helt et fuckings brus over hele PC-en her. Fy faen, se gull piker da! Fy faen, hva fantastisk jeg er. Endelig. Hæ?
Vi går jo faen meg gjennom 3 nivåer her nå.
Ja, men jeg satt og så, du vet den der botten, den der J-Master-botten, den shorta Gullestad før det gikk opp. Så jeg tenker at hele verden shortet da, så du får sånn der, litt ekstra rap der, tror jeg.
Ja, det går an.
For det så blytung ut å stå på de nivåene, når han drev også krasja på 50-tallet der, og så plutselig bare tørna han og bung, gikk rett opp.
Jeg tok ut min på 33,85.
Kødder du, eller?
Ja, men det var bare 0,01, så jeg kunne jo egentlig bare ha suttet på den sånn sett.
Nei, men det var jævla fin den der da. Nå kan vi egentlig basically bli steinrike på gull da. Det er litt ålreit da. Nå kan ikke Trump lure oss noe mer.
$13 på en 0,01, det er jo bra det.
Ja, det er helt sykt bra da. Og bare bygge opp sakte med sikkert. Det laveste jeg tredde opp en konto på mye år da. Det var 1500 kroner, men det fikk jeg til å bli 30 000 på en uke. Det var det.
Ja.
Og så har jeg gjorde jeg 40 000 til 700 000 på 6 uker. Sahar gjorde jo, hva var det du gjorde for noe her for 3 uker siden, Sahar? Hun gjorde $35 til 26 000. Hæ? Hun gjorde $75 til 26 000? Det er også jævlig imponerende. Fy faen, se gull går da! Fytti helvete. Det er det sjukeste jeg har sett. Åh, det bare går! Du vet hvorfor den går? For den makrodriten stav helt ræva. Det er den eneste grunnen til at Nasdaq ikke faller, er på grunn av den forbanna meter, så alt bare krasjer her.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. Right now, stocks are pushing higher. The S&P 500, 13.
Ja, men jeg har fredet opp den kontoen her fra 3.700 til 5.150 nå, altså på en uke, så
da gjør du det lett igjen. Jeg tror det viktigste er når man gjør det vi driver med, er at man, fy faen, det blir ikke drita på oss. Er det at man, det er feilen veldig mange gjør, inkludert meg da. Du trader opp en liten konto med små beløp, og så trader du opp og trader opp, og så har du OK beløp, og så begynner du også å øke eksponeringen. Og det er det dummeste man gjør.
And contraction. There is also this data that stagflation may be ahead. Earlier, we did hear from ADP, the private sector payrolls increasing by 37,000 last month in the U.S. That actually marked the slowest pace in 2 years. It was also lower than...
Nei, jeg tør ikke kjøpe gull av meg. Jeg må vente på... Jeg må vente. Jeg må ha ned.
Dollar Tree, among the stocks on the move, they're warning second quarter profit may be down 50% from a year ago.
Fy faen, den går jo helt i taket her. Helvete, altså, jeg kjøpte den på 52 steg. Jeg kjøpte den helt i bånd. Du sa det fordi han er Trademaster-kameraten shorta. J-Master shorta. Jeg må vaske katten her, for det stinker den her. Sorry ass, det er litt kaos igjen hos meg. Faen, den gul ikke.
Nå sa han. Shortingen som faen han gjør.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks, JT. I really feel like you made it.
Yes.
If you have an ETF named after you.
I think so.
I feel like that really counts for a lot. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from the Gaylord National Convention Center right here in Maryland across the Potomac. We are at a BNY Insight 2025 where BNY brings together thousands of leaders within the wealth management, private wealth, alternative assets, investment managers, just talk about the market and find the right tools and products with which to help them help people like us. And joining us now, Ben Harrison, Head of Client Coverage at BNY Pershing, and he joins us right here on site. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Thanks for having me.
So as Head of Client Coverage, what does that mean?
So my team covers our wealth intermediary clients across all of BNY Pershing. So we cover registered investment advisors, broker-dealers, trust companies, firms that have clients that they need to deliver advice to.
So what are the key things you guys and your team are focusing on right now in the marketplace?
Look, there is a tremendous amount of complexity and markets to navigate, as you all are aware. So clients really need high-quality advice from financial professionals. And what we do is we really help the firms on our platform navioate that and provide a platform so that they can be productive and leverage the scale of BNY in order to deliver great advice to their clients.
We were just talking to Leanne about AI and the role that AI can play and how important it is. What other stuff do you provide them that helps?
Sure. So AI is one of the big trends that we're talking about here at the conference. But if you think about what advisors need, a platform that can provide one-stop access to deliver financial solutions to their clients, and that's something that we're seeing more demand around. It's about more than just investments. It's also about delivering banking solutions, delivering planning solutions, delivering the full picture of financial products and solutions so that advisors can help solve complex needs for individual investors.
One of the trends we've seen in consumer finance really forever is retail financial advisors leaving the wirehouses, the Merrill Lynch's, Morgan Stanley.
Jeg skjorta den nå. Ja, det var litt skummelt. Jeg liker den ikke.
Kan godt være 33,92.
Jeg tror markedet skal ned, skjønner jeg, men jeg tror gull skal videre opp. Her er pluss allerede.
Look, no, we look at it the very same way. The financial services marketplace has done a terrific job in the last decade plus kind of democratizing tools so that they could be accessed by independent advisors, RIAs in the marketplace. And we look to build out a set of capabilities so that they can have the best access to the most robust institutional tools in the independent space. They get to leverage the power of BNY as an institutional provider to be able to take those solutions to that individual investor.
And what about alternative investing? Like, how has that made its way into what you do and then what you guys provide?
Yeah, the rise of private markets has been substantial in the financial advising space. We have been very focused on connecting private markets and advisors on our platform. And again, in the spirit of that,
dagens mål tjener mer på 2 timer enn på kvart dag på jobb. Takk for at du startet opp. Så hyggelig, Øyvind. Tusen hjertelig. Jeg er bare jævla lei meg for at ikke vi har fått den ut av Nasdaqen. At jeg har tatt så mye penger på Nasdaq. Det er ikke noe kult. Jeg håper at vi kan trede det inn igjen på gull.
So that advisors and investors can learn more about private markets. And then at the end of the day, how do you buy and then report on the assets seamlessly in an easy way on a platform akin to the public markets?
I started coming here several years ago, and I was surprised speaking to some of the RIAs here. What allocations do they allocate to private or alternative investments? I thought it'd be flipping. Some of these folks are saying 20%, 30%. So, I mean, that's a big part of their business, a big part of their portfolio. So I would think you guys would have to have a portfolio of offerings to kind of match that demand.
Yeah, absolutely. And as firms get larger, serve clients that are high net worth, ultra high net worth, family office type of clients, that allocation, as you know, increases. So we need to have tools to serve the wide spectrum and continuum from more solutions all the way up to custom private market access.
And then you also have to be able to have the RIA.
Jeg kjøpte gull før de kjøpte gull, og nå shorter jeg før de begynner å shorte.
Through to you guys, to the RIA, to the actual end user. That's really tricky. Like, how do you guys help them do that?
Look, we have a number of tools that are embedded within our platform to provide access, but you're absolutely right. There is this rising need for education and connection to partnership. And one of the things that we do as a company is we have a really unique vantage point because we not only serve individual investors through our Pershing intermediary channel, but we also have significant resources in our asset servicing business and our fund administration business to really connect the infrastructure and kind of everything that you need to know about the private market ecosystem and take that to the more retail side of the business.
What's the biggest headwind you guys face in your business today?
Look, the biggest headwind is the need for continued focus on growth. We see advisors, there's a significant demand for their services, but we need to unlock more productivity. There's only 300,000 financial advisors in this country, if you can believe it, and they haven't been growing. So we need to make sure that advisors can meet the capacity for the demand that is out there in the market and deliver more advice.
This is where Paul says his youngest
He's
in the biz. So he's
yes, exactly.
We need the next gen to come in.
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff. Ben Harrison, head of client coverage at BNY Pershing, joining us here at the BNY conference here, Insight 2025.
Feels like a concert.
It does. It's kind of got lots of.
Jeg får ordentlig studio til neste uke, så da kan jeg vise alt jeg ser, for jeg har masse skjermer ikke dere ser. Så til neste uke så kan det bli litt kulere også se.
Fatal Tesla crash shows dangers of full self-driving cars. I have my concerns about that as well, but they say the technology, if it's not there today, it's going to be there very soon. So we'll have the latest breakdown there. Looking at the markets, kind of a mixed thing. We got that.
Hører dere at han prater, eller gjør ikke det?
A little bit concerning there in terms of growth
and
inflation. We'll have some more reporting on that going forward, and the markets are mixed here. Well, we're coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Hører du ikke det? Han liksom han litt sjalu, tror jeg. Jeg elsker deg, Gustav! Ja! Nå ramlet gull. Nå skal pappa ta gevinst. Ja! Så koselig! Ja. Nei, jeg skal ikke ta gevinst. Det må falle ned. Ja da, ja da, ja da. Det så jævla teit. Bånden på flyt der. Nå faller gull. Nå faller gull og grønne skoger. Nå faller gull. Den kan hitte ned til 33,70. Nasdaq. Eneste kan holde gull er at hvis Nasdaq bare ramler til helvete. Jeg har ikke lyst til å ha short gull, altså. Jeg vil bare kjøpe den på vei ned, liksom. Og hva gjør jeg for noe? Det er the million dollar question. Nei, nå angrer jeg. Jeg vil shorte mer. Faen.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Hump Day. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from the Gaylord National Convention Center right here in Maryland. We're overlooking the Potomac. We are at BNY Insight 2025 as we talk about wealth management and all the tools and tricks that can be used to help navigate these markets. We're also continuing to take a check-in here on what's happening in the overall market. We want to turn now to today's big take story. It talks about Tesla and what autonomous driving and robo-taxis say in Austin, talking about them.
Litt skummelt, altså. Teknisk så kan gull falle ned nå til helt... Det kan falle ganske greit ned til 75, altså $5 lenger ned. Og så har det ganske bra støtte nede på 370. Men hvorfor skal gull falle nå? Det skal egentlig ikke falle. Det er bare teknisk så kan det falle nå. Makromessig så skal det mye høyere. Det skal opp til 3500. Så den shorten jeg har nå er bare teknisk. Det er ingenting med fund å gjøre.
Full self-driving, and yet it's a misnomer. It's a system that you have to pay attention to at all times. If you get into a crash, it is on you, and we've seen that play out when Tesla customers have tried to come after the company. The company says, look, we warned you, we told you that you're responsible for driving while using this system. The company is trying to make this leap. It's been trying to make this leap for years to eventually get to a point where you do not have to and even to take it further than that, take the human out from behind the wheel altogether. And we hear Musk, talk about that quite.
Det ingen som kommenterer at jeg traff med gull både på gull og short. Men liksom skryter av meg selv.
Matter of next week or so. There's a lot of questions about how exactly they intend to do that, whether they can do it, especially after he's predicted, year after year that they're on the cusp of doing it. And part of the reason there are doubts is because of the hardware, and I think that's kind of an important aspect of today's story is this particular crash involves, an incident where a driver was using full self-driving, driving into the sun, and that appeared to play a part in the crash, which resulted in a...
Og dette videre. Nå er på 76, target 75, første 75, ned til 70, så kanskje kommer vi til å kjøpe gull igjen.
This is all very much feels as part of the growing pains as we kind of understand this technology and how it works itself out. So what are the steps that Tesla is taking and that the regulators are taking at this time?
Yeah, so we should acknowledge that this incident happened in November 2023.
Nvidia går i grønt igjen.
Has changed.
Kan du lure på hvorfor?
Both to hardware and software. Hardware for certain customers, I should say. But in terms of their approach to the sensor system for their vehicles, Elon Musk has been, really sort of out on a limb and having this view that all you need is cameras, and companies are also in the space. I think the one people recognize the most is Waymo, the Google company, and they use a mix of cameras.
76-57, husk target 75, dere som var med på den shorten.
It's more extensive, these sensors are placed all over the vehicle, but the sort of bet here on the part of Waymo is that is worth it. It will mean this system is safer. What Musk has tried to do is go with the cheaper route, go with the system that he can afford to put in every Tesla, and make this bet that, he can develop his way to autonomy faster by sort of leveraging the broader Tesla fleet, even if it means putting, cars on the road that, draw scrutiny from federal regulators as to whether or not this is, unreasonably unsafe.
So, Craig, I think Elon Musk is back at the company. What does that mean? I mean, are you hearing anything like, okay, now we can get back on track. Now we can really move forward, maybe at, a higher velocity. What's that mean?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to
Det kommer kjempedårlig tall I stad, og det ramlet om Nasdaq med 120 poeng, og så går det rett opp igjen. Og det blir løftet opp av en aksje, Nvidia. Nå har Nvidia hentet en 0,7% alene. Det går ikke an å trade en indeks på en aksje. Jeg blir så frustrert på den jævla indeksen.
And neglecting all of his other businesses. We see him regularly engaging with, users on X about, troubleshooting problems that they have with that service. I would say he is, more actively engaging there on Tesla matters, and definitely is trying to sort of send this signal that, okay, it's time to get back to business here. But whether or not that's, resulting in sort of tangible changes at the company, I think remains to be seen.
Quickly, 20 seconds. What's the rush for autonomous driving?
I think 40,000 people die on U.S. roads every year, right? And so the rush, of course, is to bend that, to change that. And I think one of the challenges that you have if you're a company in this space is we've now, seen a lot of companies pursue this for, roughly a decade. That number has not budged. So, we still have a long way to go to where this capability is, putting a dent in those figures.
Nvidia går videre, 0,12 opp nå, fra å være minus 0,5. 0,16, nå kan Nasdaq bare gå videre. Åh, det er så
Channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast, presented by Oracle. This is Bloomberg.
Jeg tror aldri Nasdaq kommer ned det, så lenge de aksjene bare går. Det kan jo ikke gå ned, faktisk, med de 3 aksjene som ikke faller. Og de faller ikke på nedgraderinger heller. Hva faen skal de falle på da? Det faller ikke på resultatvarsler heller. Det er jo idioter som kjøper. Det er samme tullingene som kjøper krypto. Ikke at det er noe galt å kjøpe krypto, men det er null, det gir null mening, det er bare hva du tror. Apple burde tryne nå, nedgradert, og opp 0,54. Mister masse marginene sine I India, blir tvinget til å dra til å gjøre produksjonen I USA. Da vil marginene ytterligere falle med 25%, fra det var snakk om, på toppen av de som var beregnet til India. Altså, Apple burde bare falle til helvete, liksom. Og den går. Gir null mening. Så går det sikkert en uke eller 2, og så bare, oi, Apple får dårligere marginer, og så faller den. For da har de plutselig skjønt det. Så teit. Det er derfor gull går. Folk som litt smarte skjønner at det der kommer ikke til å vare. Da kjøper man gull I stedet for. Ikke sant?
As is appointing ADP, and Ainsley Simmons is executive platform owner, wealth services platform for BNY. Private wealth is all the rage, so how do you really differentiate? But let's kick it all off for you with the Bloomberg Business Flash, and for that we go to Charlie.
ES.
Stocks higher. Treasuries extending this year's surge after weaker than expected economic data this morning reinforced speculation that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent an economic recession. Our Michael McKee is going to be all over the eco data data for you coming up.
Hva tenker du på ES-soning?
Right now, the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all advancing. S&P at 59.86, up 15 now, up by about 0.3%. The Dow up 68,
S&P 500.
0.2%. Nasdaq right now advancing by 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index in the red, down 0.1.
Den som drar indeksen nå, Nasdaq, det Nvidia, og så det Meta, og så det Broadcom.
Spot gold up
$23
the ounce, up 0.7%, 33.76.
Så her spiser det.
Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%. WTI 63.18 a barrel. Activity at U.S. service providers slipped into contraction territory last month, with the ISM index dropping 1.7 9.9. Reaction from Steve Miller, chair of the ISM Services Business Survey Committee, who was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Intelligence.
What we saw bring the number overall
Så ser på det sendte der, så ser du at
for accommodations and food services and the real estate rental and leasing.
De 5 største på Nasdaq utgjør 10, 20, 30, 40. De 5 største selskapene på Nasdaq utgjør nesten 60% av hele Nasdaq. Det så sykt sentrert. Så selv om det kommer dårlig makro, og de aksjene ikke faller, så faller det ikke. Det har aldri vært sånn før på det amerikanske markedet. Nå når du trader Nasdaq nå, så trader du basically bare 5 aksjer. Du trader jo ikke alle de andre. Kan få meg
Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 16, up by about 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet.
Nei, Apple dro markedet tidligere når Apple gikk mye, men Apple har aldri gått med mye. Apple har alltid gått 1% opp og ned. Nvidia går opp og ned med 5% hver dag. Microsoft og Apple har aldri rørt mye på seg. Nå har det, sånn som Nvidia går mer opp og ned som en small cap case. Det ikke aldri vært sånn før som det nå. Aldri. Vanlig historisk sett så ser du at en indeks går pluss minus 9-13% på et år da, historisk sett. Nå så går vi 10% på en uke. Det har aldri skjedd før. Det ganske sprøtt. Det helt tullete. Nå traff vi targeten min på short på gull. Targeten var 75. Så hvis dere var med på den, så hadde jeg tatt gevinst nå på den shorten.
Fargo. That's ticker WFC. Of course, this is something that you all have been talking about quite a bit as people have been really looking at the fact that the Fed actually lifted that.
Jeg kan vel si sånn som det var før. Kom tilbake.
And this will actually allow the company to be able to compete with a lot of the other bigger banks there across Wall Street. So we're seeing shares of the company a bit higher, about 0.7% higher right now. But of course, this is really good news as it was monumentous for the company. It was expected, but of course, Wall Street is celebrating as it should give the company a little bit more wiggle room as it pertains to really just scaling and competing with its counterparts. And lastly, also keeping an eye on Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Of course, we know that there's different sides of HP. This is ticker HPE here, and they focus more so on servers. We're seeing the company posting revenue growth that was strong, and they also said that they see a reduced impact for tariffs. We're seeing shares of the company pairing some of their earlier gains. They were up as much as 8.5%, now up about 0.8%, but the company did have a full year profit projection of about 1.78 to 1.90 per share, and they did raise the lower end of their estimate, so they expect revenue to increase by about 7 to 9%. So this is obviously great news for the company here, but lots that I'm keeping an eye on in the space right now.
All right, Nora, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Nora Melinda joining us from Bloomberg. And for more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else that you listen. All right, let's pick up with one of the stocks that Nora was just talking about, and that is Wells Fargo. Taking a look at that asset cap finally being removed. And what does it then mean after the 7-year-old cap is removed for CEO Charlie Scharf? Joining us now is Hannah Levitt, senior finance reporter at Bloomberg News. Now, Hannah, Wells Fargo has been working at this for a very, very long time. How are they then positioned for this next stage of growth?
Yeah, so this has truly been such a long saga for them. Like, I started covering Wells Fargo more than 7 years ago. They had just gotten...
Nå er gull allerede på $1 over der vi tok og dekka shorten. Hvis vi er heldige nå, skal vi få gull helt ned til 3361-ish. Hvis vi er heldige. 70 er neste nivå, men 61 er et fint nivå. Nasdaq bare gidder jeg ikke kommentere. Jeg orker ikke. Det er ikke vits å bruke tid på Nasdaq. Jeg sitter ballefeil der. Og jeg får rett, men det blir bare så dumt.
JP Morgan, the biggest US bank, has grown almost an entire Wells Fargo in terms of assets in the time that Wells has been capped.
Wow. All right, Hannah, full disclosure, I have my checking account with Wells Fargo, but I'm guessing the CEO and the management team there, they want to do something more than that. They think they can do a little bit bigger and better than Paul Sweeney's checking account. So what are some of the businesses...
Husk, gull kan droppe helt ned til 60-tallet her. Hvis du har long gull, så hadde jeg vurdert å ta gevinst.
Absolutely. So the businesses that Charlie Scharf marked for growth, in this time when he was running the firm, but it was still under the cap, were investment banking and trading and wealth management.
Kjøpe gull litt lenger ned.
But he was saying on CNBC today that virtually every business, aside from mortgage, which they've said they're shrinking, and remember Wells Fargo used to be huge in mortgage at one point. They were churning out 1 in every 3 home loans in the country. Every business other than that should grow now, and they have room to do that. But I think those businesses where they've already said that they're targeting growth, that may be where the earliest moves are. We've reported that they're working on a high-end credit card, so that could be something that people see. But yeah, so it really just, it goes across all of those and beyond now because they don't have this constraint anymore.
So how quickly can they scale in the other parts of their business?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting question, right? Because we've seen, the tales of banks trying to go too fast and then having, a calamitous blow up. And so that's something that they definitely want to avoid. And Charlie Scharf has talked about that it's not like an on switch day one, but it does give them more flexibility so they can, the most immediate thing is the trading business where they just have capacity today that they didn't have yesterday. But besides that, it's more being able to lean into more enthusiastically those growth initiatives that they've already kind of outlined.
Right. So, Hannah, they now have the regulatory capability to maybe do more, to maybe grow a little bit more quickly. Do they have the balance sheet to do that? Do they have the capital to do that?
Yeah, they have a ton of excess capital, and that's been a theme throughout. I mean, even in the earliest days of the asset cap, like they couldn't deploy that capital, so they gave investors a bigger dividend and more buyback than they were expecting. It was sort of like you wouldn't think that would be the outcome, but it was at the time. So they've had excess capital, and also because the banks in general were preparing for the possibility of tougher capital rules that have not panned out, so a lot of them been hoarding capital anyway, sitting on a bunch of extra.
What we're seeing in Wall Street is definitely a competition for talent, particularly if you wrap in hedge funds as well as huge asset managers or private equity. Can Wells Fargo play in that game?
Yeah, they already have been. I mean, they hired Fernando Rivas, who is the head of the corporate investment bank there. He was a major hire from JP Morgan, so that was huge for them. And, they've made other hires over the years. Doug Braunstein is there, another former JPM executive, and he's vice chair. They have Barry Summers running wealth. So they have, they've been able to get talent at the highest level and then, even further down as well.
All right, I think the street kind of like it. The stock's up about 0.7% today. It's up 8.5% year to date, up 30% over the trailing 12 months. So it looks like the street is kind of warming up to a story which has been kind of middle of the road given some of the regulatory constraints. We'll stay on top of that. Hannah Levitt, thanks so much for joining us, a Bloomberg senior finance reporter on Wells Fargo. Let's get back to the BNY conference here. We're at National Harbor outside in Maryland, right across the river from the district. Jennifer Barker joins us, Global Head of Treasury Services and Depository Receipts at BNY. Jennifer, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, what do you do? Because I just read that title and I'm not sure, so I need to hear from the expert.
Depository, right?
Right. So first of all, Alex, Paul, thanks so much for having me. So what do? I run two businesses for BNY. The first is our treasury services business, so think payments, investments, trade finance.
Okay.
And the second is depository receipts, which helps clients list outside of their home market as a second option through depository receipts.
Oh, okay. Now I got that. Okay.
So what's your business like right now? Like, what's on your radar? What are you most thinking about? What are your clients thinking about?
Yeah, so I'll focus on the treasury services business for purposes of discussion today at Insight.
Liker det jeg ser nå. Gull responderer veldig riktig på teknisk, tross markedsbevegelsene i markedet. Jeg sa short gull. Nå har gull ramlet siden jeg sa short gull, så har gull ramlet nå med nå $11 da. Og nå ser jeg videre at den skal falle ned til 70-ish, og totalmarkedet også har en fallende trend. Fy faen jeg treffer på gull. Dette akkurat sånn som før. Helvete moro. Fuck hele Nasdaq, fuck Elon Musk, fuck Trump, fuck hele AI-helvete. Bare tredje gull, ja. Jævla manipulerende møkka dritt. Sitter her i 5 uker og nirunka på Nasdaq. Så kan jeg bare printe penger på gull. Nå er snart target på gull 370. Kjøper gull ned mot 33,60. Nå er vi til back on track på tradinga her. Det er helt psykologist. Helvetes Nasdaq, ass. Faen heller.
So more, less U.S.-China trade, more China, Southeast Asia, and Europe trade.
33,270 her nå. Kommer til å antageligvis ta med litt på 70-tallet. Jeg venter fortsatt med å kjøpe. Så, ja. Jeg aner ikke hvor trading er. Kunne printe penger hver dag på gull. Ja, må lære noe som lever. Man lærer noe som lever, skjer. Det er faen ikke fair at det 5 aksjer skal styre en hel børs. Uansett da, vi må sette oss mer inn i gull, for den her funker helt perfekt.
Implementation of tariffs, I mean literally charging that tariff.
Er det fortsatt shorts her?
Is there just some dude sitting at the port in LA stamping something? I don't know how that works.
So in terms of how tariffs are processed, there's a number of different ways, whether it's directly or through the government, and so we help our clients do that a number of different ways.
Jeg kommer til å øke lot-sizen etterpå med gull, så gå opp til 0,1, tenker jeg.
Okay.
What other things are you guys working on right now? That's the trade part, but in terms of delivering technology for treasury services, for example, what are the new things?
Artificial intelligence is really...
Han har en sånn liten supporter nå på par og 70-ish. Han skal ned til... kan falle ned til 63. Der vinner jeg så kjøper jeg. Og når jeg kjøper gull etterpå, så kjøper jeg på forskjellige nivåer. For hvis den først faller, så vil den falle ned fra 63, så vil den gå helt ned til 50-tallet-ish før han snur. Og så er spørsmålet, vil han snu på 49,50? Det vet vi ikke. For hvis han faller gjennom der, så dropper vi helt ned til 33,24-ish. Så gull kan falle herfra helt ned til 30-ish, 24,50. Bare så dere vet det. Jeg elsker dette her. Jeg bare leser det sånn, det er liksom skrevet i stein. Det er moro. Hva faen er back on track her? Det er moro. Fuck Nasdaq. Jeg er så ivrig Nasdaq, du skjønner ikke. Jeg sitter ferdig av Nasdaq med faen meg nesten 100 000 i minus, liksom. Nå faller vi videre på gull. Og så er spørsmålet, hvorfor shorter vi så sikker på at det skal ned? Fordi de makrotallene som kommer der går så ræva, basically, så skal gull opp. Så det er kun teknisk jeg ser på nå. Kun teknisk. Makro så skal gull videre opp. Ikke sant, Gustav?
Everything can be done with just the phone. I can move cash all around the world. But so can criminals and fraudsters and all that kind of stuff. How do people like you in the system, the backbones of the system, deal with that.
Du gick långest lag som Hegg.
AI is certainly one tool, but we do that a number of different ways. We spend a lot of time building those solutions and continuing to...
Jakob, ja, jeg kommer til å ta større posisjoner på Gul. Mye større posisjoner på Gul. Mye større posisjoner på Gul.
On a broad basis, because it's not just about what we see at BNY, it's about what we see in the ecosystem. So how can we work together to really control that? And so we feel it's important that we take a leadership position there as well.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jennifer Barker, Global Head of Treasury Services and Depository Receipts over at BNY. All right, much more coming up on the program. We're going to go to D.C. while we're in D.C. So we're in Maryland. So we're going to go to D.C. With Tyler Kendall. She's on Capitol Hill. She'll be telling us the latest on the great, big, beautiful bill that's now sitting in the Senate. We also talked to Mike McKee, Bloomberg National Economics and Policy Correspondent, on the data that we got today from ADP to ISM Services, and sort of are we looking at that stagflationary scenario where you have lower growth and higher inflation. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Wednesday.
Frister også å sette en short her på nytt. Bare for å se om han faktisk gjør det jeg tror han skal gjøre. Funda nå så gull opp. Teknisk så det en support akkurat her nå. Hvis han bryter her nå så detter han ned. Satt en liten short. Jeg må bare se om han respekterer det. Så det jeg gjør nå egentlig litt skummelt det jeg gjorde nå. Jeg driver også tester nivåer nå, for nå var han basically akkurat på støtta. Her skal du egentlig kjøpe gull, akkurat her nå. Men jeg ser at totalmarkedet faller, da skal egentlig gull også gå opp. Det liksom safe haven. Men teknisk her nå, drit i makro, drit i alt, så kan den falle ganske mye her. Jeg shorter den til. Jeg må ha tro på meg selv. Jeg må på dass. Skal du ha mer, liksom?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the S&P 500 index edging higher. Healthcare and communication services companies leading the charge. Dollar slipped. Bond yields declined across the curve. Right now, the S&P up 12, gained there at 0.2%. The Dow up 56, up 0.1%. Nasdaq up 57, up 0.3%. To be sure, we are off session highs on the S&P again, up 11 now, up 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index a little changed, up under 0.1%. 10-year at 4.37%. The 2-year 3.88%. Spot gold up $20 the ounce, 33.73 now, up 0.6%. A retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude. 1.1%, 62.71 a barrel on WTI.
Hvis dere ser nå på Nasdaq, da, så kan du se her at
381 on Bitcoin.
Nasdaq droppa her nå med ca. 20 poeng, og Nvidia ramla med 0,3. Så Nvidia alene rører Nasdaq på seg ganske heftig. Jeg liker ikke å trade sånt.
Snowflake higher. Analysts positive on the software company in the wake of its summit event. Snowflake up by 0.4%. After the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from MongoDB. That stock up by 2.5%. Recapping, S&P up 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in the BNY Insight 2025 Investor Conference. We are in here, National Harbor, Maryland, at the beautiful facility here. Good stuff happening. The big, beautiful bill, President Trump, his tax bill, made it through the House. It's now with the Senate. We're hearing from some senators that some changes may need to be made, including perhaps SALT tax. Hopefully they're in consultation with Matt Miller. That is near and dear to his heart. But let's go to Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. Tyler, where are we with the Senate and its review of this tax legislation?
Yeah, hey, Paul. Well, currently, President Trump is trying to ramp up the pressure on senators to ultimately advance this legislation because we know that a lot of them have some pretty conflicting demands at the moment when it comes to what they ultimately want to change in this House bill. And a lot of them are starting to dig in their heels. Now, we should say, by and large, there's agreement about sort of the core pillars of this package when it comes to the tax cuts. There's also agreement that they want to get it done quickly, but in order to reach that self-imposed July 4th deadline, they're going to have to come to some sort of agreement and quickly to get this out the door. Now, perhaps the loudest group emerging here is a group of Republicans really pitching themselves as fiscal hawks, as a new CBO analysis out basically in the last hour predicts that the House version of this bill will add $2.4 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. I had the chance to catch up with some of those members, including Rick Scott and Ron Johnson, who told me that the White House is willing to work with them, but at this point they're not sure just how much deeper spending cuts they're really going to see in this bill.
What are the deeper sticking points? I guess a better question is, we heard sticking points in the House as well, and then President Trump worked the phone and got it done. Is the same thing going to work this time?
Well, we're going to have to see. Likely, we know he's going to start ramping up the pressure, but we should put into context that perhaps senators might have a little bit more leverage here compared to House members because they serve longer terms. They're there for 6 years, so the threats of primaries don't really stick as much as they do in the upper chamber as they do when it comes to the lower chamber. But there's a whole lot here that potentially could be up for changes. We know that these fiscal hawks want to see some deeper spending cuts. They're also raising concerns about what some of those sweeter tax priorities ultimately mean for incentivizing growth, so like no taxes on tips or overtime pay, something that this White House says they do not want these senators to cut, but then square those concerns with concerns from Republicans about changes to benefit programs like Medicaid. As we know, one analysis predicts that 7.7 million people will get coverage through 2034 if there is a shifting in eligibility requirements. So there really is a tricky needle to thread here for both the White House and these senators as they try to move this legislation along.
So it's really interesting, Tyler. I'm going to be the voice of maybe the aggrieved American taxpayer when we say nobody really cares about the deficit, and they're going to pass whatever tax law they need and deficit be damned, if you will. Is that a school of thought down there in D.C. these days?
Well, it's hard because, Paul, the issue with doing this as one big, beautiful bill is that they need to get done all these other priorities. And it is clear that prioritizing these tax cuts really did come ahead of perhaps deeper spending cuts down the line. They really front-loaded the tax cuts in the House version. And you do have these Republicans
Starta telefonen min, ja!
To limit deficit spending here. But at the end of the day, they need to
Hvordan
accomplish
fikk du det, da?
tax priorities. And you often hear from the White House, perhaps yes, this will contribute to long-term debt, but they are more focused on trying to stabilize that debt to GDP ratio, and they say that will happen if they're able to implement what they think will be pro-growth policies. But you really are starting to see some of these senators dig in, like Senator Ron Johnson, who's trying to challenge the White House when it comes to those numbers. Very quickly, I will also add one of those important tax sweeteners that we saw, since you mentioned it before, of course, was the SALT cap, and we are learning that that could likely see some changes when it comes to what the Senate ends up doing with the version of this legislation. Now, we did have Senator Kevin Cramer, a Republican from North Dakota, on Bloomberg television the other day, who said potentially the sweet spot could be a number around $20,000 or $30,000. Of course, that is lower than the $40,000 cap that the House bill plans to lift that number ultimately to. I did have a chance to quickly ask Senate Majority Leader John Thune what he thinks that sweet spot could be, and he told me that they are currently working out the details.
Working it out, the countdown clock. All right, Tyler, thanks a lot. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television, Washington correspondent, joining us there. So the economic data we keep hearing is going to be a few months off till we see any negativity hit the hard data. But let's just go over some of the data we got today. We got the ADP employment number disappointing, coming in at just 37,000 jobs. Then you had the ISM services number. It was pretty rough. You had the overall index below 50. That's contraction territory. But the big thing was new orders coming in at the lowest level like we saw back in April 2020. No one likes April of 2020. Also back in 2008, 2009. No one liked 2008 and 2009. Joining us now for more, Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy correspondent. Mike, is this a stagflation kind of thing?
Well, if you took it at face value, it is, in the sense that we're looking at prices going up and activity going down. What we haven't seen is, as you note, the hard data completely reflecting this. We're starting to get numbers that do. Remember, we saw a big drop in imports during the last month, and that was largely because so much because of the impending tariffs, and so that will have an impact on second quarter growth. But we're not at this point able to say exactly where we go from there. It looks like services are bad, and I know you had the director of the ISM services on earlier, and he said that the new orders really are looking bad right now, and that's just kind of a scary thought.
Mike, in our group chat here, I dropped in a note earlier that I said, maybe in a few months' time, we're going to look back on today as the beginning of something, whether it's stagflation or whether it's recession or whether it's inflation really. Am I being overdramatic there?
I don't know if I would say today, but it could be this week. Let's see what happens on Friday with the jobs report. This may be sort of the last hurrah week where we see numbers.
Jeg bare tester ut nå.
Okay.
Selv om jeg ser Nasdaq faller.
The big question is going to be whether ADP reflects reality or not, because any number like that for Friday's payrolls figures would really scare the pants off Wall Street and get everybody excited about Fed rate cuts, even if they're not going to happen right away. So yes, this could be
not mincing those
a time to remember.
Careful.
Nevertheless, then how do we think about ADP versus the jolts that we got yesterday? I was thinking, is it the companies just aren't hiring, but they're not necessarily laying off either? How do we square those two together in the broader economic jobs picture?
Well, it's not easy to square the two, except that you note that that the JOLTS is 2 months old, so it is past data, and things could certainly have changed, which ADP suggests might be the case. Now, with ADP, what we're not seeing is whether companies were letting anybody go and whether they have openings that they want to fill. It just tells you they didn't hire very many people or add to payrolls. It has historically been ADP is usually way off from what the private sector hiring is in the non-farm payrolls figure. So we'll have to see how that proves out on Friday. Last month, ADP said there were only 60,000 private sector jobs created, and the government found 167,000. So I don't know whether ADP or JOLTS gives us a better idea of what's going on, but I don't think people are going to pay a whole lot of attention to either one once we get the Friday figures.
Tariffs, Mike. We have so many tariffs, they're very hard to kind of keep them, keep them in focus here. There's so many out there. Do we have any idea kind of what percentage of the tariffs have found their way into the economy at this stage, or is it just too early to tell here?
Well, there have been some rough back-of-the-envelope calculations that Bloomberg Economics has done one. About 6% of U.S. imports have been affected by tariffs because we're looking at autos and we're looking at steel and aluminum, basically. More tariffs likely coming. The Congressional Budget Office just a short time ago put out a couple of new reports, one suggesting that the big beautiful bill is going to add something like $10 trillion on to the overall deficits over a period of years, and then that the tariffs would reduce that by about $3 trillion.
Vi har ett bullflagg med brud här nu.
And that's the caveat that the CBO puts on their numbers today, that they don't know what tariffs are actually going to be imposed. So that's
Så går det 5 minuter snart, så finner vi.
How much are we going to tariff people, and who are we going to tariff?
Mike, what's that nerdy chart that you have?
Jeg shorta mer, 2 sekunder.
Actually, I was looking at steel today, and because of you, of course, Alex Steele. And the fact that when Trump put on his tariffs in 2017, we saw a short-term rise in employment at steel mills, but then that rolled over, and the number of jobs in the downstream, people who use steel in their industries, fabricated metal producers, really fell significantly, lost about 75,000 jobs. So it'll be something we're going to have to watch those two numbers in Friday and the following month's reports on how the steel tariffs are affecting the economy.
Yeah, I love that.
So I think I better come in on Friday.
Nei, virker som gull funker ekstremt bra som det skal, på tross av Nasdaq. Det var det som var testen min her nå.
It's really going to be in the next 2 months maybe that we'll get hard data. So I feel like you could still get that on the Jersey Shore, but
it's going to be rainy.
TBD. Oh, well then definitely come in with that. All right. Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg National Economics and Policy.
Ikke helt ferdig. Han må komme ned her nå. Å, fy faen. Nå gjør vi pang. Gull dette. Kompis? Hæ? Ikke mye da. Faller litt. Ne. Du tar øredobben din, du. Ne? Og se der dropper gulleren og tester her nå. Ser du det, Robert?
Ja, jeg ser det.
Ja. Der er Jonesy boy. Jonesy boy. Jonesy boy. Tar ikke vinster da, eller kanskje?
Jeg har en liten buy på 71.
Ja, det er det han skal teste. Det er det han skal teste. Ja. Jeg bare leker meg litt her nå, bare for å gjøre mange trades.
Ja, så kjøpte jeg 0 og bruddet på flagget.
Han droppet bra nå. Men Nasdaq er bare helt talentløst, ass. Han tok imot på 71 akkurat. Sett til 2 nye. Ja, det er shorter. Men bare se om det funker det jeg driver og ser på. Det er litt skummelt, for det er akkurat på støtte her. Men hvis jeg treffer noe, så detter det gullet ganske bra ned her. Så da gjør jeg det.
Det er 60.
Han J-Master kjøper gull. Jeg shorter gull.
J-Master har ikke tapt penger, så...
Jeg kjører krigføring med J-Master.
Det tror jeg er lett.
Enn så lenge leder jeg på gull akkurat nå. Får vi se hvor lenge det varer.
Hvis du ikke slår han der, så kan du slutte å trede.
Ja, Mazda skal egentlig falle dager. Men nå har Nvidia gått til rødt.
Du ser helt rett, Lena, det er bullish flag der.
Hvorfor går Botox short da? Han skjønner ikke selv engang.
Ja, det er ikke alltid formasjonene innfrier da.
Skal se om jeg treffer på shorten da.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Weaker than expected economic data has led to speculation that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P right now up 0.2%, higher by 10. The Dow up 30, up less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 60. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.88%. Gold up 0.5%, 33.71 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 62.78 a barrel on WTI. Industry data suggests there could be cracks forming in America.
Ja, det dropper bra der da.
And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny
Det leter rett i telefonen. Hva det for noe der, lille gutten?
Businesses added workers at the slowest pace in 2 years in May, a gain of 37,000.
That's
below
crawling.
last year's monthly average. The slowdown in hiring points to high anxiety about erratic White House economic policies. On Friday, the government issues its monthly employment report. Economists are forecasting slower payroll growth in the official data too. Benito Giudice, Bloomberg.
Tesla shares 3.2%. Tesla's vehicle shipments from its China factory fell for an 8th month. Meanwhile,
Nabokatta kom tuslende fra kjøkkenet. Er du god og mett?
Ja, spist kost seg.
Ja, sikkert.
70 nå på Nasdaq. Nei, på gull.
We've got stocks higher. S&P right now up 11, gain there of 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live here at the BNY Insight Conference, National Harbor, Maryland, at the Gaylord Convention Center. Fantastic facility. We're meeting a lot of really smart people. And I would say the theme across these 2 days, speaking to the BNY folks, is AI, how it's impacting global financial services. And I think that's part of our next guest as well.
I think so.
Ainsley Simmons, executive platform owner, Wealth Service.
One
guess we didn't get that we have to get is the person who gives and designs the titles. The wording is phenomenal. Ainsley, thanks so much for joining us here. Again, a common theme with your colleagues, all parts of the business of BNY, is how AI is in fact impacting the business. How's it impacting your business in the wealth platform?
Yeah, so the wealth management industry is facing a bit of a crisis, right? There are not enough advisors to service all the demand that's out there. More people than the industry is really able to give. So that means we can manufacture new advisors from thin air. There's a productivity issue. We need to make
han rører jo faen ikke på seg I hvert fall.
So they can spend more time with clients. And there's an incredible opportunity for AI there. AI at its core is helping us be more productive. It helps us research faster, it helps us get tasks done faster, and there's an incredible opportunity in wealth management. There are so many tasks that advisors do that they really don't have to do.
So, let's say private wealth management business 20 years ago. How does it look now versus then? Like, what would
Han ramla med 100 poeng.
Look like? Yeah, so 20 years ago,
Nei, jeg bare kødda. Han ramla med 30.
You know, in an office, it would have been pad paper, and then they would have gone off for a couple weeks and come back with, you know, a plan. Today, you're probably doing that on a laptop, and, you know, in a couple days, you're probably settling in on what's the right strategy for you. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, you'll be doing that real time. You'll be doing it with the advisor right in front of them. They'll be trying on different strategies. You'll be making decisions together. And when you walk out, you're going to feel fully confident that you're headed in the right direction.
Jeg har blitt sammen med en spillegal dame.
And I think that really is where the industry needs to go to get to where I think we all need to be, which is to offer more individuals the opportunity to have a terrific experience with an advisor.
My number 3 offspring, as Alex well knows, is in the wealth management business. He's recently out of college a couple of years, and he's with a really good firm, and I think that's a great opportunity. Why aren't there more people? Because when I was in
Nvidia gikk rett til rødt, og så bouncer han rett til grønt igjen. Det jo så jævla... Det så manipulert dette at det gidder ikke nevne noe snart. Hvert eneste fall faller, så går den dritten opp.
Tough job markets are, but they still are faced with a lot of opportunities. They
can,
influencers. There's lots of things these young kids can do. I think wealth management.
Nei, Lena, hun har begynt å trade på egne, så det hennes egen feil.
Selling the person.
Det ikke min skyld.
Really the noble profession that it is, that you get to serve your community, that you get to help other people. And I think somewhere in the 80s and 90s, it got a little tainted with,
my generation.
Yeah, Wall Street, greed is good kind of things. Yeah. It's not that at all. Every advisor here that I know is really focused on serving their communities, serving, really close relationships, friends, that they feel very responsible for and really attuned to. So I think it is a terrific profession. I think, the industry needs to continue to but yeah, there still is a little bit of a halo, I think, from some things in the past.
I just think it would be really amazing if you could sit down with an advisor or even like online and real time be like, well, here's what this product is.
Yeah, and
if you invest in this is the return. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah,
that's where we're going.
Well, so the talk I gave yesterday about the platform of tomorrow really highlighted that interplay, that true interplay between advisors and investors.
Usually what happens is you say, I have this goal, I need to change this goal, and then it takes like a couple weeks to get back with the product.
I'll get back to you, exactly.
And then it takes like, let me understand the product more, which is fine.
Yeah, it's just not real time, and you're not making decisions together. And that's where I really think the platform of tomorrow that really connects investors and advisors in a seamless experience is the future. And that is what we're focused on here at BNY. We are focused on Wove Platform, which is the platform that connects advisors and investors in one singular infrastructure and uses the same common data set and operating system to run those two sides of the equation. And that makes that interplay possible. So I really see that future as not only possible, but likely.
I even think just being the apps I have on my phone now, including, my bigger accounts at investment banks and stuff. It's every month I'll pop it open. Oh, there's that feature. That's new.
Yeah,
that's new.
Yeah.
So it's constant innovation, I think, on the part of financial services writ large. What's the biggest, aside from attracting talented wealth advisors, what's the big challenge for you? Is it going to your CFO and saying, I need more money to invest more in the technology of my platform?
Well, thankfully, that's not my challenge because BNY is fully committed to investing in this wealth platform that we call Wove Platform. So that's not my challenge. I think the challenge is really, we have so many clients onboarding and there's so many interesting things that people want to do. It's really just prioritizing and staying really focused on delivering what's going to work for most clients first, and then sort of go from there. So we just launched our new fixed income trading product here. We launched our new UMA product. Those were like top of the list for a lot of our clients that we're onboarding, and just keeping that sort of prioritization going and being really tight-fisted on trying not to do too much. That really is my biggest challenge, to be honest.
Really interesting. It was really great to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ainsley Simmons, Executive Platform Owner, Wealth Services Platform for BNY Pershing. Does your third offspring like the private wealth management?
He does. It's not. It wasn't a natural fit. Like for me, it was just preordained. I was going to Wall Street back in the day. This was a little bit of a, this is interesting. And he's been in it for 3 years. And I said, just keep grinding, keep learning. And I sent him your CEO's talking points to him yesterday because your talking points was to say to the industry, and it's like, boy, we need more people. We need more smart people. There's huge dollars involved. I said, just keep plugging away, dude.
Is it? He's enjoying it. It's just sort of you're grinding, like you're getting used to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard work. They work them hard. And I said, you're making good money. And there's a lot of money out there. You're actually, I don't know if you care about that. That's all I cared back in the day.
Anyway, really interesting stuff. We will continue the conversation as we wrap up here at the conference. We're going to have one more segment before Paul and I run to Union Station. Stephanie Pierce is Deputy Head of BNY Investments. She'll be joining us on market and all the economic uncertainty that we are seeing. Just look at the economic data that we saw this morning for any indication. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, jeg shopper her, jeg. Var ikke hundene så opptatt av han? Hva? Da er vi liksom ned og leker med bekjente der. Skal jeg ta den? Ikke noe unna. Si ifra når jeg skal hente den, da. Melding. Amazon invested 10 billion in North... Nei, AI. Det stopper jo ikke det AI-greiene. Det blir bare teitere og teitere.
Alongside Paul Sweeney, this is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from BNY Insight 2025. We are at the Gaylord National Convention Center right here in Maryland. Beautiful view of the Potomac as we sit right here on National Harbor. So as we round out our time here at BNY Invest Insight 2025, how do you take a look at the broader landscape? We have a bit into the Treasury market. We have a little bit mixed in the equity market. What do you do? Joining us now is Stephanie Pierce, a deputy head of BNY Investments. Your job can't be easy right now, right? Because at one hand, you have so much uncertainty, and some of that uncertainty could wind up to be structural in some ways. But your clients are going to be looking for long-term advice.
Treffer jeg den shorten her, så gjør jeg faen meg en innertier. Når jeg shorta... Det er ikke stor posisjon, men det er litt stor da, for å være meg. 0,12.
As you said, there could not be more urgency to be solving clients' needs for solutions, not products, but solutions. Because this is a time where if growth is going to slow and inflation is going to heat up, right, they're nervous, they're concerned. Nobody knows what's going to happen. That's the headline, is uncertainty. So we're very focused on providing solutions, and we've launched some really exciting ones at this conference.
What are you hearing from your clients these days? Do they react to the news like the markets tend to react to the news? Are they successful taking that long-term view? Hand-holding? What are you hearing from your advisors?
Yeah, so advisors are definitely hand-holding clients, and our job is to empower them to do that. So one of the things, Paul, that we introduced just yesterday at this conference is our Portfolio Flex solution.
Den traden her spennende, ass. For den kan faktisk gi en... Den kan gi meg en skikkelig innertier, eller så får jeg en rett i trynet. Det enten eller. På den gulltraden her nå. Det blir enten en innertier, eller så blir det en rett i trynet. Det er ikke sånn kanskje, det er sånn enten eller. Enten rett i trynet, eller en perfekt, nydelig slakt. Den kan bli så vakker at det er helt ubeskrivelig, og det er på live. Se, Øyvind er jo på som fan. Emper også. Og der dette gullet ned. Kom igjen, skål folkens! Kom igjen, gull. Gull.
Are created by our team and embedded in our research process. So it gives them a lot of hand-holding to be able to then in turn customize for the client, knowing that they're backstopped and powered by the horsepower that we have at BNY.
I think one of the things that probably surprised Alex and I a little bit is the talk about alternatives and how prevalent clients here. And again, I was just speaking for myself. I was surprised that it was more than a token 5 or 10%. That for
Oi, nå treffer vi. Skal vi se om han bryter det. Hvis jeg treffer han nå, så sier det smukk, så går han til 65. Skal vi se da, om jeg leser det riktig her nå.
Alternative investments for our advisors and for their clients. So it's essentially a manager research or due diligence team.
71 nå. 70 nå. 71.
You know, have part of that is embedded in our research. And so what we like to do is make sure that we're utilizing best of breed managers.
70-82 nå. Jeg kan kanskje vise dere gul, så dere kan se gul sammen med meg da. Eller ser dere gul kanskje? 70-88 nå. Kom igjen.
And in alternatives where the transparency and liquidity is not quite the same as it is in traditional markets, that's where that kind of homework is really important. And as you said, it's a newer asset class, Paul, for advisors. So part of the work we do is also helping them think about how to size that within the overall asset allocation based on the client's
gul, my friends.
How hard is it for the knowledge base to continue?
Jeg short nå, ikke sant? Får vi se hva jeg treffer.
So hard is it for you guys, and how hard is it for your clients?
It's a lot to keep up with at BNY because of the ecosystem that we live in, where we are a very large custodian to many of these managers, as well as
fy faen, det ramler.
Ned til 66, eller 60?
Ja, skal ned til 65-ish. Hvis jeg treffer nå, så detter den ned dit.
Ja, 65.
Pluss at Nasdaq faller også, så du ser at den bryr seg ikke noe om Nasdaq, og det liker jeg veldig. Han følger egentlig bare teknisk. Jeg kan egentlig ta litt gevinst nå, men jeg skal ikke gjøre det. Jeg har satt en ganske stor ordre, så jeg vil bare se om jeg treffer bra der. Akkurat her nå så er jo støtteområdet på gull, og vi ser Nasdaq faller, så nå kan jo folk begynne å kjøpe gull, men jeg bare teknisk nå så skal han ned til 65.
Vil du selge alle?
On the board of the U.S. Ski and Snowboard? Awesome. That is very cool. I like that. Yeah, she's on the board of U.S. Ski
at 2026.
Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. I'm all set for that. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Top stories coming up throughout the day. Alex and I finish up our time here. 2 days it's been great in the nation's capital, and the BNY Inside people always take care of us.
Beautiful weather, too,
yes,
by the way.
Fantastic weather.
Side note on that.
Yep.
Markets, gotta say, going absolutely nowhere. You have the NASDAQ up just 0.2%, the S&P up 0.1%, the Dow's now flat. Volume is a little bit mixed, so stocks holding in relative to the data that we got from ADP as well as ISM Services. Paul and I will be back in the studio tomorrow. We will see you there. Good luck trading. Happy Wednesday. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is CBS News After Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. There's been an arrest in connection with last month's bombing at a Palm Springs, California fertility clinic.
Daniel Park of Kent, Washington was arrested last night at New York's JFK Airport. It's not clear what charges he will face or what his role in the bombing was. Investigators believe the car bomber, Guy Edward Barkis, died in the explosion. They said at the time they were investigating whether Barkis had any help. The FBI isn't sure if he intended to die in the blast. Park may have provided material support for the bomb. Michael Wallace, CBS News, New York.
The Trump tariffs on steel and
Klarer ikke bryte. Ikke enda I hvert fall.
50%.
Tok ikke gevinst.
Think about a car. What goes into a big portion of the car? Steel and aluminum. You're a soda drinker. You're
Jeg var sammen med deg.
And steel cans, right? There's a big portion of that.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates over 10 years when the Trump budget bill will cut taxes by $3.7 trillion.
The nonpartisan CBO's estimate says in addition to a deficit increase of $2.4 trillion, the tax cut and spending proposal will increase the number of people without health insurance by 10.9 million. Some Republicans, including Kentucky Senator Rand Paul,
Nå faller Nasdaq, da.
proposed an increase in the nation's
Nasdaq bør
debt.
tryne mye mer,
President Trump wants
egentlig.
to sign the bill into law by July 4th. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Well, now to New York and the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial.
We're hearing from Frank Piazza. He's a forensic video expert
Huh?
who's testifying about technical aspects of this footage that the jury has seen. It goes towards underlying allegations of bribery and obstruction of justice that are part of the racketeering conspiracy charge against Combs. We're also expecting to hear from Brianna Bondelin.
Hvem?
She's a friend of Cassie Ventura's who's filed her own civil lawsuit against Combs. She's accused him of dangling her
Tøffer han
off
seg?
of a balcony and also of violently abusing her. Katrina Kaufman, CBS News, New York.
Well, Tulsa's Mayor Monroe Nichols applauds the $105 million reparations plan
Ja,
100 years after the race massacre that left about 300 black residents dead.
My goal is to make sure that
Var
we
ikke
take all
voldelig,
the
han var
steps we
tøff.
possibly can to mitigate the harms of the 1921 race massacre.
Well, CBS's Jim Krasula has more on labor unrest at FedEx.
We are fed up with management. That was the message from FedEx pilots, including Jose Niaz, who rallied outside the company's headquarters in Memphis, Tennessee.
We are concerned about the future of the company. We are concerned and frustrated with the progress in our negotiations that has been over 4 years.
Faen, klarte ikke bryte ned, altså.
Pilots say the company is putting profits over people.
The Dow is up 22 points. This is CBS News.
Hvorfor sier du det? Gustav. Gustav. Skal han følge til hundene?
A new report looks at how we feel about tipping.
Bankrate.com's annual survey finds Americans are tipping more often after years of decline, but 63% are just plain turned off by being constantly asked to reward.
Jeg shorter mer gull her.
Analyst Ted
Jeg gir meg ikke.
Common negative views are that businesses pay their staff better rather than relying so much on tips. And 38% say they're annoyed with those pre-entered tip screens.
Older generations are more likely to tip, with 20% being the sweet spot.
One thing's for sure, I don't see tipping going away anytime soon.
Brad Gibson for CBS News.
The New York Times reports the Washington Post is considering a plan which has been named Ripple to have non-professional writers contribute to its opinion columns. The writers would get help from an AI writing coach, and human editors would review the pieces for publication outside the paper's paywall. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump leans on Senate Republicans to pass his tax and spending bill just as Elon Musk tries to kill it. Welcome to the Wednesday edition with moving parts on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. We'll be joined ahead with breaking news from Bloomberg's Laura Davison with the latest. It's debate night in New York, 9 on stage, and we're going to look at the mayor's race along with some major gubernatorial primaries set for next week that no one's talking about. New Jersey, Virginia, we see you, and we'll discuss with Matthew Klein at the Cook Political Report. We'll spend some time today with Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence after the big breaker, the Fed taking the shackles off Wells Fargo, lifting the asset cap that the bank has enjoyed for the past 7 years. We start, as always, on Wall Street with much to talk about this hour. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the markets in New York to get us rolling here. Charlie, what do you see?
Right now, looking at a market that's little changed. You mentioned Wells Fargo. That stock up by 1%. Putting that in context right now, we have got the S&P 500 index up 0.1%. Higher by 6, well off session highs. Dow Industrials up by 10. That is a gain of just under 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 37 now, up by about 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, which had been higher for much of the morning, trading lower now. Little change, down under 0.1%. 10-year at 4.35%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.87%. Spot gold is up $20 the ounce, higher by about 0.6%. The precious metal at $33.73. Right now, we have got West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, $62.71 a barrel. On trade, President Trump says Chinese President Xi Jinping is, quote, extremely hard to make a deal with. Sarah Hunt is chief market strategist at Alpine Woods Capital Investors. Interviewed on Bloomberg Daybreak, she told us she is optimistic that despite those Trump comments, the U.S. and China will reach a trade deal.
I think that there has been enough trade exhaustion over the last several days or several months and weeks that there is some feeling that there will be a conclusion that will be positive for markets, because it would be devastating to both economies. So I think that there is a little bit of people starting to look through some of the rhetoric and expect that something will get done.
Sarah Hunt of Alpine Woods Capital Investors. Dollar Tree plunging after warning investors its second quarter profit could be down as much as 50% from a year ago as it deals with tariff-related costs. Dollar Tree right now down 6.8%. Yesterday we heard from Dollar General, and stock lower today as well, down by 1.3%. Bottom line here, stocks are fading, still in the green, little change. The key takeaway at midday, S&P up 5, up 0.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Washington, once again, your host here is Joe Mackey.
All right, Charlie, thank you, my friend. Good to see Charlie Pellet every day, live from Washington. I am Joe
Oi,
Mackey.
se på
It's
gull
great
da.
to have you with us here on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio Channel 121, and on
De rører
YouTube.
på seg med kusehår.
Along with all of our programs from Washington and New York, search Bloomberg Business News Live.
Skal han ta Lucy?
Bloomberg Originals taking the program as well. You can't hide from us. I'll tell you about the podcast later, because you might have some stuff to catch up on today. The tariffs have taken effect. It happened while you were sleeping, presumably. 12:01 a.m. Tariffs on steel and aluminum doubling to 50% today. I haven't seen too many ripples in the markets because, of course, the president told us about this on Friday night in the big rally. This is something that we're going to be talking about throughout the day, the economic impact, the tariffs, the CBO, by the way, talking about them, actually scoring the tariff program we'll discuss with Laura Davison in a moment. But we've got a big, beautiful bill to wrangle here, and the president's going to have another opportunity with Senate Republicans. They've been meeting and talking every day so far this week. Interesting to note, President Trump has not been, right? Another day here with at least so far no public events scheduled for a man who tends to spend a lot of time on camera on a day that ends in Y. Senate Republicans today holding an afternoon confab, talk about plans for the bill. Then the Senate Finance Committee, Republicans will go to the White House for a party. You're right, producer James reminding me, big soiree at the White House tonight. This is for the new staffers, presumably. They're going to party under the stars in Washington. John Thune, I don't know, maybe he'll be there. He's going to be leading this delegation across town to the White House a little bit later on today to talk with President Trump. I'm getting into the idea of changes on the tax bill. Here's what he said earlier when Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall got up.
It is a concern, which is why we need something
Nasdaq bygger på et stort fall her, da.
is all about. So, yes,
Ser
we're
ut som.
paying attention to the markets. I think the markets in the end are going to react very favorably to the spending reductions we're going to
Han
do
kan ikke
and the
hakke skjul i
program
veggen.
policies you're going to see in this legislation.
If you were with us on YouTube, you saw she almost had to follow him into the elevator. Bond market reaction she's asking about. Are we calling it the OBA? Is that still BBB? I'm getting confused.
You know, Trump has shortened it from the one big beautiful bill to just the big beautiful bill, BBB, which is of course the same thing as Biden's signature and then failed legislation. So
it's a loop tape, but in my mind I can't. So it's Wednesday. We got a couple new wrinkles here. Laura Davison is with us, Bloomberg's Washington Deputy Bureau Chief, who has to grind through this coverage on every story that comes out of Washington having to do with politics. So, all right, let's get into this. The meeting today, John Thune and company go to the White House. All they're going to talk about is Elon Musk, right?
You know, we'll see where Trump lands on that, but of course there.
Faen, fuglen hakka høl I veggen, du.
The one big beautiful bill. Trump has, started already this week calling up senators, sort of strong-arming them, blasting some of them. Rand Paul, for example, for his opposition of the bill. So this is probably going to be a little bit of a tense meeting in that you've got Trump, who is really at this point does not care so much about the details, just wants to get it done. Where you've got a lot of Republican senators who have, somewhat more Medicaid cuts, somewhat less Medicaid cuts. Obviously, that's in direct opposition. You have folks that are, trying to address.
Geir, det I det rommet som ikke malt. Så det ikke, det må males der.
This is important. Yeah, take notes while she's talking. This is all of a sudden we're hearing about this in the last 24 hours.
Really didn't get a lot of attention, and then bond traders started looking through it and said, "Look, this could be a huge tax on basically anyone who owns U.S. Treasuries or have other interests that are non-U.S. people investing in the U.S." So a huge issue that they've got to address. Thune also last night said SALT could also change. This was a very hard-fought negotiation in the House, but the senators, Republican senators, they don't care about SALT, and they want to use some of that revenue, some of that money that House members were able to get to pay for some of the other priorities.
Da kan noe gull faktisk stikke av, da.
One thing is out. There had been some speculation by John Thune himself about the estate
Da
tax
vi har noe inn.
in this legislation. This is a political fight that Republicans have had, going back for decades. Remember, they've branded it the death tax. Thune has been at the forefront of that fight and came out and said earlier today that he thinks it's not likely. This is really sort of a frank concession, an admission that Republicans are not going to get everything they want in this bill. This is
Nasdaq faller, begynner å bygge på seg nå.
Priorities are already off the table.
Og da kommer gull ned også. Bra, det liker vi begge to. Kanskje, oi, nå går jeg mål med shortene mine. Juhu, endelig, bra.
Posts on X, I think, that we counted over a 6-hour period, 13 overnight following the big one in which he said, shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. This isn't making waves in Washington. Democrats are talking about it more, as you'd suspect, but now Republicans say, well, he didn't want to repeal the EV tax credits. What do you expect? It's becoming more and more clear that Musk made a lot of enemies during his time in Washington. And I think Republicans are very happy that he's no longer in his official position and can, in many cases, just ignore him. You have a lot of, Mike Johnson at a press conference this morning said he's really disappointed in Musk. He also noted, interestingly, that he had a phone call with Musk on Monday night where Musk told him, hey, I'm going to make sure that you are able to keep the House. I'm going to spend on some of these races so that Republicans can keep their majority. Mike Johnson called him back last night just to sort of check in, and especially after the barrage of critical comments. Musk did not pick up the phone. He didn't pick up the phone. You're screaming, Mike.
Å, fy faen, se gull ramla!
Well, it does make you wonder if he ever
Ja, jeg traff. Fy faen, Jones, du en cowboy!
You made a really interesting remark there. This tax on treasury holders is something that emerged late in the game, after the House passed.
Fy faen, det mulig?
Reading the bill now. Marjorie Taylor
Herregud!
read a section banning states from passing their own AI regulations. I'm a no now. Mike Flood hadn't read the section, would make it
Bare ikke det kommer opp igjen nå.
You have to be a no now unless that comes out.
Han må bryte ordentlig ned. Han testa, klarte ikke. På pipa.
So no one read it.
No one was able to read it, including reporters, including anyone. I mean, we didn't actually have the final text of the bill until just a couple of hours before the bill actually, passed on the House floor. The Senate's going to move a bit slower, though they are talking about this very ambitious timeline. July 4th. Of course, we may actually get a first cut of the bill text as soon as next weekend is looking like when that might come out. But still, that's only a couple of weeks from seeing the first work product to actually passing something into law that is a huge moment.
Tar imot på 337, bryter 337, så det rett ned til 65. Det den går rundt på.
I just find it incredible that we're hearing so much criticism of the CBO from Republicans who say this is some sort of partisan exercise and they're not looking at the right numbers, no dynamic scoring. They've been wrong for years. CBO today had pretty nice things to say about the president's tariff program.
They did. They said that the tariffs would cut the deficit over the next decade by $2.8 trillion. I'll note that's more than what CBO in a report just an hour before said the tax bill would cost. That would be $2.4 trillion
So it's paid
added.
for?
So if you net all of those, then yes, it would be paid for. That's not the way it works kind of for legislative scoring, but in the big picture, yes. The other thing that's important here is this CBO report on tariffs just goes through what was in effect as of May 13th, at mid-May. Obviously, things have been changing drastically. So if Trump were to dial down the tariffs or have things off and on, or have certain tariffs that really shrunk the economy, that could all play into how much money those tariffs bring in. So it's very much it's a data point that is imperfect, but gives us a sense of, this is, going on $3 trillion worth in tariffs.
This is a big development. So now you're going to have the same Republicans who have been questioning the intentions and ability of the CBO they're going to say, look, the CBO says it's paid for, right? That's the next 24-hour news cycle.
That's the next 24-hour news cycle. You and I have both been in Washington long enough to know that lawmakers love to cherry pick certain data points to prove their point. But this is going to be an awkward position for them while they're on, in the same breath criticizing CBO for what it's saying about the tax bill, lauding what it said on tariffs.
Unbelievable. Great to spend time with Laura Davison, as always. Just wait. There'll be 5 more stories waiting for you when you get back into the newsroom. Our Deputy Bureau Chief here in Washington and a dear friend of the program, Laura Davison, walking us through the weeds here on a Wednesday with much more to follow. By the way, in our second hour, we're going to talk to 2 lawmakers with stakes in the game here. Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee and Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, both teed up for the second hour of Balance of Power. Straight ahead, though, we turn
Se on gul bryter ned, da. Må jeg penger igjen.
in New York, gubernatorial elections for the primaries next week. It's ahead on Bloomberg.
Nasdaq gikk opp med 30 poeng igjen. La oss se hvorfor. Er det Lido, eller? Nei. Hva er det som drar opp Nasdaq her, da? Alt er bare dritt der. Tesla var ikke, Broadcom var ikke. Det er Microsoft som holder seg oppe. Men gul, får vi se om han tar imot igjen, eller om han klarer å bryte ned der nå.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got U.S. stocks now trading a little changed after a brief dip in the red for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And a few minutes ago, we did have the S&P 500 index turning negative. But right now, we are looking at gains barely, with the S&P up 2 points, 59.72, up under 0.1%. Dow Industrials will call that unchanged right now on the day, with NASDAQ up 28 for NASDAQ. The composite index up 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.1%. But the Bloomberg Mag 7 index lower now by 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.35%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.86%. Spot gold up $19 the ounce, up 0.6%, 33.72. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, 62.66 for a barrel of WTI. A contraction in U.S. service providers and a deceleration in hiring drove bond yields down across the U.S. curve. Again, the 10-year 4.35%. Tesla shares are down 3.4%. Tesla's vehicle sales from its China factory fell for an 8th straight month. This is a ship carrying about 3,000 cars to Mexico. It was abandoned in the middle of the Pacific Ocean after catching fire. The ship's manager, Zodiac Maritime, said smoke was first seen coming from a deck on the morning Midas that was carrying electric vehicles. Again, recapping, the Dow now negative, down 13, down less than 0.1%. The S&P little changed on the day, higher by under 0.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, my friend, the great Charlie Pellet with his eyes on Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. Thanks for coming along. Satellite radio channel 121, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. You can't hide from the program as we gear up for a big night in the big city, the New York mayoral race. And the debate tonight, 9 candidates, how about it, on stage for the first televised debate of the Democratic primary. We'll be watching Andrew Cuomo, of course, among others. This is 10 days, by the way, before early voting begins, and I'll probably be sitting here tomorrow talking to you about some of the highlights or lowlights that come out of this debate. With that in mind, they're going to be voting even earlier in New Jersey. This is a story that, for some reason, isn't getting enough attention. We've got 2 major gubernatorial primaries coming up here this month, okay? June 10, New Jersey. By the way, they're already voting in person, early voting. Then on June 17,
Se på gul nå, får vi se om han treffer som jeg driver og venter på.
It's getting real in New Jersey. The president of the United States actually held a tele-town hall, or whatever they call them, a tele-rally for Jack Ciattarelli last evening, now that voting is actually taking place. And we wanted to lay down a mark on this because it's going to be a big deal next week, so let's get ready. With Matthew Klein, we bring in an expert from the Cook Political Report. He's U.S. House and Governor's analyst, and looking at these 2 states leaning Democratic, according to Cook. Matthew, welcome to Balance of Power. It's great to have you join the conversation here on Bloomberg. Let's start with New Jersey. What are you watching?
Yeah, well, New Jersey is interesting because it shifted so much toward Donald Trump last cycle. I mean, Kamala Harris only won the state by about 6 points. And so ordinarily we think of New Jersey as being a fairly solidly Democratic state. But there have been a couple of trends, including the last governor's race there, that was much closer than expected. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this race, but with regard to the primaries that are happening, the Republican side seems pretty much sewn up. Donald Trump has endorsed Jack Ciattarelli, who was the nominee 4 years ago, came remarkably close to unseating Governor Phil Murphy. But the Democratic side has been sort of a chaotic brawl, like a 6-way challenge between Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, who is the front runner at this point, and there seem to be a couple of other candidates who are potentially in the hunt. That would be Jersey City Mayor Stephen Fulop, Newark Mayor Ross Baraka, and then a couple of the other contenders, including Congressman Josh Gottheimer, have struggled to catch fire in this primary. That's not for lack of spending. It's already seen millions of dollars in spending, but this race right now seems to be Mikey Sherrill's to lose, although with 6 days to go, there is still a decent amount of intrigue with regard to who will come out on top.
Well, that's interesting. What are polls telling you about Mikey Sherrill? The Congresswoman joined us here on the program just a couple of weeks ago. She spoke passionately about this race. Is there any issue that could change the trajectory here as we head for the primary?
Well, I was saying that Michael Sherrill is the front runner, but it's a tentative front runner, right? This is a six-way race, and so we have the leader with 30-something% of the vote. That's hardly a commanding lead, and so it won't take much in the way of a slip-up or a gaffe in the last couple of days to kind of shake things up a little bit. Mikey Sherrill benefits a lot from being the only woman in a six-way field. Of course, this is a Democratic primary, so women make up the majority of voters typically, and we wouldn't expect that to be any different this time around. So, a lot of this is going to come down to who the candidates are all positioning themselves basically as who is the most capable of being a fighter back against Donald Trump and his administration. And so you see this in all the ads. There are boxing motifs and candidates talking about who's the fighter. You got Mikey Sherrill in her military garb talking about that. Trump is looming very, very large in this gubernatorial primary because the Democratic base is just so hungry for a fighter right now and somebody who can push back against the president.
Really interesting. You laid that out nicely for us. And yeah, the campaign ads, Mikey Sherrill in the jumpsuit standing in front of a helicopter. You find some parallels with that campaign and that of Congresswoman Spanberger, who's of course running for governor in Virginia. Another national security-minded, now I guess former member here, with a real tie to the military community. It's hard to discount the relationship between the two. What's got your attention in Virginia as we head for that primary a couple of weeks later?
I think what's so interesting about these races is that exactly what you mentioned. Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, both the front runners for the Democratic nomination. In Spanberger's case, she's already sewn it up. They have such similarities. They were actually roommates on Capitol Hill. They both came in the class of 2018 here.
Kanskje vi får en breakout her nå. Det var veldig morsomt å få det på live da.
Republican-held seats that cycle.
At vi både traff opp og treffer på vei ned. Det hadde vært litt kult da.
General consensus is that Spanberger has done a slightly better job both coalescing the Democratic base, and she also seems to have done a very, very good job with regard to fundraising. And
vi kjøpte jo på 52.
Sears, who's the lieutenant governor, has struggled a little bit in the fundraising department. She's also struggled to kind of match the moderate profile that Governor Glenn Youngkin has. Even though she's his number two, she has made a couple of comments about particularly some of these federal layoffs that are happening, Virginia being a very, very important, a lot of federal workers in Northern Virginia and down in the Hampton Roads region. She has made some comments about laying off the federal workers being laid off, and it's sort of just like everybody gets laid off. That's a very, very tough sell of a message, and so you already see Democrats touting that on billboards and in ads throughout the state.
But you see it as Spanberger's to lose, yeah?
I think that's the general consensus at this point. It certainly sounds like from the conversations that we've had with Republicans that New Jersey has the president's interest and a lot of more of the attention, even though the states voted about the same in 2024.
Great to have you on board, Matthew. Come see us again. He's at the Cook Political Report where he covers House and Governor's races. Matthew Klein, great pleasure to meet you here on Bloomberg and Balance of Power. You saw the headline this morning about Wells Fargo. By the way, we'll keep you posted next Tuesday. We'll be talking a lot about this stuff, especially with regard to New Jersey. Wells Fargo's asset cap is lifted today by the Federal Reserve. It's been in place for 7 years. You saw them popping corks this morning, effectively at the New York Stock Exchange. Wells Fargo has been released from this cap that, as I mentioned, is 7 years old, having met the conditions, according to the Fed, required by an enforcement action imposed back in 2018 to remove the restriction. We wanted to talk about this, particularly ahead of our conversation with Senator Elizabeth Warren next hour, who is, by the way, not happy about this move, with Nathan Dean, who is an expert on the banking industry and, in fact, U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg.
Gå ut med deg!
Nathan, it's great to have you here. I don't know if you saw this coming today, but a lot of folks thought this would be lifted a long time ago. It was a unanimous decision, and it's being seen as very good news for Wells Fargo. What's your reaction?
Yeah, so I think there was some anticipation that with the Trump victory,
Det
this was going to
oppen
go
over
in
igjen.
2025. The stock's
Hvis
up
han
40%
klarer ikke
since
bryte ned
November.
her, jeg må ha han
Compared
under
to around
70.
4 to 6% for the KBW index. So a lot of this was priced in. What I would say is that Wells Fargo for the last 7 years has been having this hang where they can't grow beyond 1.95 trillion in terms of assets. And now there's a lot of operational flexibility. That's the word that our chief banks analyst, Allison Williams, used in her note on this, is operational flexibility. So now that they're no longer under the asset cap, Wells Fargo has the ability to go out there and grow, most likely wholesale deposits. And when you put it into comparison over those 7 years, Citigroup grew around $2 billion, and then Bank of America grew around $1 billion in conjunction.
Pretty wild statement from Senator Elizabeth Warren. As I mentioned, she's demanding 5 years now of exam reports, Nathan, from Wells Fargo. As a member of, and in fact, ranking member here of the banking committee, she says everyone here who made this decision should be embarrassed. Is she going to get those documents?
No, she's not. I'll just say that, for her to get those documents, she's going to have to really try and use every leverage point she can. And part of the frustration here from the Democratic perspective is that, Wells Fargo still had some of its issues that it had to resolve. The reason why it took so long is because for every 2 steps forward, there was another issue that put them 1 step back. But I will say here is that, the decision to lift an asset cap, that's made by Fed staff. That's not exactly a political decision. So I think what happened here is that Fed staff went to their board and said, look, we think that the Wells Fargo has met all of its MRAs and MRIAs and all the other things that they had to do to actually lift this asset cap. And we would also note is that this vote was unanimous, including Michael Barr, who up until February was the Fed vice chair for supervision. So Elizabeth Warren has probably a lot of anger on this, but, I think a lot of it was also directed at the wrong folks.
Well, she's been talking about repeated violations, saying it is stunning in a statement that the Fed could not wait until the company went even a full year without breaking the law before wiping its slate clean. She's talking about violations flagged, Nathan, by the SEC in January, by the CFPB 6 months ago, by the Comptroller of the Currency last September. Is she wrong about that stuff?
So there are violations and there are violations. I mean, the amount of consent orders and enforcement actions they had thrown at the banking industry is actually somewhat common. Obviously it's not good news for the banking industry, but there are violations out there that some banks get. But we would note is that, if you look at how Wells Fargo operated over the last 7 years, there were certainly curtails or things that moved them forward, but then there were also violations that warranted that asset cap remaining in place. But if, according to the Fed staff, it looks like they've met everything that they need to do. And in this order, there's additional steps they have to make, but it looks like this asset cap is gone for good.
Really interesting. Really glad you could join in the clutch here with the breaking story. Nathan Dean, of course, with apologies to Stumpy. If you're with us on YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. We'll always save a seat for you here in the studio on our YouTube feed. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you came along on the Wednesday edition. Our panel is in place. Jeannie Shanzano and Chapin Fay are on the way in to talk about this and exactly what Elon Musk is trying to do to the president's big, beautiful bill. He didn't say shame on you in the Oval Office on Friday. Surely he knew the math and knew the numbers behind it. Maybe he feels better about this new CBO score. We'll talk about that too, straight ahead, only on Bloomberg.
Ja, Nasdaq har prøvd nå hele tiden, men det skjer jo ingenting.
Hallo.
Halla.
Sveisann, sveisann.
Jeg shorta gull akkurat det.
Jeg hører det.
Så longa jeg i dag tidligere, eller i stad på 52.
Ja, den var fin.
Ja, den var jævla fin. La oss håpe at jeg treffer nå.
Den skal jo videre opp da.
Ja, jeg tror den skal til 3,5, 3007.
Alltid liv i meg, denne. Stort sett, nei, mens jeg ikke sovner på sofaen.
Eller drikker sprit og banker unga.
Ja.
Har du gjort noe mer salg nå?
Ja, jeg gjorde en del i helga, faktisk.
Jeg solgte
Salte jo en av de store robotene.
Ja, det var, ja, men det var ikke det bare en, eller var det flere?
Nei, jeg salte på en. Men jeg hadde 5-6 ordrer. Da.
Er det bare Snapchat, eller er det liksom sånn fra overalt?
Nei, det er ingenting fra Snap.
Det er kult da, da begynner det å gå litt av seg selv da.
Ja.
Den Nasdaq nå er helt dad. Det er det teiteste
Ja,
jeg har sett.
Jeg er smart.
Ja, det bør jo tryne til helvete på de tallene som kommer i dag, men det blir styrt av 3 selskaper. Nå er jeg pluss på shorten her, for bare å holde og se om det går bra. Hvordan er sentimentet nå?
På hva?
Nasdaq.
Ja, 52% long.
De som kjøper Nasdaq nå skjønner seriøst ingenting. De må være de mest dummeste, tilbakestående investorene i manns minne. Det mener jeg, altså. De som kjøper Nasdaq nå på all-time fucking high på de største selskapene på børs i USA, som kommer på profit-warninger på rekke og rad. Apple ble nedgradert i dag. ISM var under 50. Altså, folk er så tjukke i huet at jeg forstår ikke at det er mulig, ass. Jeg fatter faen ikke hva de tenker meg. Det er som å kjøpe en sånn konkursbo og tro at du gjør et gullkupp. Og nå falt gullet da. Han tar imot her hele tiden. Men jeg gidder ikke ta noe gevinst. Jeg skal ha hele dritten ned. Hæ? Jeg skal ikke ta noe. Så har jeg ikke redd for at jeg skal gå glipp av gevinst.
Lots of economic data today, and there is disheartening news on America's service industries.
Du vet det er synsk, Sahar.
With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The Institute for Supply Management reports its service industries index signaled contraction in May for the first time in almost a year. Demand slumped and inflation accelerated as higher tariffs slammed American businesses. Combined with today's surprisingly weak ADP report on the labor market, the data suggests White House policy gaffes are rattling confidence. The ISM data also suggests service industries are reconsidering appropriate staffing levels. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
After earnings, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise
trading higher by 0.8%. CrowdStrike after earnings down 6.4%. And Snowflake shares, they're gaining 1%. Analysts positive on the software company in the wake of its summit event. Again, recapping, S&P up 3, the Dow just turning around, a little changed, up now by 6. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, Joe Matthew and Daily Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks to you. I am Joe Matthew in Washington, where we have breaking news. It happens every day. It sure seems like in the 12 o'clock hour Eastern Time. This is straight from the White House. News of a 15-minute call. Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin. The president just posting on Truth Social. That's how we know about this. I just finished speaking by telephone.
Trump kommer melding nå.
Putin of Russia. The call lasted approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. I want to correct that. We discussed the attack on Russia's docked airplanes by Ukraine. This is important. And also various other attacks that have been taking place by both sides. It was a good conversation, Trump says, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. Quite to the contrary, the president writes that Putin did say, and very strongly, that he will have to respond to the recent attack on the airfields, of course referring to Ukraine.
Da kan noe gull kommet opp faktisk på den meldingen der fra Trump. Så vi får bare se hvordan det går nå.
In response to one of the most blistering missile attacks Russia has ever carried out against civilian targets in Ukraine. Now apparently we are leaving space for Vladimir Putin to respond again to the response. This post goes on to talk about a lot more, including Iran.
Reagerte ikke engang.
The fact, as the president says,
Det virker som at han har ikke så mye makt lenger nå, ass.
pertaining to nuclear weapons.
Hadde dette vært i forrige uke, så hadde vi jo bare gått alle veier her.
President Putin, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and on this I believe we were in agreement. It takes an interesting turn here now, as we leave space again for Vladimir Putin to continue attacking Ukraine. Donald Trump writes, President Putin suggested he will participate in the discussions with Iran, and that he could perhaps be helpful in getting this brought to a rapid conclusion. So we have a collab now, all of a sudden, with Vladimir Putin on Iran. We got to get to the panel on this. They didn't know they'd be talking about it. I didn't either. But that's how things go around here. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst, is with us. Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And glad to say Republican strategist Chapin Fay is along as well, founder of Lighthouse Public Affairs. Great to see you both. Welcome, as ever, to Bloomberg. Jeannie, out of the blue here, an hour, I should say, in 15 minutes. I'm having trouble with time today. What do you make of the timing here and the way that this is
You've
got a couple sections in a very long post, beginning with the fact that peace is not imminent in Ukraine. And apparently, the people of Ukraine have some tough days ahead. How do you read this?
Yeah, I haven't gotten to read. I was just listening to you read it out, Joe, so thank you. I haven't gotten to read the post. We didn't know, at least I didn't know this was coming. I am always in favor of communication. I think that's a good thing that the president and Vladimir Putin are talking. I think the real concern here is that we have gone now about 130, 140 days since the president took office, and we have really not seen any movement towards peace in that region. In fact, what we've seen are a series of rejections by Russia, you know, at almost every turn. The latest was when Donald Trump was in the Middle East and said, I'll go to Turkey if you'll meet, and that did not go off. So between that and then, of course, the attacks on both sides, I'm glad the president is sober in terms of the fact that it doesn't look like peace is in the offing anytime soon. I hope they continue to talk. But it doesn't seem to me we're any closer. And so what the Congress and the president are going to have to decide is what do they do to support Ukraine in this battle with Russia? Because that is all the U.S. seems to be able to do at this point.
Does this feel like progress, Chapin, and should the president be acknowledging, as he is here, Vladimir Putin's need to respond to the attacks from Ukraine?
I underscore or underline what Jeannie said. I mean, communication is always good, so maybe that's progress, but certainly on the ground, it doesn't feel like a lot of progress has been made yet towards peace. Listen, war is hell. That's why, you know, you see this back and forth about retaliation, right? And it never ends and it constantly escalates. I think it's on President Trump to, I think, be pushing a little bit harder on Russia and maybe even with Ukraine and forcing them to the peace table. I do think Ukrainians have that desire. I'm not sure Putin does. But I do think the communication is good and, a little bit of pushing and prodding. But again, Russia's a bad faith actor, right? They've proven themselves that over and over again. So it's very difficult to force someone like Vladimir Putin to come to a peace summit.
It's really interesting, Chapin, because you have a good sense of what the MAGA community, I think, feels is important here. And you remember Donald Trump talking on the campaign trail almost every day about how he's going to end this war on day one. Does the MAGA base want Donald Trump to just pull out of this, walk away, be done with it?
I'm not sure it's as simple as that. One of the things that we constantly talked about and heard from the president's supporters on the campaign trail is how much money and potentially U.S. resources is being spent in Ukraine on against a huge adversary like Russia, who simply can has the resources of the people to just continue this, hopefully not in perpetuity. But I do think he was elected on the promise of trying to end this war. I think the main word is trying, right? You can't run and promise to end a war like this. But I do think Americans in general, including MAGA, are running out of patience. Not necessarily.
Så som Gul dro opp da på meldinga om Trump, faktisk.
That was really the mandate that the president was elected on. And he does need to figure out, like Jeannie said, how to sort of push, pull, prod, and cajole these two adversaries to the peace table.
Jeannie, there are a couple of chapters inside this post, and if you're just joining us on Bloomberg Radio, we've just heard from President Trump, who met today, spoke by phone with Vladimir Putin for an hour and 15 minutes. The president calling it a good conversation, but not one that will lead to immediate peace. There are a few chapters in this thing, though, Jeannie. He goes on, as I was reading, to talk quite a bit about Iran. It's sort of the second half of the post, having told Vladimir Putin Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and now Putin suggests he might participate in discussions with Iran. And we can maybe, work together on this. What do you make of this duality of pushing for a deal with Iran while allowing Vladimir Putin to continue attacking Ukraine?
Yeah, it is a time when you are hearing the president is getting push, speaking of push from Israel, to take a different tactic, certainly with Iran. He's not intent on doing that. He does want this deal. So I think typical Donald Trump, and I think rightly so, he wants to figure out if he can get to a deal on nuclear weapons, and he will take help from Putin or anybody else who can potentially offer it. So I don't have a problem with that. I think the reality, though, is when you look at the situation, either in the Middle East as it pertains to Iran or in Russia and Ukraine, is there is a realism that has to take hold. The reality in Ukraine and Russia is that Vladimir Putin has zero incentive to stop. He believes time is on his side. He believes militarily he has the upper hand. He will continue to pursue this path and keep putting the president off for as long as he can. And so the question is, how do you drive him to the table, as Chapin was just talking about? And I think you're going to have to do that by making him realize, number one, time is not on his hands, and number two, he's going to lose. That is going to be really tough to do, but the way the U.S. can do that is more military and intelligence support. And you're facing something similar in a way on the realism issue in Iran. So yes, use Putin to talk to Iran if that's going to help. But the reality is the president needs to be realistic about where Iran and Vladimir Putin are in both of these contexts, and also, of course, Israel.
Well, it draws us to our scoop today at Bloomberg. The U.S. is refusing to provide air defenses to back the so-called reassurance force that the UK and France are planning for post-war Ukraine. But I'll back up a little bit here, Chapin, to something that you said, because this does bring us back to the discourse again on the campaign trail. They said, you know what about, you can say all you want about Donald Trump, but no new wars was a hallmark of his first administration. And you can argue with the way that was said, but the fact is, there is a great allergy to foreign entanglements and getting involved in situations like we have right now in Ukraine. When you ask members of the MAGA community, Chapin, what are they saying about the idea of the U.S. bombing Iran, as the president has recently threatened?
I mean, again, these issues are very complicated, right? MAGA is definitely more isolationist than any of the other recent political movements. It's America first, right? We don't want to be in a position where American men and women are put in harm's way for these other countries. But I think the MAGA folks who care about foreign policy and conservatives who care about foreign policy understand these are complicated, right? I think it was very smart for the president to link to mention these different factors in his truth comment, because he wants to make Putin a deal partner. Right, that's one of the reasons I think he mentioned Iran and potentially working there together. We don't want to bomb Iran. I don't think the president wants to bomb Iran, but we do need to stop them for various reasons, for the region, for the world. And again, like you both had said, if Vladimir Putin can help Trump get that deal done, I think that's a good thing. It will also help create, establish this deal-making relationship where maybe the president, and this is how he thinks, right? He's a real estate developer, a deal maker. Maybe if they get a deal done in Iran, they create a relationship where Trump could push and ask for more, or use a different carrot and stick with Putin to help Ukraine. So I do think this is very complicated. I do think he still has the political capital behind MAGA, but if he starts, if we start bombing countries in the Middle East, I think you're going to hear a lot of people expressing a lot of concern.
Well, there you go. And I suspect J.D. Vance might even be one of them, but I'll hold on. I think that Chapin Fay's onto something there, Jeannie, but I wonder what you make of this interesting moment in the post-first 100 days. Donald Trump has not held a public event again today now for what, a third day in a row or second day in a row, I guess, at this point, but there's a lot of news coming out of the White House. Is this an administration that's bearing down on more serious work?
I think they've been doing serious work all along, but of course, the reality is that it is time consuming, for him to be out there speaking, but I suspect we will hear from him soon. I also think he's got a lot on his plate. I mean, not only talking to Vladimir Putin today, dealing with Iran, but he's also got a lot of domestic issues, and you've been talking about many of them, from tariffs to this reconciliation bill, and a fight, or some kind of debate with the wealthiest man in the world who was his supporter. So, he's got a lot on his plate. I think we're all curious to hear what he has to say about the reconciliation bill and Elon Musk's comments yesterday. Certainly, as this bill is going to be his one big chance to get his agenda put into place. And he got some good news from the CBO on the tariff front. So, that is a good sign for the president. But this bill is going to be essential to fulfilling his whole agenda. So I think we'll hear from him pretty soon.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, we're definitely going to hear from him tomorrow with the German chancellor in town. This phone call and this readout from the president is going to inform that discussion a lot. We'll be doing that right at this time tomorrow. We have a great panel for you today. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Chapin Fay. They'll be back with us in our second hour here on Balance of Power as we bring you two important conversations with two senators. Bill Hagerty, the Republican from Tennessee, will join, and Elizabeth Warren, the Democrat from Massachusetts, with very different ideas about the direction of this country. They're next, only on Bloomberg.
Så mange kontrakter. Gikk det så gjerne på marginen, Alex? Men har du tjent noe på de små transaksjonene du har gjort da? Har du tjent bra på de små jeg har gjort? For jeg trodde jeg skulle øke litt for at jeg skulle tjene mer, skjønner du? Nå ramler det gull. Jeg kan ta litt gevinster nå snart da. Så jeg kan ta ned litt posisjoner. Det har ikke noe å si om det er 10 forskjellig om det er 10. Hvordan er det mulig? Hvis jeg har 1 i stedet for 10, så får det like mye.
Du har 1 med litt større risk, større posisjon, kontra flere med mindre. Per enkelt posisjon krever margin. Det krever mer margin å ha mange posisjoner inne enn en posisjon som er større.
Er du sikker på det?
Ganske basert på hva folk sier.
Da skal jeg ringe nå og høre.
Ja, det burde du gjøre. Alex sier jo selv at det går ut på margina.
Ja, men Alex,
ja.
Nå skal jeg ringe og dobbeltsjekke.
Og flere som sa det.
Da, jeg skal sjekke. Buskerud. Ja, jeg tror også det er noe med dere, altså. Er du morginsk hvis du også er ready to K?
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power.
Slutt å pipa.
Live from Washington, D.C.
Jeg sa, er du morginskvis?
Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. As news of this phone call, more than an hour in length, breaks today, and the president now suggesting that peace is not imminent in Ukraine. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. It's good to have you here on the early edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, he said a lot more than that. Also addressing talks with Iran.
Nå ramler gullet. Jeg kan godt ta ut noen kontrakter snart, hvis dere vil det.
Yeah,
Jeg tror det skal
the
falle mye
president
mer.
suggesting to President Trump that he could be helpful when it comes to Iran and forcing a more rapid conclusion to the discussions the U.S. has been trying to engage in with Tehran. Noteworthy, of course, the president is speaking to President Putin, or did so today, when he has been asking publicly to speak with a completely different president entirely, Xi Jinping of China, as he says Xi is now being tough to deal with. Certainly a busy day for President Trump as he not only seeks that phone call, but also will be meeting later with key members of the Senate Republican Conference, specifically those on the Finance Committee and the Majority Leader John Thune about the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Well, we thought that would be our lead story right now because indeed members of the Senate Finance Committee, Republican members, are on their way to the White House for the next throwdown here. That group will include a number of holdouts, including Ron Johnson, who says he's a no flat period unless this changes. But Kaylee, the CBO, may be the best thing that happened to Donald Trump today in that conversation.
Yeah, he hasn't expressed too much happiness with the CBO and its scoring of his tax bill, which, according to their report today, says will add $2.42 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. But they also say his tax cuts will reduce the deficit by $2.8 trillion, or tariffs, that is.
The tariffs will help pay for this.
Will help pay for it. So maybe the offset conversation is a real one. We'll get into all of that this hour, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And for that, we turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. Great reason to keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio. Lots of moving parts to this market today. Bottom line here, we do have the Dow higher by 45 right now, up 0.1%. Stocks have been meandering, but right now we've got the S&P up 10 at 59.80, a gain there of 0.2%. NASDAQ up 49. That's an advance of 0.2%. Bottom line here, S&P 500 holding steady in the face of weak data. We do get the Beige Book coming up in 1 hour from now. The 10-year, 4.35%, the 2-year, 3.86%. Gold up $20 the ounce, up 0.6%, $33.74 right now, while West Texas Intermediate crude is retreating by 1.2%, $62.63 a barrel on WTI. Wells Fargo shares are higher after finally escaping that Federal Reserve asset cap that has restricted its size for more than 7 years, unleashing the firm from the unprecedented punishment in a major win for CEO Charlie Scharf. Today, Wells Fargo up by 0.9%. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 11, a gain there of 0.2%. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, we are following breaking news that we just got from President Trump, courtesy of his True Social feed, where he informed us he just spoke to Russian President Vladimir Putin by phone for over an hour. A conversation that the president described as a good one, but not a conversation, he said, that will lead to immediate peace, noting that Putin said very strongly he will have to respond to the recent attack on the airfields, referring, Joe, of course, to the drone strikes.
Treffer jeg shorten på Gular nå, så blir det fest for oss.
Last weekend.
This could mean some very difficult days ahead for the Ukrainian people, knowing that Russia has a preference of attacking civilian targets, unlike what we saw from Ukraine. Over the course of the next half hour, we're going to bring you two very important voices in the midst of breaking news today in Washington with all the stories we're talking about. Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee will join, along with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, all in the next 20 minutes here on the fastest show in politics. We do want to start on Capitol Hill, though, Kaylee, with all of the breaking news today, and Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. First, Tyler, welcome back. On this phone call, lasted over an hour, Trump and Putin. What else do we know?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, Kaylee read one of the key lines from President Trump's Truth Social post, which is that he said it was a good conversation, but not one that's going to ultimately lead to immediate peace. Now, of course, this was, it was not known that they were
Jeg kan ta ut noen av kontraktene, se marginene som blir bedre da, for jeg er plusser nå.
by phone last month, and
Det ble dumt å ta gevinsten, jeg tror skal falle mer da.
Frustration from this White House when it comes to really stalled
Hjalp det
progress
litt?
towards reaching a ceasefire here. We're going to be watching how this really escalates as President Trump does confirm that Vladimir Putin has those plans to retaliate after we really saw that surprise drone attack by Ukraine that went so deep into Russian territory. It hit areas as far as Siberia. Now, we should say that earlier today, Vladimir Putin did come out and he dismissed the idea of meeting face-to-face with his Ukrainian counterpart, something that Ukraine says ultimately needs to happen if there is going to be progress when it comes to these talks. It also comes against a broader backdrop of a Bloomberg News scoop earlier this morning that the U.S. does not have plans to provide air defenses to back a reassurance force that would comprise of the United Kingdom and France that has been trying to convince the United States to give some firmer security guarantees moving forward here that would back any potential deal. So we're going to be watching closely how this ultimately ends up developing, because as you well know, the U.S. has gone to Russia before with a potential plan that could even see freezing the battle lines, the battlefield lines where they were, but that hasn't been enough to move the needle in really a significant way as of yet.
Well, and Tyler, as we consider the implications for what this means in terms of Russia's behavior in negotiations over the war in Ukraine, it seems President Trump is also suggesting that Russia will have a role to play in separate negotiations with Iran.
Right, exactly. And that's going to be a really interesting one to follow here, too. As we know, this really is a priority for this White House to ultimately try to make some kind of progress here. I believe that the fifth round of talks just concluded, and we're seeing Oman really be a mediator in these talks. But details haven't really emerged, including how a potential deal would differ from the JCPOA, which the U.S. pulled out of under the first Trump administration.
Tyler, we thought we'd be talking first with you about reconciliation. This is an important day on the track to make the Trump tax cuts either permanent or extended. You've got members, Republican members of the Senate Finance Committee headed to the White House to meet with President Trump. Among them, Senator Ron Johnson, who says he's a flat no unless these deficit numbers change. This, of course, follows the missive, several of them overnight again from Elon Musk, and now news from the CBO. How important is this meeting today, Tyler?
Yeah, the stakes are incredibly high, Joe, as the White House really does try to ramp up the pressure on these Republicans, with President Trump picking up the phone and calling them directly. Now, you alluded to this before, perhaps the most vocal group that's emerging is this group that are pitching themselves as fiscal hawks, and that includes Ron Johnson. And I actually had the chance to catch up with the senator from Wisconsin earlier today. He's pushing for those deeper spending cuts. He says he's in close touch with the White House, and he realizes that it might take some time to get the sort of spending cuts that he's really looking for.
If I'm wrong, challenge me. You know, I want to get in that dialogue. And quite honestly, that is really my discussion with President Trump. And so he had Kevin Hassett call me up right away. I'll be meeting with the Secretary. So he wants to engage. Again, he wants to reduce spending. It's just hard to do. I'm not denying that fact. It's a slender majority in the House, and Democrats having no interest whatsoever at reducing spending. That's our problem.
Now, of course, the other side of this, Joe and Kaylee, is that the White House is dealing with conflicting demands. So you have some senators here that are calling for deeper spending cuts, raising some concerns about how some of the tax sweeteners, whether or not they would really contribute or incentivize growth over the long term. But then you have a group of Republicans that are concerned about what spending cuts ultimately will mean for Medicaid. Now, we should say that there's pretty broad agreement about those core pillars of this plan, including extending the 2017 tax cuts. But at the end of the day, there are really slim margins here in the Senate. They can only afford to lose 3 votes.
Indeed. All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much. And it's on Capitol Hill that we stay here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio as we turn to Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, who is back with us on the program. Senator, we appreciate your time. As we just heard our colleague Tyler there outlining that various portions of your body have demands as to what it will take to get them to a yes vote on this legislation. What's yours? What change do you need to see for you to vote for this package?
I think the most critical thing to keep in mind, Kaylee, is the fact that if we don't get this done, Americans are looking at a north of $4 trillion tax increase. I was talking with Kevin Hassett at the White House yesterday. His projections are that would yield a 6% decrease in our nation's GDP. That would be terrible for America, frankly, be terrible for the world economy. We can't let that happen. The main interest I have is making certain that we stimulate more capital investment in America, because more capital investment will beget more jobs, more economic activity. This will have a very positive impact on the economy, and frankly, it's something that the Congressional Budget Office completely misses in their analysis. They missed it at an incredible level back after the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were passed. In fact, they missed it by north of $1 trillion worth of revenues. So I think that my colleagues need to certainly take into account the fact that this is a pro-growth bill. This tax package is going to stimulate more economic activity here in America. We will see growth that's not captured in these CBO estimates, but will have a material impact on our economy, on our well-being, and frankly, in terms of going the right direction to reducing the deficit.
Well, Senator, we've got a lot of questions about what's inside, and it's great to have you back on Bloomberg. You mentioned the CBO, so I do have to ask you about that. 2 big headlines today coming out of the Congressional Budget Office. First, the Republican tax bill that cleared the House, they say, would add $2.4 trillion to U.S. deficits. But that same Congressional Budget Office, which I know Republicans criticize a lot, is now projecting that Trump tariffs will cut the budget gap by $2.8 trillion. Do you buy that number? And if so, is this bill paid for?
Well, in the first case, what they do is static analysis. They don't take into account the dynamic of investment in the economy that will yield growth. So I think that's patently wrong. And the second, with regard to tariff revenue, it's possible, but we're not nearly to the end of our trade negotiations. Jamieson Greer, our trade rep, working his heart out to try to bring together a significant sea change in the way America's treated on the global stage. I think we're going to make great progress, but it's very hard for me to say right now, and I don't know how the CBO is able to say this, where we're going to land on tariff revenues as well.
Well, yeah, it is worth pointing out the CBO was only scoring tariff revenues through where tariffs stood as of May 13th, and we already know changes have been made since then. There's still some legal questions around whether or not IEEPA is going to stand, Senator, so we have to bear that in mind. We've heard from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune that there's going to have to be some adjustments made to the SALT cap, something that House Republicans from those SALT districts say would essentially mean that the deal dies when it returns back to the House. Knowing that the debt ceiling lift is also attached to this legislation, do you see risk around making changes like that? Could that bring the U.S. closer to the brink of default?
Well, I think there's always risk in any situation like this where you have a complex bill, Kayleigh. We're going to have a conference meeting right after I'm on with you now to begin the process of talking through where the Senate is going to land here. And I do expect that there will be improvements. It will be different. There will be deeper cuts. And we'll start to see text coming out on Friday. What I don't want to do is try to get ahead of those who are negotiating. As you know, the Finance Committee is going to the White House right now to meet with President Trump. This is a process that's underway, but I can say this at a very high level. My colleagues in the Senate want to see more cuts, more deficit reduction, but at the same time, I'm encouraging everyone to move expeditiously, to make certain that this happens extremely quickly, because the United States economy needs certainty. And with that certainty, we're going to see more capital investment. The longer this takes, again, the less certainty we've got, and that's going to have a negative impact on capital investment here in America.
With that in mind, Senator, I'd love to explore the idea of permanence with you, because we're hearing about this a lot more now. The likes of Steve Daines and others who say, no, we need to make permanent certain business tax breaks, specifically the full research and development deduction, bonus depreciation, and interest expensing. Are you on board with making them permanent?
Certainly I am. I agree with the premise completely. And, you know, Steve Daines is a business person just like me. We understand the importance of being able to make long-term plans with respect to capital investments. That's what's driving Steve's position. I think he's exactly right. And we need to extend these as far as we possibly can. Permanent is the best possible answer we could achieve.
Senator, of course, while you and your colleagues are working on reconciliation, there is also actively underway an effort to advance the stablecoin legislation, the Genius Act. Last time you were on with us, we talked about some of the various amendments that were being put forward, which you said are being worked through. Have you had direct conversations more recently with either the Majority Leader or Senator Roger Marshall about whether or not the Credit Card Competition Act is going to become a real factor here?
Yes, those conversations are underway. I certainly respect the process that we're addressing. But right now, this really isn't about policy, nor is it process. We're just trying to get floor time right now to get this processed. We have broad agreement, Kayleigh, with respect to the content of this stablecoin legislation, My Genius Act. And this is going to, I think, take us into the 21st century in terms of upgrading our payment systems. It's going to have very desirable effects, taking the U.S. economy into the digital assets arena, keeping innovation here, lowering risk here in America, and putting in place guardrails that will protect consumers, because every one of these stablecoins will be backed up dollar for dollar with U.S. Treasuries. Very positive outcome here. We've got very strong support.
So, okay, what's the timeline, Senator, and what does it mean for the Clarity Act coming out of the House?
Joe, the timeline is the key issue right now. The window is closing on us to get this done, because we've got to turn our attention to reconciliation. As I mentioned, we're going to a conference meeting, our first broad conference meeting, to talk about the reconciliation bill. We need to get the Genius Act passed. We need to get it on the floor, and that's where my discussions have been with the leader and with my colleagues, is getting that time on the floor as soon as possible. I'd like to start it today, tomorrow, but I'd like to get that time on the floor as soon as possible, so then we can turn our attention to dealing with the Reconciliation Act and getting more confirmations across the floor.
And when will your attention, Senator, turn to market structure? And when the time comes to actually look at a market structure bill, how akin do you expect it will be to the Clarity Act that was just introduced in the House last week?
Well, there's been a great deal of good work that's been done in the House. A lot of questions have come up in the process of building the stablecoin legislation that have been more appropriate to market structure. We're focused on it. We've already begun the process of building it here in the Senate. Again, as I mentioned, a lot of it's a natural outgrowth of the stablecoin legislation that we've been pushing forward. So we're going to turn our attention immediately to that, but I think the most immediate thing that will happen is the reconciliation bill coming to the floor of the Senate. In the meantime, I pledged to President Trump I would get this done in the first 100 days if I possibly could. We've exceeded that by a bit, but President Trump wants to see this legislation on his desk. J.D. Vance was at the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas just last week saying he wants to see a clean bill in front of him on stablecoin legislation in front of President Trump, and I think we can get there.
Interesting as you bear down on reconciliation, tax and spend legislation here. Senator, I know it's going to be an important day, and you're walking into this meeting after we're done with our conversation, to begin hearing from Republican members of the House who apparently didn't have enough time to read the whole bill. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's a no, having not read a section banning states from passing their own AI regulations. Mike Flood, Republican from Nebraska, doesn't like this idea of making it harder for judges to hold officials in contempt of court. They both didn't see it in the first pass. Have you had a chance to read that bill?
haven't gone through the entirety of the bill. We're in the process of reviewing all the text that just came over in the past couple of days. But again, we're moving on it. The Finance Committee is at the White House negotiating it right now. The text is in process, and it's an item that's in motion. I understand that there may be items here that not everyone is happy with, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to compromise and get it done. I'll come back to the original point. The American economy needs this certainty, and I'm going to be working my heart out to make certain that we deliver the best possible product we can here. But I'll remind you as well, this isn't the last bite at the apple. We'll have the opportunity to have another reconciliation process coming up fairly soon. So we're going to find a number of other opportunities to improve the situation here in the American economy, achieve some of the other objectives of our legislators, and we can, if we don't solve it all here, we'll have another opportunity to do that.
Skal jeg hente ladder?
Well, Senator, you will have an opportunity as soon as tonight to vote for the confirmation of Mickey Bowman to be the Fed's new vice chair of supervision after the cloture vote passed earlier today. This comes just a day after the Fed officially lifted the asset cap on Wells Fargo. Starting today, is this a new era of banking regulation in the United States?
I certainly think so. Michael Barr took us in exactly the wrong direction. And I'm very glad to see someone with the sensibilities of Mickey coming into this position. She's going to do a great job. What we need to do is return to the overarching mission of making certain that our capital markets are as competitive and safe as they possibly can be. Get out of the business of these extraneous policy issues, whether it regards climate or other sorts of issues that essentially make the U.S. economy less competitive. And the gold plating that Michael Barr attempted to do, making us subject to even more regulations than the Europeans, only hampers American capital formation. Mickey has a very different point of view, and I'm very excited to see her come into this role.
Well, it is interesting seeing this asset cap lifted on Wells Fargo today, Senator. Your colleague, Elizabeth Warren, who's going to be with us a bit later this hour, is asking for 5 years of exam reports from the bank as a member of the banking committee, having suggested that they have not gone a year without breaking the law. Statement says it's stunning the Fed could not wait till the company went a full year without breaking the law before wiping its slate clean. Should she get those documents? Should the committee see them?
I'm all for transparency, Joe, and I'm all for having committee members have access to the information that they need, but I'm not about to respond to something that Elizabeth Warren has said just based on what she probably doesn't have. She doesn't have access to the documents at this point, so I don't understand her leveling these accusations, but she's wanting to do that.
Well, I wonder, Senator, if you'd like to respond to something President Trump has just said, as he shared with us on True Social, that he spent an hour and 15 minutes on the phone today with Russian President Vladimir Putin. He suggested that phone call will not lead to an immediate peace with Ukraine, but went on to say that Putin believes or suggested he could participate in discussions with Iran. And of course, the U.S. Approach to Iran is something I know you feel quite passionately about. Is it appropriate for Russia to be stepping in here?
Well, I think you understand well the fact that the previous administration removed all of the maximum pressure campaign that we had imposed on Iran. We had Iran to a point where they were ready to deal. Their reserves were below $10 billion. As soon as the Biden administration came in, they stopped enforcing the sanctions. They put Iran in a position to fund terror. We saw what happened with Hamas. We saw what happened with Hezbollah. We saw what happened with the Houthis. We're bringing that situation back under control. We're putting back in place maximum sanctions, and we also have the opportunity to get the world behind us, and I think the world should be behind us to ensure that Iran does not have the capability to threaten the rest of the world as they seem to want to do. President Trump has every right to seek out other world leaders, to find allies wherever he may. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to us to take the leadership position to deal with Iran and to make certain that they don't have the capability nor the capacity to threaten the rest of the world as they have in the past. And understand this, they're behind all of the terror and all the disruption in the Middle East. It's got to come to an end.
A deep dive with Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee. Senator, it's good to see you, and we appreciate all of your time today on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're going to continue our conversation as we cross the aisle coming up to speak with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts about these very same issues on the fastest show in politics. First, watching Wall Street, Charlie Pellet has an update for us on the markets. Live from New York. Charlie, how's it look?
And right now, solidly higher. Joe Matthew with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all gaining right now. Tech stocks leading the way with right now the NASDAQ Composite Index up 34, NASDAQ 100 Index up by 0.3%. To be clear, the NASDAQ Composite up 0.3%. It's higher by 66 points right now on NASDAQ. We've got the S&P up 12, gaining gain there of 0.2%. The Dow up 44. That is an advance of just about 0.1%. So the gain in tech coming offsetting weak economic data on jobs and services. Coming up at 2 o'clock Wall Street time, we'll be getting the latest Beige Book report. Bottom line here, stocks pushing higher. S&P up 0.2. The 10-year 4.35% with the 2-year 3.6%. Gold now up 0.7%, 33.75 the ounce. West Texas down 1.1%, 62.71 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 0.4%, 105,400 on Bitcoin. Earnings news: Hewlett Packard Enterprise shares right now they are up 0.4% after earnings. CrowdStrike after earnings down 5.4%, and shares of Snowflake they are higher now by 1.5%. Analysts positive on the software company in the wake of its summit event. UBS upgraded the stock, and again Snowflake up by 1.5%. MongoDB after the close of trading. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. Charlie, of course, noting the move we're seeing in Wells Fargo shares today, up just about 0.75% on the day after the Fed lifted the asset cap that has hampered the bank's growth for years now. But I would note, Joe, that Wells Fargo shares are also up about 20% since Election Day. So there was a lot of anticipation that this asset cap would indeed get lifted under this Trump administration.
They're definitely popping corks at Wells Fargo. Elizabeth Warren, on the other hand, is not, as we told you. We're joined here by the Democratic senator from Massachusetts, having issued a blistering statement following this Fed decision. Kaylee saying the entire Federal Reserve Board, including appointees of both parties, should be embarrassed. She's with us now, the Democrat from Massachusetts, live from Capitol Hill. Senator, it's great to see you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. You are demanding 5 years of exam reports from Wells Fargo. And I wonder what leverage you have here, how far you would go to get them. Would you threaten to hold up the nomination, for instance, of Michelle Bowman as the Fed's vice chair of supervision to get them?
Look, I'm already opposed to having Michelle Bowman as the vice chair for supervision. This is someone who has never seen a regulation for a giant bank that she wasn't willing to cut or undermine. But understand this about Wells Fargo. I think before
Kanskje pappa får rett på gula likevel.
this big penalty that's
Kanskje
been
får
in
rett
place
på
for
gula
Wells
likevel.
Fargo for 7 years now, you should
Gutten.
ask for like maybe 1 year in which they aren't caught breaking the law. Remember that in January of this year, the SEC tagged Wells Fargo for cheating investors. In December, the CFPB tagged Wells Fargo for cheating American consumers by $800 million. And in September, the OCC tagged Wells Fargo for money laundering. So we have the 3 big banking regulators all saying Wells Fargo's out there still breaking the law. And then a report just a few weeks ago by former and current Wells Fargo employees saying that the very activities that Wells Fargo engaged in 7 years ago, where they created fake accounts for people and so on because they were pressing their employees to get those numbers in, to get more people signed up for more accounts, that same activity is occurring today. And those are the circumstances under which the Fed unanimously says, hey, Wells Fargo, get on out of here. You don't need any extra regulation. No, that just doesn't wash.
Do you see any potential benefit here, Senator, though, of Wells Fargo being able to better compete with other big banks for the competitive landscape to change in that way?
Look, I'm all for competition, but I don't think that cheaters ought to have a leg up in competing. And that's really the part to remember here about Wells Fargo. The reason we want to have good enforcement of all of the banking laws is that the banks that actually follow the law, the banks that aren't engaged in money laundering, or the banks that are not cheating their investors, that those banks ought to be able to play on a level playing field. And Wells Fargo, we know, starting 7 years ago, that Wells Fargo was so boosting its profits and, by the way, its CEO compensation based on It was so awful what they did. It wasn't just civil penalties. They were in violation of criminal laws. So the idea that, boy, we want to get them
Oh,
back
helt
out
ärligt,
there competing with the other banks at a time when their own employees are saying, hey, they're back to doing the stuff they were doing before. That's not the direction we want to go.
Senator Elizabeth Warren live with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm going to ask you to walk with me here for a second, Senator, because I don't know if Donald Trump is watching us right now, but the president is posting about you right now, just on Truth Social. Donald Trump writes, quote, I am very pleased to announce that after all these years, I agree with Senator Elizabeth Warren on something. The debt limit should be entirely scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe. He's reposting you here where you suggest
Hva som gjør at
as
Nasdaq
much.
bare
This is
går
less
og
than
går
24
og går?
hours
Fy faen,
after
Metal
Elon Musk
2,6,
said
Brokeback
shame on
1,6.
Republicans who passed the reconciliation
Det
bill
så fjernt.
in the House. You're finding yourself within a 24-hour period agreeing with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. What's going on around here?
Well, look, I think on the debt ceiling, I've been on this for many, many years. The debt ceiling is just something that's been used as leverage in negotiations. The United States should never, never threaten to default on its debt. We should get rid of this debt ceiling altogether. When we pass a bill saying that we're going to do a certain thing, that is our saying, and we're going to pay for it. That's what the United States government does. So I think that Donald Trump and I, hey, listen, I'm ready to join up with him and make that happen. We need to get rid of the debt ceiling altogether. Not extend it, not say, ooh, while this is going on, this budget negotiation, let's just roll out a few $1 trillion more in the debt ceiling. Nope, that has gotten us into trouble before. It continues to get us into trouble. Donald Trump is right. Let's get rid of it altogether.
Well, so Senator, if we are to see if the Senate and House cannot get this reconciliation bill through in time for the mid-July request the Treasury Secretary has made to avoid bumping up against the X date, would you support an initiative like that separately, a legislative effort to eliminate the debt ceiling before that X date comes?
Yeah, look, we should do it now. There's no reason to delay. Donald Trump is exactly right on this. It's what I've been arguing for literally for years. And that is get rid of the debt ceiling. It's serving no function except for holdout parties to try to use in negotiations. And that makes no sense. That doesn't serve our nation. But we should do that now. It doesn't need to be tied to anything. It doesn't need any special date on it. Ask the Republicans. They're the ones in control of the floor. Let's bring that to the floor right now. It's a simple piece of legislation. I'm ready to go on it. I think it's the right thing for us to do.
Senator, I want to ask you from your perch on the Armed Services Committee about what else we heard from Donald Trump today. He had an hour and 15-minute long call with Vladimir Putin. At the end of the call, he wrote about it and said that peace is not imminent in Ukraine. He did say, however, that Putin will have to respond to the recent attack on the airfields that Ukraine conducted over the weekend using this wild scheme with drones that had been smuggled into the country. What do you make of this assessment, and what is Ukraine in for in the days ahead?
Right. Look, Vladimir Putin has been playing Donald Trump, and pretty much everybody in the world can see that. That's not just me seeing it, not just people in the United States see it. Leaders around the world see it. And it looks like Donald Trump is beginning to figure that out and starting to push back against Putin. We owe it to Ukraine to do everything we can to support them in their fight. They are on the front lines fighting for democracy, and they are on the front lines against an expansionist Russia. Understand this, if Ukraine falls and Vladimir Putin gets either a big chunk of it or all of it, he's not stopping there. He's coming for more and more and more because that's who Vladimir Putin is. It is important right now to help Ukraine push back. They are on the front lines fighting the war for democracy.
Gul fløy opp nå for å prate om at de skal stoppe Putin.
on behalf of freedom-loving countries everywhere in the world, and we should give them.
Senator Elizabeth Warren synes skal stoppe Putin. Må stoppe Putin. Da fløy gull.
On Bloomberg TV and radio, the Democratic senator from Massachusetts, also ranking member of the Senate
Nå er han ferdig å prate.
Elizabeth Warren with us here on Balance of Power, reacting not just to President Trump's Truth Social post about his conversation with Vladimir Putin, but also his Truth Social post about Senator Elizabeth Warren, who he agrees with when she says the debt ceiling should be eliminated entirely. So on that note, we turn to our political panel today. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency in Congress, and Democratic analyst, alongside Republican strategist Chapin Fay, founder of Lighthouse Public Affairs. Chapin, as we hear
Altså, han ligger på det samme nivået, Lost in Heaven, men nå pratet akkurat de om krig, og da går gull opp som regel.
Republicans cannot get through this partisan reconciliation bill with a debt ceiling hike attached.
Han må bryte 72 der, liksom.
What wild times we're living in, right? Cats and dogs are living together. Elizabeth Warren and Donald Trump are almost praising each other publicly in agreement. But yes, to answer your question, I do think this is a way maybe to grease the skids there, grease the wheels, so to speak, and get a deal done. By the way, this is how throughout history, American history, this is how big deals get done, and how major programs, like some of the programs the Big Beautiful Bill are arguing over right now, get done, right? Compromise and agreement among...
Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor Nasdaq ikke faller på de ræva nyhetene våre. Eller jeg skjønner jo hvorfor på de 3 aksjene, men jeg forstår ikke at det jeg skjønner ikke at myndighetene lar de 5 aksjene styre hele børsen. Jeg synes det sjukt.
That was a wild moment. We have to stop down and acknowledge what just happened here. The president's posting about Elizabeth Warren while she's live on the air with us. Jeannie, is that how this ends? With the debt limit?
He's your biggest fan, Joe and Kaylee, so I love it.
You can't help but to watch.
Who can help but watch you guys? The reality is that I love his post too, which is strange, because it seems to me he's calling for some bipartisan movement forward. He ends the post by saying, let's get together, Republicans and Democrats, and do this. I'm not sure if that is just limited to the debt ceiling, which absolutely needs to be scrapped, but it should also pertain to this issue of the reconciliation bill overall. So I don't know if it's a bad sign for the president that the Republicans aren't moving on the bill, so he's reaching across the aisle, or a good sign that he's just found religion that he needs to work across the aisle. But I'm in favor of you two bringing the parties together like this. I love this.
Getting a lot done here.
Balance of power. That's what we aim to do here. Chapin, finally, we just have a minute left, but President Trump and Republicans overall have had a lot of words about the CBO in recent days that they've shared, specifically poo-pooing essentially their estimates on the tax bill. But now the CBO says tariffs could reduce the deficit by $2.8 trillion over the next 10 years. Is that argument now nullified?
I don't think so. I mean, this is sort of some of the sausage being made that always spills out into the public. And if the CBO says something you like, you support it, you use it as a proof point. And when the CBO, goes the other way, you can do what the Republicans are doing recently. But it is helpful to have the CBO give some numbers that can help an argument and push things forward for sure.
Jeannie, what's your thought on this when it comes to the CBO? I think I know your answer, but I think Republicans are suggesting that the broken clock is right once a day when it comes to CBO's take on tariffs, but CBO is broken when it comes to scoring the tax cut bill because it doesn't use dynamic scoring. Am I warm on this?
You are hot, Joe. Let's say you're hot. The reality is that the CBO, I think, is a good day for the CBO because they give it and they take it away. You know, as you guys have been talking about on the tariffs, they are, supporting what the president is doing. I mean, not partisan-wise, but in terms of the impact on the deficit. And when it comes to the issue of the reconciliation bill, they are underscoring the fact that this is going to increase the deficit an awful lot. So I think it's a good day for the CBO because it shows that they are indeed bipartisan, or nonpartisan is probably a better term. But the reality is that the president and the Republicans are going to have to really get their head around what Elon Musk, what so many people have been talking about. You simply have a math issue when it comes to the reconciliation bill. You cannot add 2.5 trillion plus to the deficit and call yourself economically or fiscally responsible. responsible. I know Russ Vought and others are out there saying about this static scoring and all of this. The reality is the CPO is running the numbers right. Elon Musk and others know how to run the numbers. This doesn't add up. So you either have to cut spending or you have to increase taxes. It's pretty basic.
We just heard that from Bill Haggerty. Broken clock is right.
Yeah.
Twice a day.
I do want to follow up on your point on Elon Musk, though, Jeannie. To what extent is he actually credible in his contentions that the budget deficit is a problem and Congress is making the wrong choices here, knowing that A, his companies benefit from massive government contracts, and B, as the Speaker of the House was quick to point out, he also wanted those EV credits that this bill rolls back to stick around. So maybe there's a bit of a personal issue here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly as it pertains to the NASA administrator, as you mentioned, to the EV mandate, to Starlink, he apparently wanted to maintain his special status as a special government employee. All of that is true, but the reality is Elon Musk knows how to do this math. And anybody who looks at this objectively, there is no way that you can make the claim that it doesn't add an enormous amount to the deficit, and we will be strapping our children and grandchildren with a government and really a country that is economically and fiscally in a horrible position, not just as a result of the Republicans, Democrats as well. We all own this and we have to get out of it. So he's right on the math here, regardless of his reasons for
Kan jo få en liten annen på Nasdaq.
How are you looking at this Elon Musk thing, Chapin? Obviously a MAGA darling until, I don't know, a few hours ago when this post hit. He hasn't always seen eye to eye with the president, but are you looking at this as a disgruntled government contractor or a guy who saw too much when he was in Washington?
No, I think Elon Musk is an honest broker here, and he's giving his input, right? And it's important input. While I don't know the level of influence he'll retain after leaving, the president's side, after seeing him at the president's side almost on a daily basis. But there's no question that he has input, and like Jeannie and you all said, he knows the math, he knows the numbers, and he's trying to
50% litt lav, da du ferdig. Så 100% er lavt.
I mean, I wouldn't call them special interests in the negative way, but that's what happens right now.
På 50% så you're out.
While they're reconciling the two bills and trying to get this passed without, destroying the economy and the budget, and Elon Musk has always been an honest broker in my mind on the.
Ja, da er du langt inne.
I don't see him as a disgruntled employee. I think he's doing his part to continue doing, his part.
Chapin, you and frankly,
I'll
are both joining us from New York, so I want to ask you about the contention the majority leader has made that there's going to have to be made adjustments made to the SALT cap deal that was struck in the House, lifting it from $10,000 to $40,000. Chapin, if that adjustment is material, do you see any way in which those SALT caucus Republicans are going to be able to vote for this package when it returns to the other chamber?
It's going to be interesting to see. They have sort of boxed themselves into a corner, fighting for this, some of them, and some of them sort of are going to go along. So it'll be interesting to see what the final outcome is. But this is a huge deal in New York and in their districts, in some of these Republican members' districts in particular, in the suburbs, like Congressman Lawler, right? Sort of the northern suburbs of New York City. And this is a critical issue to them and their reelection in some cases. So I think you're going to see some of them fighting for it really hard, and I think some of them are going to go along quietly and hope for the best.
Great conversation with our panel. That's Chapin Fay, Republican strategist, Lighthouse Public Affairs, and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Great to see both of you, and we do appreciate the analysis. We've got a lot ahead, including a conversation with the Premier of Alberta, Canada. Kaylee, one thing we have not mentioned over the course of an hour and 40 minutes here on the air is that at 12:01 a.m., the 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum took effect.
Yep, a doubling from 25%. Of course, Alberta, not as much of a steel producer as other parts of Canada, but they are a big oil producer, which has been a factor in these ongoing trade conversations as well. And we're going to get into all of it with her in just a moment.
Important trade talk ahead right here on Bloomberg. First, we look at Wall Street with the help of Charlie Pellet. He's got an update on the markets for us live from New York. Charlie?
And good day, Joe Matthew with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all all pushing higher. We are about to get the Beige Book report coming up 2 o'clock Wall Street time with the S&P right now. Higher by 11. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 40 right now, up 0.1%. S&P, as I mentioned, holding steady in the face of weak economic data. NASDAQ up 56 now. That is a gain of 0.3%. The 10-year at 4.35%. The 2-year 3.86%. Spot gold up $26 the ounce, $33.79, up 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $62.62 for a barrel of WTI. Tesla's vehicle shipments from its China factory fell for an 8th straight month. Tesla shares today down by 3.2%. Meanwhile, a ship carrying about 3,000 cars to Mexico, electric vehicles, I might add, abandoned in the middle of the Pacific Ocean after catching fire. Just getting word that Reddit is suing Anthropic, alleging wrongful use of Reddit data. This according to the Wall Street Journal. Reddit shares are up now by 6.1%. And finally, Jane Buffett, the widow of singer Jimmy Buffett, is seeking to remove the co-trustee of her husband's estate, saying he has failed to act in her best interest. The singer died in 2023 and left an estate with $275 million in assets. Recapping, S&P up 13 right now, a gain of 0.2%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts. Here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet tracking the markets for us. Thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, Joe Matthew and myself are tracking a lot of different stories, a lot of moving parts in politics and geopolitics today as we watch the reconciliation fight on Capitol Hill, which is, of course, going to the White House today with a meeting between Senate Finance Committee members and President Trump. Also, President Trump focusing on other areas of the world, including, of course, the ongoing war with Russia and Ukraine, having spoken with the Russian President Vladimir Putin for an hour and 15 minutes earlier today. And then there's another story, which, as Joe rightly pointed out a few minutes ago, we haven't even had time to touch on with all of this other news, and that is the fact that effective today, steel and aluminum tariffs have doubled. They've officially gone up from 25% to 50%. And Joe, we've seen the impact on futures in markets.
That's right. Our brave new world is here. And so is Mike McGlone. Always a pleasure to spend time with the senior commodities analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, the United States imports more steel than any other country. What does this next leg of the tariff story mean for our economy?
Well, I think you nailed it with the question, Joe. It's not going to be good to raise those prices. It's going to be somewhat akin to, remember when crude oil spiked in 2008 to $4 a gallon and then the kind of recession followed? It's not going to be similar, but it is similar where there'll be higher costs for the producers who use that steel. The key thing from my standpoint that really matters is what it means for globally and U.S. traded copper, because steel is mostly traded over in futures outside of the U.S., but it really boosted up the price of copper. And U.S. price of copper there's up 20% on the anticipation of tariffs, potentially on the back of those other tariffs. But that's kind of an odd situation with crude oil collapsing. So I'm worried that that's kind of an area where we might have some issues where the price in the rest of the world is not up nearly as much as in the U.S.
Well, you refer to crude oil, Mike. We are seeing downward pressure on oil once again today. WTI down about 1%, even as we get news that the Saudis want OPEC Plus to continue accelerated supply hikes. Is this going to happen? What does this mean for supply and demand dynamics?
It's an impressive part of the crude oil cycle. It's in a clear bear market. Sentiments is very bearish. And now it has a significant reason to keep going lower. What you hear from the Saudis is very impressive, that they want to increase that supply, help reduce that backwardation. There's a bit of a glut of forward of supplies, and into the summer driving season, which is the time to do it. So my base case, what happened yesterday with crude oil, it bumped up a little bit.
Sånn. Sorry, jeg har vært på telefonen. Jeg minus $6 på små transaksjoner. Skal jeg ta tap på det, liksom? Eller hva vil dere skal gjøre for noe? Det så vidt i minus her. Da, altså, Da må jeg ta tap nå, for at ikke dere skal blåe. Jeg kan godt gjøre det. Men jeg jo ikke I minus, nesten. Det 6 jeg I minus totalt. Jeg hentet inn 1700 kroner, og så jeg minus $6, $6, $6, $6. Hvorfor det så vidt så mye? Sikkert fordi dere har mye mindre konto da. Jeg vet ikke, jeg kan se her. Kan vise dere. Dette mine marginer. Og så jeg så vidt I minus på de kontraktene her.
I still don't understand why Americans want to punish the consumers of aluminum when you get 60% of it from Canada. It's also a product.
Jeg $1,700 minus. Nei, ikke dollar.
So we're kind of scratching our heads in Canada saying, why is this on the list? In fact, I think aluminum really should be in the same category as critical minerals and elements that we have a special relationship.
Da må vi finne ut hvordan den gulden fungerer, for jeg så vidt I minus.
I understand that the Americans don't want.
Nei, jeg ikke muta nå. Jeg var muta da. Nei. Ørikstig.
Det fungerer en stund, og så...
Nå prater han. Hva sa for noe sting?
Og ekstra, og så finner man ut.
Well, you're clearly ready to have a conversation. Is that how this ends? What do you?
Og så kan han være mer I minus enn jeg da.
I know in Canada there's optimism. I just this week met with my counterparts, the 13 premiers, as well as the federal prime minister. And because we've got G7 taking place in the coming weeks in my home province of Alberta in Kananaskis, I think that everybody's hopeful that it would be really nice either just before or during or just after to announce that there has been some kind of détente or interim step towards getting to a comprehensive negotiation of trade. I know that Dominic LeBlanc, who is our counterpart to Howard Lutnick, is in Washington as well.
Lena, du må endre summen som står der på et eller annet vis. Når du fyller på kontoen, så skal det gå an å trykke på endre sum eller noe sånt. Altså du velger altså $100-200. Jeg reckner Jones har $3,000 til $4,000.
Well, as you mentioned, all of the premiers getting together, what are you asking of Prime Minister Carney? Are there things you're pushing for him to do in terms of action?
I think what you're seeing is that the sentiment is that if the Americans truly do want us to find other trading partners, then we should be serious about that. We should be trading more with each other. Maybe rather than sourcing some of our steel beams and other products from America, maybe we source it from Ontario and Quebec. Maybe rather than talking about pipelines to the Gulf Coast, maybe we talk about pipelines to British Columbia and the Hudson Bay in Manitoba, so that we can go to both Asian and European markets. So I think the conversation in Canada has maybe shifted in a way that America remains our strongest and most important trading partner. Most of the provinces trade north-south, but it's really initiated another conversation about how do we trade more with each other to counteract the effects perhaps of America buying less from us, as well as how do we find new markets. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do that as complementary to Americans' interests in especially energy dominance. But at the moment, when you've got a friction in your relationship, that's one of the things that we're trying to sort out are there new markets that we can that we can go into?
A lot of conversations about pipeline in Alberta. You currently have excess capacity, TMX, Enbridge. Why would oil companies sign up for a new line if that remains the case?
I think that there's been some misinformation. Yeah. I know that the environment minister, who wants to keep it in the ground, has been suggesting that somehow TMX is only at 40% capacity. It's simply not true.
What is it?
It's at 85 to 90%. One of the things we have to do is dredge the channel that it goes through so that we can have heavier boats going so they can be filled up. But we also just recently saw a new auction that went through, and there were 400,000 barrels of demand for what was only going to be 100,000 barrels of supply. So I have no question in my mind that if we build
Har du snakket noe til meg, Jones?
especially as we look towards the
Hæ?
Asian markets, we
Har du snakket noe til meg?
been able to build a pipeline.
Nei, bare folk sa det går i brudd. Jeg er faen meg så vidt i minus her, så jeg bare lurer på hvorfor går det med brudd. Er det fordi jeg har for mange kontrakter i forhold til hva de har på kontoen?
Ja.
Men hvorfor?
Altså, for at det minste de kan ta er jo 0,01, så de tar jo i forhold til prosenten, i forhold til de har
Ja, ikke
på
sant, for det går ikke an å ta mindre. Det går ikke an å ta mindre.
Nei, så derfor så blir det masse 0,01-kontrakter, og da blir det posisjonene blir for store.
Du, så har jeg hører ikke noe, altså. Jeg lukket døra liksom, jeg hører ingenting. Du snakker til meg sånn, jeg hører ikke et kvett.
You've got certain markets, you've got the heavy stuff. So I always look at it as more
Ikke
like
sant, så da fyller du på så 0,1 da.
competition because we can fuel and feed different markets.
Og det kommer til å gjøre det frem til det er over 100%, og når det er under 100 så går det ikke. Det er sånn det er, ikke sant?
I think in fact Canada and US
Det som ikke går.
are going to be the ones that can achieve.
Ja, du får ikke fylt på noe på under 100, nei.
Well, when we consider the prospects of
Ja, du kan ikke ta flere trades, for da er du i minus i marginene.
markets, it seems Mark Carney is behind this idea as long as there are kind of offsetting factors in terms of green investments. You described this earlier this week as a grand bargain. As you think about that bargain, how should that kind of effort be paid for?
For jeg vil egentlig shorte mer. Da kan ikke jeg gjøre det, da.
Jeg tenker at alle sammen har jo beskjed om at du holder på å trede opp igjen kontoen, og alle har blitt advart imot å så følge deg med små beløp.
Jeg klarer ikke trene opp kontoen jeg nå med så små kontrakter, ja, ikke sant?
Nei, men jeg tenker at det må hver enkelt være ansvarlig for å stenge kontraktene selv hvis de ikke tåler for margin. Det er noe du må ta ansvar for selv når du trader. Altså når du følger copy-trading og
Ja, for det, hvis jeg skal ta så små kontrakter nå, så klarer jeg ikke tjene en krone.
Nei, ikke sant.
Altså, du kan jo ta trade ut ifra hva han har på kontoen sin. Det går ikke.
Nei, for det er sånn... Nå har jeg tradet opp på uka nå da, på sånn mini-posisjoner, så jeg har dratt inn på uka nå, på sånn mini-posisjoner.
The pipeline project through Pathways would cost about $10 to $20 billion. It's a big hit. But if we build that pipeline, we would get about $20 billion a year in revenue for the foreseeable future. So that's the reason why I think it's a pretty good
posisjoner, jeg må gå her.
I know your oil industry is dealing with
Så mini-posisjoner nå.
in Alberta at last check affecting 7% of output. Is that roughly still the case? Can you update us on what's happening?
Jeg er opp $9,46 siste uka nå. Opp cirka litt over 10 000 kroner. Og det er på sånn mini-posisjoner. Så jeg må ha mer enn det, så blir jeg aldri ferdig her, liksom.
Nei, akkurat. Men altså, da kan man ikke følge med små da. Det går ikke.
Man kan det går til helt til han tar for mange posisjoner.
We want to make sure that those assets are protected.
Ja, sånn det nå.
We end up with this kind of terrible fire season. In the past, we've
been able to be successful with that. 3-4 tusen på kontoen.
Ja.
Well, the season does seem like it's becoming semi-regular, and we're seeing the impacts of it all the way here on the east coast of the United States in terms of air quality. Is there anything else Alberta is looking at doing in terms of mitigation, trying to make sure that even with the seasonality that these fires are not as severe in the years to come?
Ja, det får altså flytte imellom.
The incredible volume of forestry that we have and how old it is. And so that does require the proactive.
For jeg shorta mesteparten her oppe nå. Det er jævla dumt av meg å ta ut de nå hvis det først blir ramle her, for da tjener jeg jo ikke en krone.
The third terrible fire season that we've had. But those are the mechanisms that we're using. We've got to get new green growth going. That's going to be the way that we have a differential in age in our forests and hope that we don't end up with these problems. I should also mention...
Da har du en margin på, låst inn her, da har du en margin på cirka 100.
So people being careless. And so we put out campaigns just saying, make sure you douse your fire, make sure that you're not sparking anything with equipment, because those are some of the reasons why we can end up with these terrible wrecks as well.
Well, we hope that everyone is safe and that you get around this. I know you have a lot of experience in that area. Danielle Smith, great conversation. We appreciate your visit
Ja, det lost in heaven, det jo for at du ikke har nok, du har ikke mer marginer, så da får du ikke kjøpt, så han tar en trade til, så vi ikke vil.
Se den der jævla Nasdaqen, han
Hey, we'll meet you back on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern Time here on Bloomberg TV and radio with the latest on reconciliation and the meeting with Republican senators and President Trump at the White House. It's all ahead here, only on Bloomberg.
Jeg tar opp døra. Jeg hører ikke noe, skjønner du, for jeg har på Bloomberg i øret mitt, så jeg hører ikke et krekk. Hva er det du sier for noe? Så sitter og ser inn i en vegg og prater til meg. Så det er ikke rart ikke jeg hører noen ting.
Nei, så hvis marginene for små, så må dere stenge posisjonen, rett og slett.
Ja, men dere bare minus med $6, liksom?
Jo, men til den enkelte, du ser jo ikke hva den enkelte har, så hver enkelt må stenge posisjoner hvis at marginene blir for små.
Ja, for jeg har ikke lyst til å ta de enda, for jeg må se om det kommer ned her. For jeg har shortet helt her oppe. Jeg må vente.
Ja, vi skal jo komme i gang med trading.
Altså når du sier $6, så er det med at gull har gått opp $6 fra shorten din?
Ja, $6, stemmer det. 5-6 $.
Ja. Så det er ikke minus $6 liksom?
Jeg var long gull fra 52, og så begynte jeg å shorte her oppe på par 80. Og så shortet jeg på nytt på 75, 74, 72, hele veien, sånn smått. Jeg kan jo være litt snill nå kanskje, så kan jeg ta ut noen av shortene mine på vei ned der, men jeg har ikke lyst, for det er de jeg tjener mest på når det faller, så tjener jeg mest på de, ikke sant?
Nei, det blir en farlig vei å gå. Det må være den enkeltes ansvar å passe på marginene, sine egne marginer.
Helt klart.
Erik, NAS kan du bare trykke kjøp på når du vil tjene penger? Ja, det er omtrent sånn. I et normalt marked så skal ikke det være mulig, men akkurat nå er det sånn.
Borte med livet, kråka, eller?
Ja, han er helt koko i dag, liksom. Han begynner å bli ganske frisk, da.
Ja.
Og nå driver han og skal erte hunden og sånn, liksom.
Da er han i form.
Ja, dere har beite med halestad og helt koko. De bikkjene vil jo drepe den, så det er det som jeg skjønner ikke at han tør det.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
På hva, Bjørn?
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead with insight on the people, companies and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Holdt på å kjøpe i stedet, men jeg gjorde ikke. Jeg var opptatt med
tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Bloomberg Business Week live on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm David Gura, alongside Emily Orfeo. Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck are off today. Let's start with the setup this hour on this Tuesday, June the 3rd, where markets are reacting to weaker than expected economic data, a disappointing report from ADP, latest ISM data showing a contraction in U.S. service providers, that providing the backdrop to the market action today. More on the trade in just a minute.
And ahead this hour, we're going to be talking about the Beige Book. Those headlines coming in just a couple seconds right now. The Federal Reserve is going to be releasing this for the month of May. We'll take a look at what stood out in that report from regional Fed banks around the country amid...
Hva det som kjører Nasdaq nå, egentlig? Hva det som går der nå?
After OPEC Plus boosted production again, by more than 400,000 barrels.
Det Apple som drar på her nå, eller?
For Russia, which was against
Ja,
that decision,
Apple går grønt.
along with a handful of
Meta opp
producers,
3%
and what it means
nesten.
for oil prices as well.
Nvidia så vidt.
estimate from the Congressional Budget Office
Beige
what
Book
President
kom nå.
Trump's big beautiful bill
Kom
as
den
passed
nå?
by the House of Representatives
Hva var den på?
for the deficit as the
Nei,
Senate works on its version
ja,
of
på
that
linken.
legislation. Henrietta Trays of Vita Partners is going to join us with the latest state of play.
A lot to come, but
Det er
first
så
up, a check on
boka
today's
om det.
trade and top business stories.
det er jo bare-
Charlie Pellet. Charlie.
Ja, det var 54.
Begin with the developing story, just getting word, headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Yale nearing a deal to sell up to $2.5 billion of private equity stakes. That news breaking right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher right now. A lot of economic data. S&P up 18, up 0.3%. The Dow up 73, up 0.2%. And NASDAQ up 87, up by 0.5%. 10-year at 4.35% with the 2-year 3.86%. Gold up $26 the ounce, up 0.8%. And a retreat for crude down 1.2%, 62.65 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, a lot of news about the U.S. economy on this Tuesday. Hiring slowing in May. Private sector payrolls increased by just 37,000, and that's lower than all of the estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists. And we're also getting those headlines right now from the Beige Book. The Fed saying U.S. economic activity has declined slightly. Employment little changed since the previous report. As we get all of this, we're going to bring in Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News Federal Reserve and economics reporter. She joins us now from Bloomberg's bureau in Houston. Can we get your live reaction to the Beige Book? I mean, it really just came out like 15 seconds ago. Katerina.
Yeah, that's right. But what we're seeing, seems to indicate that it's a pretty similar report to what we've been seeing this year. It's showing that businesses and consumers are kind of waiting to see, not making huge decisions yet, kind of waiting to see how this tariff fight plays out. You can see that activity declined slightly, but nothing major there, and that the labor market and inflation are kind of going along, kind of steady state as they have been.
I did something cumbersome here. I did a Control F, just look to see how much tariff appears here in this document. 122 times in total, and it's a kind of scan just to see what's happening in different regions across the country. So many of them saying here economic activity declining modestly, speaking to that level of uncertainty, maybe some hesitation among businesses as well. Katerina, how does the Fed look at this release in particular? Of course, it has that panoply of data, both hard and survey data it's going to look at when it meets in Washington in just a little over a week. How much credence do they give this kind of anecdotal data that's been collected by the Federal Reserve banks all across the country?
I think right now they give a good amount of credence to this type of data because the hard data, right, the indicators that the government publishes on a monthly or quarterly basis are just that. They're about a month or a quarter behind. So data like this that's showing kind of what's happening on the ground can be really valuable for Fed officials, especially right now when there is all this uncertainty.
I feel like we've been talking for so long about weakening consumer sentiment, and you see it cropping up in corporate earnings. You see it just in terms of the data that we're getting. If you look here in the Beige Book, it does say that consumer spending increased slightly in recent weeks. Retailers reported steady to increasing sales. They noted a decline in big ticket purchases. As someone who studies the economy closely, what's your current take of the state of the consumer in the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because we heard a lot of concern when tariffs were first announced that this was really going to hit consumption. And the consumer, of course, has been a massive driver of the economy. I mean, it's like 70% of our economy. So it's very important. But we haven't seen that weakness materialize. consumer sentiment was very negative in April, but that turned around in May, and people are attributing that to, you know, some of these pauses on tariffs and just kind of more optimism that deals are going to be reached. So it's been a really interesting story because the consumer has stayed strong. And I think a big part of that is the labor market, right? People still have jobs, so they can spend.
You look at all of the sections herein, there's trade and services, there's manufacturing, there's a portion on prices as well, and that's where I'd love to go next. There's a line here. When asked about anticipated changes to their industry's costs over the next 6 months and how they expect their competitors to respond, more than 2/3 of those firms surveyed, anticipated increasing costs and expected their competitors to increase prices in as little as 2 months. That, of course, is such a huge part of the narrative surrounding this trade war and the underlying uncertainty. Could you dovetail that with what we've heard from Fed policymakers, presidents, and others here in recent weeks, just about what concerns exist about the kind of unanchoring of or sort of dissolution of inflation expectations?
Yeah, I mean, that is of paramount importance to them. If inflation expectations, especially in the long run, like how people think about inflation in 5 years, if that becomes unanchored, if that basically goes higher than around that 2% level where the Fed likes inflation to be, then that completely takes away the Fed's ability to control prices even in the near term. And then that's where the trouble really starts. That's
Nå gikk Apple I grønt.
Either rates stay at these levels for longer or potentially move higher because they are really going to
Nå dro Gult på noe jævla da. Eller jævla. Han gikk og få opp her.
We haven't seen that in most of the measures. We've seen that a little bit in the University of Michigan data, but other measures, including market measures, are showing pretty stable inflation expectations.
Katarina, I want to get to your story that you published today with Katanga Johnson about Trump's pick for the Fed's top bank cop, Michelle Baumann. Tell us about who she is, how important this is for Wall Street to have her as the vice chair for supervision.
Yeah, so she has been a Fed governor since 2018, so she's been at the Fed, you know, for a while. She speaks a lot, so she's made a lot of speeches, detailed speeches on bank policy, you know, where she thinks that should go, and on monetary policy. So her views are very widely known. There's, you know, not really going to be any surprises here, probably. And she is a supporter of a lighter approach to bank regulation. She was came out against Barr's proposal for increased capital. She's kind of aligned with kind of the industry when it comes to that. But she is also someone who is pretty outspoken about, you know, good supervision and kind of staying strong on that front. She wants to do an independent review of what happened with SVB, with the SVB collapse. So she is, you know, while she has kind of a lighter approach in terms of regulation, she is, you know, pretty dedicated to still like supervising the industry in a rigorous way.
I was so interested reading this profile that you wrote with Katanga Johnson, and something that really stood out as you wrote about Mickey Bowman's rise is the way in which she kind of paved her own way here to get to this position. Talk a bit about that, and I know that we've seen some quiet here when it comes to the president bad-mouthing Fed Chair Jerome Powell, but does she represent the kind of prospective Fed chairman that this president might like to see in that seat going forward?
You mean for the chairmanship or for the vice?
Yeah, for the chairmanship, just in terms of leadership of the Fed, sort of what does she represent? I know that she's sort of out of mode with the terms of kind of traditional academic economists that have been on the board in recent years.
Yeah, but I think, you know, if that were, you know, once, I think they're going to start looking to replace Chair Powell in the fall. His term ends next year, so they will start looking around for a replacement for him. And I think her name will probably, you know, be in contention for that. She is already on the board. She's kind of proven herself to be, you know, a dedicated policymaker. So, you know, I think that her name could be in the mix, but I do think they want her for this supervision post because she is, I think, quite aligned with how the administration thinks that bank regulation and supervision should be approached. So for that position, I think that there's, you know, we've seen obviously the administration felt confident in nominating her, and she's expected to pass through the Republican-controlled Senate, perhaps even this week still. So I think that is something that where those folks are supportive of her.
And someone who stands in such stark contrast to Michael Barr, who had the position beforehand. Katerina, thank you very much for the time. Thanks for going with the flow here on that 54-page beige book and getting through the details so much as we could here in real time. Again, the takeaway from that seems to be uncertainty kind of pervading all of the Fed's districts around the country, but so much economic news today. Katerina Saraiva is the Federal Reserve economics reporter for Bloomberg News, and she's based in our bureau in Houston. I want to switch now to the energy market and what rising stockpiles mean for the global economy. We saw OPEC Plus, that group of oil-producing countries, decide to add 411,000 barrels a day in August, maybe the same amount in September as well. And there was some dissent in the cartel this time around. Russia, Algeria, and Oman all pushing back on that decision, which was strongly advocated for by Saudi Arabia. Fortunate to have with us today Ellen Wald, author of the book Saudi Inc. She's the president of Transversal Consulting and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. She joins us now from Boca Raton in Florida. Dr. Wald, let me ask you first of all just about the motivations for this decision. We've seen Saudi Arabia pushing for this over the last couple of meetings here. What's motivating them to do it? I recall last time there was a lot of talk of them wanting to punish producers who weren't upholding their end of the bargain. Is it as simple as that?
No, I think that there's much more going on here, especially a very kind of comprehensive look both at the markets, but also at where supply is going and where supply is going to be coming from in 2026. You know, we're talking about some very small incremental increases in production that had been voluntarily kept off the market by certain producers. So they're not even really talking here about amending the overall quotas, which would require, you know, a consensus from the entire group. So this is oil that certain producers have been keeping off the market in order to kind of help prop up prices. And I think what they're seeing is that their efforts aren't necessarily propping up prices all that much at this point. So, you know, why are they keeping this oil off the market? The more oil they can sell, even at you know, slightly more depressed prices, is still more money in their pocketbooks. And then they're also, as I said, looking forward to 2026. And you know, they're looking at reports that shale oil production is potentially you know, peaking, is not necessarily going to be growing as much or at as nearly as fast a rate as it has been, and so they'd like to be the ones that are filling those gaps potentially in the market, and getting ahead of that. And so I think that's really where this is coming from, more than kind of an idea to punish overproducers.
How long can Saudi Arabia tolerate prices as low as they are, and if they drift even lower still? So I look at Brent here at about $62.60 a barrel. That's low. And I know that it must be causing some modicum of pain, at least on the Saudi Arabian.
Det ikke sikkert det faller med alt, Satan, for det kom melding fra at det er lyst til å pushe Russland til å stoppe krigen. Det kom nå i stad. Så det ikke sikkert det faller.
Aramco, the national oil company in Saudi Arabia, has the lowest cost of production of any producer in the entire world. We're talking between
meldingen kom i stad for en kvarter siden.
$6 a barrel is their cost of production. So no matter what, they're making more money per barrel of oil that they sell than any other producer out there in the entire world. So they can tolerate it. The company Aramco can absolutely tolerate this. Would they like oil prices to be higher? Sure. Most producers would like oil prices to be higher. They don't want them to be too high because they feel that can kind of start to crimp demand. But you know, from their perspective, they definitely like it. You know, they're fine. I don't think that they're in any rush to, you know, have oil prices higher right now. I do think that, you know, they're aware of how things are going. Aramco did just issue another bond. You know, that doesn't mean that the company is in trouble. That doesn't mean Saudi Arabia is in trouble. Would the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia love to have more money to play with? Sure, who wouldn't love to have more money to play with? Does it mean that, you know, their economy is about to fall apart? Not at all.
Dr. Wald, bring Russia into this. How do the falling prices of oil and these rising global stockpiles impact Russia, especially when it's still in the middle of a war?
Yeah, this is a really interesting issue for Russia because
ja, men da kan jeg godt gjøre det fra med morgen, men det var flere som sa på chatten i stad, når skulle de begynne å øke posisjonene, så jeg trodde ikke det var at dere fikk noe ut av det.
For 2 years, and that's basically reflective of the price of oil because they're still shipping essentially the same volumes. And so, when you look at this fact off the bat, you might think, oh, well, that might actually affect the Kremlin, that might affect their decision making when it comes to their war and their country and their economy overall. But that number and that statistic doesn't really speak to Russia's revenues from its oil trade, because while revenues per barrel may have dropped, it has started selling shipping services and insurance, and it's been making quite a bit of money on that. And we don't really have a good measure of how much money it is making on that. They're also making quite a bit of money selling LNG. Sales have gone up. They're actually selling quite a bit to Europe, believe it or not. And so that's also making money for them. So I would say that, yes, it's an interesting fact, but it doesn't mean that they're suddenly, not going to have enough ammunition to continue their war. I think, this is a very long, drawn-out issue, and oil is not necessarily the key to the solution here.
We're going to talk in a few minutes here with our colleague Nick Wadhams in Washington about a phone call that took place today with President Putin and President Trump. So we'll get more into the relationship, the dialogue between these two countries. But in the minute that we have left, I'd like to ask you about another delicate dance of diplomacy that's taking place here when it comes to some sort of deal with Iran. So again, with just a minute here, how does that stand to change the kind of energy calculus of as
det virker som at dere får mer ut av gull enn altså med tanke på posisjonen.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to remember about this Iran deal or negotiations for oil markets is that Iran's oil output on the market is much higher than it used to be. It's over 3 million barrels a day. And so if sanctions suddenly disappear tomorrow, Iran is not holding on to a huge amount of oil it can suddenly flood the market with. It's basically where its oil production is at. And if sanctions were to disappear, there would be some impact, but it wouldn't really impact the amount of crude that Iran can put on the market. So those kind of ideas that suddenly we're going to have a lot more supply if there is a deal, that's really unfounded.
Ellen Wald, thank you very much for the time.
Nei, ikke enda, Espen.
What's happening with OPEC Plus with that
Jeg har trenet masse dager. Jeg bare satte noen store her oppe i stad. Eller store. Ikke store. Jeg satte mange små her oppe. Pluss minus 5 dollar.
The status of negotiations talks between the U.S. and Russia. President Trump having a phone call today with President Putin in which they talked about some sort of deal for peace in Ukraine, but also about Russia's intention to retaliate in response to the attack that Ukraine made on a Russian airfield just a few days ago with drones. Ellen Wald is the author of the book Saudi Inc. She's the president of Transversal Consulting and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. On this Wednesday, with a new beige book from the Federal Reserve, looking back at the month of May. David Gura here with Emily Grafeo on Bloomberg Business Week, on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube, Bloomberg Television as well. Much more to come. We're in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, who are off today. This is Bloomberg.
Hva er det du sier? Jeg ser bare etter supportområder, altså nivåer. Det er masse nivåer som jeg går ut ifra. Og som regel satt ut lenge i forveien. På større timeframes, og så går jeg bare ned på timeframes lavere. Gå inn. Så jeg ser at i dag skal det opp, så går jeg inn på lavere og finner en entry som da at en intraday support. Sånn her for eksempel.
Hallo.
38. Altså, da har jeg sånn her og nå supporter fra i stad, liksom. På 380. Nå har du bear-flagget som på feil side. Så du mener motstand, ikke support da, regner med? Ja, jeg har en linje på 87, vet ikke det står der? 87. Den røde linjen. Og der har du en motstand. Som kommer ifra her.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The latest beige book is out. Economic activity in the U.S. declining slightly in recent weeks. Tariffs and uncertainty affecting the economy. Right now we have got the S&P, the Dow, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P 500 index up 17. Gain now of 0.3%. The Dow up 55, up 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index higher by 84, up by 0.4%. Our Mag 7 Index up 0.3%. The 10-year, 4.35%. Busy day for economic data. The 2-year, 3.86%. Spot gold currently trading higher by 0.8%. 33.80 right now, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 62.74 a barrel. Tesla's vehicle shipments from its China factory fell for an 8th straight month, extending a global sales slump for CEO Elon Musk. Right now, we've got Tesla down 2.9%. This is a ship carrying about 3,000 cars to Mexico. It was abandoned in the middle of the Pacific Ocean after catching fire. Many of those vehicles on board EVs. President Nicolas Maduro's government is cracking down on Monitor Dollar. That's a social media account that provided exchange rates for the Venezuelan bolivar on the black market, arresting nearly 24 people associated with it. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up by 0.3% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, let's get back to the big, beautiful bill. On Capitol Hill, Republicans in the Senate are working on their version of what President Trump calls this big, beautiful bill. And as they do that, we're getting new details from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office about what the House version as passed would do to the federal deficit. The CBO estimates it would add $2.4 trillion to U.S. budget deficits over the next decade. The CBO also says it expects it would leave almost 11 million people in the United States without health insurance in 2024. Henrietta Treyz is the co-founder of Veda Partners, where she is director of economic policy with a particular expertise in how the Senate works. So she joins us now. Talk about these numbers. What exactly do they tell us, Henrietta?
These are big numbers. 2.4 trillion is a record breaker. The last highest reconciliation bill was 1.9 trillion. So this will be winning some awards for sheer deficit increases on that account, which is exciting. The bill is going to change a lot from here. And my base case expectation, knowing the Senate, is that it's going to become more deficit financed. I think for bond investors, there's something to watch for here, in that the senators are going to use a current policy baseline where the House does not. And this is a big differential between the two chambers. The House assumes that passing an extension of the 2017 tax cuts plus some of the other components of the bill, will generate $2.5 trillion of economic activity, dynamic growth. On the Senate side, they're not going to use that formula to wipe away some of the budget costs. They're going to instead assume that extending the existing rates costs nothing. $3.8 trillion or $1.3 trillion more will be deficit financed. So the scale of the Senate bill is going to be quite a bit more substantial. They're going to try to make some of the business provisions more permanent than the House bill. The SALT cap is going to have to come down. The IRA cuts are going to have to come down. The Medicaid cuts are going to have to come down. The deficit is going to grow, is the bottom line, as the Senate spends the next 4 weeks crafting their version of this bill.
Henrietta, I'm curious, as I'm sure you are, about how a Senator Rand Paul is looking at the numbers from CBO today, maybe a Rick Scott, maybe a Ron Johnson as well, as they kind of make the argument for deeper cuts in the Senate version of this bill. I heard Senator Paul talking about the power that he thinks he and these other holdouts have here in these negotiations, and I'm curious if you think that he's right about that these holdouts are going to be able to exert some real sway here as the Senate gets down to brass tacks and reshapes this bill.
Great question. I actually think this is some of the most interesting change that we've seen since the Senate has taken up this bill and gotten back from recess. Rand Paul's material objection is to the $5 trillion increase to the debt ceiling that the Senate bill is going to include. And so there's already discussion of trying to get him back into the fold as a potential yes vote in changing the debt ceiling numbers associated with the Senate package. So right now, the sort of whisper around the senators in the Republican conference is that they want to cut that in half and get Rand Paul over to our side again. Because right now, if Rand Paul is a no, just on the debt ceiling alone, then Senator Thune only has 2 votes to lose from there. So cutting the debt ceiling hike, which is not the same as the deficit, but a really important part for Rand Paul, down to $2.5 trillion, which would get the Senate and Congress functionality through about March of 2026 instead of November of 2026, is, I'm told, a part of the conversation. So we're really trying to move the parameters of what might get Rand Paul, which to me really underscores the trouble that Leader Thune is going to face when we get back to what you were just mentioning, the 10.9 million individuals who will be kicked off Medicaid, 9.5 million of whom are not in the undocumented migrant space that Republicans talk about a lot. These are just regular, everyday Americans who will be kicked off the Medicaid program. So there's going to be a lot of loss from West Virginia, Susan Collins in Maine, the Alaska senators. That's Sullivan, who's up for re-election next year, and Murkowski. So there's a lot of moving parts that Thune needs to walk through here. Getting Rand Paul on board by cutting the debt ceiling hike in half might be very helpful.
So how then do you anticipate the timeline of this bill eventually making its way to President Trump, maybe assuming that we do get those holdouts, the Rand Pauls, signing off on it? Is the timeline really realistic that this does get on Trump's desk by July 4th?
No, it's going to go through the Senate by July 4th. That's the strategy that Senator Thune is working with right now. There are 3 committees who are rolling out their bill this week. There will be another next week. And then the Senate Finance Committee, which is responsible for almost all the package, all the tax provisions and the Medicaid cuts, they're going to go last. And that'll come either the week of the 16th, right before Juneteenth, or it'll come the following week, the week of June 23rd. This bill is going to get very messy, very complicated. They have a lot of changes that they need to make with the House Republican package. And as I mentioned, the SALT caucus alone is going to raise holy hell with them, and they're going to be in a meeting at some point. They haven't been given an audience yet, but they will have to do that. And then what that creates is a scenario where the House and the Senate actually go to conference. First and foremost for investors, what you should hear when I say that is this is a time suck. It can be 1, 2, 3 weeks even. So that paints the picture for passages of this legislation at the end of July. July 24th is when the House is scheduled to go on recess. August 1st is when the Senate is scheduled to go on recess. The X date for the debt ceiling is in mid-August. That's the time horizon folks should work with.
Very quickly here, just what is happening at this moment, drawing on your experience working in the Senate, what's happening at this moment in time? I know committees are releasing their legislation sort of one by one, but in the minute that we have left, sort of what's the actual state of play? What's happening on the ground in Senate office buildings today?
Lobbyists are fanned out everywhere. They're trying to get their IRA tax credit back in. They're trying to tweak the 899 provision that gives the Treasury Secretary the authority to tax
close
countries, foreign entities and such. There's a lot of behind the scenes work going on before that bill gets released. The rule of thumb in DC is you want to get your provision out before the bill gets released. Get it out before it's in. Once it's in, you can't get it out. So there's massive lobbying happening behind the scenes right now.
Henrietta, always good to talk to you to get your update. That's Henrietta Trey. She's the co-founder of Veda Partners, where she's the director of economic policy. I want to turn now to another story we've been following this afternoon. That is another phone call today taking place between President Trump and President Putin. Trump said his Russian counterpart had a warning for Ukraine that he plans to retaliate for a recent drone strike on Russian airfields. Joining us now with the latest on this is Nick Wadhams. He's the leader of Bloomberg's national security team in Washington. And Nick, I'll start with a basic question here. We've been watching as President Trump has aspired to get on the phone with President Xi. He's had more success talking to President Putin. What precipitated the call, and what do we know of what they talked about?
I mean, obviously, the big one was the drone strikes over the weekend where Ukraine launched strikes on Russia's strategic air forces deep within Russian territory. It was a shocking development over the weekend, and then obviously the U.S. has really been pushing Russia to agree to an unconditional ceasefire in Ukraine. It's a pretty extraordinary post on social media by the president in one way, because he seems to be granting credence to the Russian argument that they can't agree to a ceasefire at the moment and will have to respond to the Ukrainian attacks. And then he also goes on to say that Russia has offered its help on the Iran nuclear issue. So the president is speaking to Putin very much as an equal, seems like almost as a partner. So really underscores and will fuel a lot of criticism from some of the president's critics, certainly on the left, who say that he's willing to give President Putin essentially the benefit of the doubt over Ukraine.
Right. I'm just kind of reading this social media post and quoting here from Trump. President Putin did say, and very strongly, he will have to respond to the recent attack on the airfields. What exactly is Trump kind of insinuating here? What would that kind of response look like, or do we not know?
Well, I mean, one of the big dynamic, the context here is that the president has said previously that he wants a ceasefire immediately in Ukraine. He wants to stop the fighting, and he wants a ceasefire to pave the way for a peace deal. Ukraine has said repeatedly, okay, it's on board with that idea. And then at the same time, the president has criticized Russia in the past for launching continued strikes on Ukraine. So the president has, in the background, gotten a little bit more impatient with Russia for not agreeing to that ceasefire. But then what you see him doing here is saying essentially green-lighting the idea that Russia has every right to respond and that there will be no ceasefire. I think he also says in that tweet that it's not looking good for peace at the moment. So you have a very contradictory statement from the president, where on the one hand he's pushing for a ceasefire, but then essentially standing out of the way as a major U.S. adversary. Russia says it's going to launch new strikes on a putative U.S. ally.
Nick, in the minute we have left, I'd love to ask you about dialogue between two other parties, the United States and Ukraine. I'm curious, was the U.S. caught unawares by this attack by Ukraine on Russia, and how much conversation is there among those two nations about the path forward here?
Well, I mean, that's certainly been strained. As far as we understand from the administration, they were not tipped off by the Ukrainians about this attack. I mean, I don't think that would necessarily be a huge surprise. It's not clear to me that the Biden administration would have been tipped off on it. I think regardless who the U.S. president was, Ukraine has shown an occasional willingness to seek forgiveness rather than permission in some of its strikes on Russian territory. Joe Biden also came out against some of those and said that they would lead to an escalatory spiral. So not a huge surprise there, but it does raise bigger questions, because while the U.S. has not been re-upping its military aid to Ukraine, it has been willing to continue to supply Ukraine with a lot of intelligence, satellite data, and things like that to help it fight the Russians. So when you see a tweet like this from the president, it really does open up the possibility that sort of everything's on the table. And you know, the real question is what President Trump does with Ukraine right now. There are Ukrainian officials in D.C. at this moment meeting with Marco Rubio and other administration officials. So really trying to figure out at this moment what they're telling them.
Nick, appreciate it. That's Nick Wadhams. He's the leader of Bloomberg's national security team, joining us from Washington, giving us detail on that latest phone call between President Trump and President Putin.
And still to come, today's Bloomberg Big Take, an investigation into Tesla's full self-driving function, how it's led to fatal car crashes, and how regulators have responded. And just looking quickly at markets, we do see S&P 500 in the green. We're up over 0.2%. Yields much lower as that economic data came out weaker today. NASDAQ 100 higher though, outperforming those tech stocks.
Nei, låst inn even, det ligger ikke noen av rommene supply og demand. Supply og demand, det er egentlig bare hvor det er akkumulert masse ordre. Så hvor du har motstandsnivå eller zoner. Sånn her områder. Her har det sånn zone hvor du har masse ordre som går, og hvor folk sitter fra før av, og så når den da går opp dit, så begynner de enten å short eller gå long igjen, så får de en reaksjon fra det området. For de adder på posisjonene sine da. Ja, de stikker vi her slik på et jævlig. Så du kan se det på grunn av at den klarer aldri å bryte over. Du har motstandsnivå. Altså det er bare rett og slett toppene. De klarer ikke å presse prisene lenger opp. Og på bunnen så klarer de ikke å presse prisen lenger ned. Ergo ligger masse ordre akkurat i bunnen der, akkurat i toppene. Og da får du en zone.
Jeg vil shorte enda mer, men jeg tør faen ikke gjøre det, for dere går i brudd, så faen i helvete.
Du tenker å short gull, eller?
Hæ?
Short gull?
Jeg vil shorte gull her oppe. Jeg skal ikke gjøre det, for folk mister marginene sine, så det blir bare jævla dumt.
Ja, har ikke du noe login? Nei, det har ikke.
Jeg tror det skal falle mye nå. Ja.
Har du bare short?
Hæ?
Har du bare short inn nå?
Jeg er bare short gull nå, ja.
Ja.
Gjør selvfølgelig for de som ikke har mer får ikke vært med på uansett Botox. Ja, hva skal jeg gjøre med det da?
Nei, du må bare trede, og så får det enkelt. Så de treder han med en gang. Han må bare følge med.
Ja, for nå har jeg sittet og sett at man har falt nå fra $2, det har falt $3 som jeg kunne liksom shorta på da.
Du må ikke drive og tenke på hva andre har.
Nei, men da shorter jeg det.
Det blir gal av det.
Nei, vent da.
Greit sånn som du gjør. Hold deg til det.
Så.
Fuglfest spør hva du ville ha gjort, Robert.
Jeg satt i hvert fall oppi.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks in the green right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P currently higher by 14 points. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 19 on the Dow. That is a gain of just under 0.1%. Little change there. NASDAQ meanwhile up 88 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of just about 0.5%. Weaker than expected economic data, leading speculation that the Fed will cut interest rates at least twice this year. The 10-year 4.36%, the 2-year 3.87%. Gold is now higher by $25 an ounce, up 0.7%.
Jeg har gått glipp av $5, for jeg har ikke tørt å shorte mer oppe. Jeg ramlet med $5, eller?
$62.99 for a barrel. Wells Fargo shares up 0.1% after finally escaping a Federal Reserve asset cap that has restricted its size for more than 7 years, unleashing the firm from the unprecedented punishment and a major role for CEO Charlie Scharf. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you very much. And one of the most read stories on the terminal today is the Bloomberg Big Take, a harrowing account of a fatal 2023 car crash involving a Tesla Model Y that was using full self-driving, a crash that took place in Arizona, Interstate 17 between Flagstaff and Phoenix. Bloomberg senior technology reporter and contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast, Dana Hull, writes that as Elon Musk touts robo-taxis in Austin, federal regulators are investigating whether the system in the Tesla is dangerous even with a human behind the wheel. Dana joins us now from the Bloomberg San Francisco Bureau, and I should commend this piece to everybody. It's sobering and includes very dramatic video captured by this car as it goes at highway speed and crashes into someone next to her Toyota RAV4. Dana, talk a bit about the video that
Nå faller gul. Det var det jeg ventet på. Jeg må ta ut noe nå, da, så folk ikke... Det blir feil. Jeg må bare holde posisjonen. Faen heller.
Jeg har ikke tenkt på å lese grafen, og så trer du ut ifra det du ser.
Ja, jeg gidder ikke. Jeg må ta hensyn til meg selv.
In October, NHTSA announced that it was investigating what Tesla calls FSD because of car crashes, where the system seemed to struggle with fog, glare, dust storms, things like that. And they mentioned one of the crashes was a fatality involving a pedestrian. And I read the NHTSA report.
At du tenker at du ikke skal ta posisjonene dine nå. Og så går den ned til støttenivået her nå, og så spretter den opp igjen. Så er det jo buttfucked at du tenkte du skulle ta profitten. Og det blir feil.
Jeg må bare gjøre det jeg har lyst til å gjøre. Så får andre være med på det riktig.
And not seeing parked cars with their hazard lights on, not seeing another human being like desperately kind of signaling to them to slow down, and then hitting this woman. You know, we stopped before the impact, but then obviously this woman is sort of hit straight on, and it just raises a lot of questions. And you know, Tesla fans will say that the software and the hardware since then has been upgraded, and I'm sure that it has, but at the time, you know, the driver was using what was likely the most up-to-date version of that FSD that existed, and it's just a really tragic case that a lot of people don't know about.
So talk a little bit about full self-driving, and in the case of this crash, what we know about what the driver was doing, and what drivers of Teslas with FSD are told. Are they supposed to keep their hands on the wheel? Do they have full control over the brake?
Yeah,
how does that work?
So that's been a big issue in terms of how Tesla has marketed this. It is marketed as FSD, but Tesla makes very clear in all of its literature to its owners that the owner of the car is responsible for the car at all times and should be ready to take over. So We don't really know. All we have is what the driver said in the crash report, which was, "I'm sorry, it all happened so fast. All of a sudden, there were cars in front of me, and I couldn't stop." So we don't know more than what he told police right in the aftermath of the crash. I do think it's significant that Tesla ultimately reported this crash to NHTSA, and the investigation, NHTSA's investigation is ongoing.
Dana, you could step outside our bureau in San Francisco and you could hail a Waymo, a self-driving taxi, and I think it's useful to explain the difference in the way these self-driving systems work. So we're talking about a Tesla system here that relies predominantly, if not exclusively, on cameras. How does that differ from what Waymo is doing from its competitor?
Yeah, so if you live in a city like San Francisco or Austin, where Waymo is ubiquitous now, they have a lot of sensors. They use cameras, they use radar, they use LiDAR. LiDAR is the thing that kind of spins around on the top. A lot of people complain that it looks very clunky, but they have a very robust sensor suite so that the vehicle is not reliant on one input. They are kind of actively gathering data from around the car using multiple sensors. And that is one approach. That is the approach that Waymo has taken. It's the approach that others like Aurora and Zoox have also taken. Elon Musk has taken a very different approach, and his idea is that a vision-based system or a camera-based system with a lot of machine learning and these incredible neural nets can basically do the same job for much cheaper. And part of the argument is that Tesla has so many cars on the road that they have a lot of data that they have trained their systems on. And so there's a big debate in autonomous vehicle development about whether you can truly be self-driving without LiDAR or not. I just think what this crash shows is that a camera-based system struggles sometimes with glare, and this was one of those very tragic edge cases.
What have the regulators said, if anything, about these systems that just use cameras?
I mean, they have not, they are investigating 4 crashes where they seem to struggle in these certain conditions like glare, but they have not they're not ordering a recall or anything like that. And just note that investigations do take quite a lot of time. There's typically a lot of back and forth between NHTSA and automakers. They ask for a lot of engineering details, and they often do take several months.
I'm curious here sort of about the way that this administration and the Department of Transportation in particular see the advent of and the adoption of self-driving vehicles like the one that's featured in this story. Do they see it as the future? Do they see it as kind of a complement to the way that we drive today? Sort of how are they looking at the prospect of these cars being on the road?
I think they very much see it as the future, and we have to remind everyone that roughly 40,000 people die in traffic accidents in the United States every year. A lot of traffics are because of speeding, because of drug and alcohol use, and if there is anything that we could do to really drive that number down, that would be terrific. And that has always been the promise of autonomous vehicles, that autonomous vehicles can drive when you're tired. And they can do long-haul freight runs, that kind of thing. But as we're seeing these vehicles, being deployed either in testing situations or, starting to become commercialized, there have been accidents. And I think that the industry needs to be very upfront about what those accidents have been.
We only have about a minute left, but I'm wondering if you could compare, where Tesla currently is in this race for autonomous driving versus other U.S. automakers.
I think the big competitor to Tesla is Waymo. As David mentioned, I can, step outside of my San Francisco office and hail a Waymo, and it will show up, and there is not a driver there. Tesla does not yet have a functioning robotaxi, customer service-based system yet. They are talking about kind of launching one in Austin this month. We'll see whether that's a big event or like a soft launch, but they are definitely. They don't have a commercial business doing a robotaxi yet. However, that's been the big promise of the company for quite some time now, that we're going to see robotaxis everywhere, and eventually if you own a Tesla, will be able to add your vehicle to this growing fleet.
Dana, thank you very much, and thanks for the reporting as well. The piece is A Fatal Tesla Crash Shows the Limits of Full Self-Driving by Dana Hull. She wrote it with Craig Trudell and features, again, this very sobering video. We didn't show any of it to our audience on television and YouTube, but you can see up until the moment that self-driving Tesla hits a pedestrian in Arizona just a couple of years back, and it's well worth reading just to hear about the limitations of that software, of that feature in the Tesla. You can read the full story and more from the Bloomberg Big Take on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/Big Take. Again, that piece there by Dana Hull with Craig Trudell. Look at markets here on this afternoon. We see stocks up slightly. S&P 500 up about 0.25% on the heels of all that economic data, the ISM report that we got this morning, data from ADP as well about job openings. As we look ahead to Friday, of course, Jobs Day, when we'll get the latest read on the U.S. labor market, about a week plus away from the next time the Federal Reserve sits down. We'll be talking about how markets are viewing that meeting and future ones coming up here on Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and television and YouTube. David Gura and Emily Grafeo in for Tim Stenbeck and Carol Masser. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, traff som faen på gullet da, til slutt. Det her nede jeg skal se om han bryter. Får vi se da. Faen at ikke jeg shorta med der oppe, altså. Helvete. Jeg må ikke... Hvis jeg skal tjene penger til dere, så må jeg bare kjøre oppløgget, altså.
Nå er det jo Nasdaq og gull, det er jo samme retning. Elon Musk, call your senator, call your congressman. Bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill, Elon Musk.
Trodde han og Trump var bestevenner, jeg.
Over til husvarm på hjemme.
Kommer en ny regel fra Trump snart. Tar tilbake avtalen med Tesla.
Nei, da, men det sa de.
Se på gull nå, på vei rett ned.
Vi får se hvor lenge det varer, Martinsen.
Ja.
Jeg ramlet nå med $8 da.
Ja, bra dag.
Det er litt dritt hvis ikke alle fikk det med seg, liksom.
Nei, han er ikke sur på Trump, han er bare uenig med akkurat den bill-greia. Altså den tax-greia. Det er det han er.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenbeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
And this is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today.
Jeg har ikke Nasdaq og gull gått.
And we're joined by Bloomberg News Equities reporter Alexandra
Samme vei
Stone
I dag.
stocks on the move.
Ja,
Alex, what do you
ja, det
Hey
er
guys, great to be on with you. I'm taking a look at a really fun one
Hey,
actually.
Blake.
K-Wave Media, that is a company
Inshallah.
focused on K-pop, short for Korean popular music. It is soaring today, up 134% right now after saying it would sell up to $500 million worth of shares to buy Bitcoin, the company at some point was up as much as 236% today. They say that they plan to become the meta planet of Korea. And actually, funny enough, they're following the same strategy as Michael Saylor's company's strategy, where they sell shares of the company to buy the cryptocurrency. Really interesting. Investors are really liking this.
This is becoming like a model, I think. Maybe not a widely spread model, but I see other companies like doing that.
You can make a lot of money doing it when Bitcoin's at over 100,000.
Yeah, and just a broader testament to like risk investment fully back on. The risk mood is obviously very high with companies like this doing so well. Last month through a blank check companies, sounding a little bit like 2021 again.
That's KWM. What else are you watching this afternoon?
Also looking at Dollar Tree, just taking a look at the move right now. It's down more than 8%. It warned its second quarter profit down 50% from a year ago, citing, of course, tariff-related costs. That also includes the 145% levies on China.
Så tar jeg på diagonene fra konsolideringer.
Obviously, that wasn't enough to please investors.
Thank you,
It said that its sale of Family Dollar for about $1 billion earlier this year will allow it to focus on its dollar store chains, but it is navigating what it says is called a rapidly evolving environment. And
still laughing at the fact that, like,
Robert snakker om gull.
Yesterday, and John Tucker posited that he had never been in a Dollar Tree store before.
Det må være litt stengt til oss nå.
But how much is this like part and parcel of a theme that we're seeing among retailers just kind of expressing concern about, yes, the uncertainty, but about tariff policy more specifically?
Yeah, I mean, uncertainty has been
en liten time på øyet.
earnings. One of my colleagues did a story about how mentions of the word uncertainty reached more than 3,000.
Tenk deg når USA-markedet har blitt sånn der 24-5. Det er 23-5 blir det.
Deutsche Bank actually said that the earnings hit is going to be a third of what initially projected because Trump has been backpedaling on his trade policy so much. So it may not actually be as bad as a lot of companies are saying.
Okay, and so Dollar Tree ticker DLT.
The Trump administration plans to move Greenland from U.S. European Command to Northern Command.
Down about 8% right now.
Taking quite a hit right now. What else? Last one I'm looking at is CrowdStrike, also having a bad day today, down about 5% right now. They projected revenue for the current quarter below Wall Street estimates. They expect sales of $1.15 billion, and despite actually beating their earnings, their stock is down. It was down as much as 9% earlier in the day. So they've also been struggling with facing investigations by prosecutors and regulators over a deal with Carahsoft Technology. And so they're dealing kind of with a lot of problems right now.
Litt fart på gullet i natt også.
Thank you very much, Alex Semenova, with that update on the movers this afternoon. And we're going to bring you those throughout the afternoon here. For more conversations like this, you can listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcast. David Gura with Emily Grafeo here in for Tim Stenevec and Carol Masser. Just looking at the markets more broadly, you've mentioned this before, but we've seen this most manifest in the bond market on the heels of that economic data this morning. Anything catching your eye as you were looking at the stock market today?
I mean, just to go back to CrowdStrike for just one moment, we just got reporting from Bloomberg about like a couple minutes ago. CrowdStrike Holdings said U.S. officials have asked for information related to the accounting of deals it's made with some customers, and said the cybersecurity firm is cooperating with the inquiry. So it's interesting that not only was it an earnings miss, but potentially also now these headlines coming late in the afternoon also weighing on the stock. But yeah, the bond market data is kind of taking all my attention. That 30-year, it was almost at 5% like 2 days ago. Now we're back down to 4.8.
How far we've come.
How far we've come. Everyone was talking about duration, and yeah, now we're really seeing people talking about potentially a Fed cutting more than they thought this year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see sort of where we go from there. And again, looking ahead to Friday, we have this jobs report, and so much of the narrative, as I've sort of seen it and heard folks talking about it, has to do with the fact that we've seen this jobs market weaken so much. And being on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, no job that I envy at this point in time, having to deal with all of this, the kind of underlying uncertainty that we were talking about just a few moments ago in the context of these companies, certainly with the president's trade policies, but then having to deal with this kind of collision of sentiment data with data like those jobs numbers that we're going to get on Friday as well. Yeah, interesting to see sort of how people are kind of rejiggering or changing their forecasts for cuts over the course of
Nesten bryter ned da, så blir det nå vel litt under til og sånn.
Det her han har snudd I hele dag.
60, et eller annet sånt som blir.
Så team neste stopp jo også reactet jo denne 15 minutters neste stopp jo toppene her så litt 800-ish
Jeg kjenner Lein straks
Very excited at the prospect of that cap being gone. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio, television, and YouTube.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead with insight on the people.
Jeg tror Nasdaq aldri kommer ned igjen. Jeg tror aldri den kommer ned, for det går ikke. Den kan ikke komme ned. Den kommer aldri til å komme ned.
Television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Det kan ikke gå ned, for de 5 aksjene halve Nasdaq, så det går ikke an.
Bloomberg Business Week live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. A lot coming up here in the course of this next hour. Waiting for an interview here with Wells Fargo's CFO. Our colleagues, Katie Greifel and Romain Bostic, are going to sit down with the CFO to talk about the bank and its path forward here after the Fed removed it.
Du kan banne på 10 på 10, så spretter Nasdaq opp med 50 poengene hver eneste dag.
Chinese counterpart on the phone as talks between the world's 2 largest economies are at a real standstill. Emily, this is a story that has kind of been fueling conversations over the course of the week. We heard from members, of his economic team, the president's economic team, so confident that this phone call is going to happen, yet no indication that there's any plan in place by folks on the Chinese side.
I'm imagining Trump just waiting for his phone to ring. We're also going to be talking about the latest advances in robotics with the director of applied science at Amazon Robotics. The company has created a robot.
Nå det mulig gull bryter ned her nå, får vi se.
Like, does it feel, does it touch? Maybe it can't feel yet like a human can, but potentially it can touch.
Hvorfor I helvete ikke Nasdaq som gjør nå?
Your own hands. We're going to talk about what that means.
Tok feil av klokka.
For det gikk langt.
Gjør det? Men hva det som skjedde der nå?
The S&P 500 and Nasdaq.
Det bare teknisk.
Brent Hughes is going to join us. He's the Chief Investment Officer at Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management. Curious how he sort of processes all the economic uncertainty, how he's positioning amidst all of that, and what he expects from the Federal Reserve in the months ahead. But first, let's get a check on the day's trade, the top business stories with our friend and colleague, Charlie Pellet. Charlie?
Jeg kan ikke hoppe over
Oi, se på gull!
The Dow lower, the S&P
Faen, Jones. Du
advancing right now.
Litt av en type.
That big Wells Fargo interview coming up in just a moment. Ahead of the interview, Wells Fargo shares, they're gaining now up by about 1/10.
Det ikke mange dere som hadde trodd på det gullet skulle falle. Innrøm det.
By 11, up by 0.2%. The Dow, though, in the red, down 14 points. Little change there.
Innrøm det. Det er mange som trodde på det.
10-year, 4.36%. The 2-year,
Kom igjen, jeg satt jo oppi.
Gjorde du også det?
Up by 6
Ja.
and a retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate down 0.8%, 62.92 a barrel. Weaker than expected economic data is reinforcing speculation.
Sikkert ned til 70-ish.
Sarah Hunt Alpine Woods Capital Investors was on Bloomberg Radio
På formaksjon.
this morning. She told us the foundation is there for a further move higher for equities.
I think that there has been enough trade exhaustion over the last several days or several months and weeks that there is some feeling that there would be a conclusion that will be positive for markets because it would be devastating to both economies.
Gikk du stopp, Stig? Eller sitter du fortsatt?
people starting to look through some of the rhetoric and expect that something will get done.
Sarah Hunt of Alpine
Stiger lång
Investors, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Jävla
Charlie,
grej
thank
då.
you very much. David Gura here with Emily Raffeo on Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. And
Jag tror det eneste riktiga är att gå lång Nasdaq.
that had been in place for about 7 years, in place by the Federal Reserve.
Kommer dålig makro, köp Nasdaq. USA blir nedgradert, köp Nasdaq. Profit warning på Tesla, Tesla går upp 30%. Nedbemanning på Apple, Apple går upp 5%. Kan inte ta fel och köpa Nasdaq.
He's the CFO of Wells Fargo on the path forward.
Talking about now for the last number of years in terms of all the investments we've been making across the consumer and the wholesale businesses, and that's really what's going to drive growth over a long period of time.
Is there a sense now, I mean, with these constraints removed, and I know this has been a long evolution, so no one's expecting sort of a switch to flip and you're just going to be a totally different bank. But I am curious about what is needed, particularly from your end as CFO, to sort of chart a course of growth rather than just kind of making things better as they are.
Well, you know, that course was charted years ago, right? And you know, while we were fixing all of the risk and control work and building out that infrastructure, you know, that was always the top priority. But along with that, there was we set out, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, to really start to take a lot of the efficiency savings that we're creating and reinvest those back in the businesses. You can look at our credit card business as an example. We platformed, all of the products and have launched 11 new products since 2019. You know, we've been investing in our branch system by refurbishing those branches, investing in the people there, changing what they do, providing more advice across the investment side of the business. We've been investing in our wealth management business more broadly to continue to improve the productivity and the capabilities they have. And then on the commercial side, it's adding hundreds of commercial bankers across the country. It's adding senior investment bankers across a number of different areas in the investment bank. And then within the markets business, it's continuing to just methodically invest in technology and people to see growth over a very long period of time. This is not something, as you say, that's like all of a sudden, you start to see the growth like this morning. This is something that'll be over the next 5, 10, 15 years where we'll see, good sustainable growth across all of those businesses as we make the investments.
Well, Mike, let's talk about what's still left to do, because my understanding of the situation is that, okay, the Fed lifted the asset cap that had been in place since 2018, but the rest of the consent order remains in place. So what work is still left to do, and do you have a timeline for when we might see the rest of the consent order lifted as well?
Yeah, no, sure. It's a good question. And, as you look at, where we are, we've completed phase 1, and that's what you see when the asset cap's released. And what that is really adopting and implementing all of the changes that we need to do. And phase 2 is just seeing those sustain themselves for a longer period of time, and that'll get revalidated as we go. No time frame. That's really up to the Fed ultimately. I'm sure that's a familiar answer, Romain. Sorry, but ultimately, we'll see that through like we have all of the other consent orders that have gone away over the last number of years.
And one of the things that you mentioned that the bank has been doing has been refurbishing branches.
Nå har jeg pluss på paret de shortene. De der nede. Nå går vi mål, ser det ut som. Nasdaq ikke vits å røre med til Tesla og Nvidia blir revekta. Det ikke noe vits å handle Nasdaq. Det kommer til å komme en kraftig korreksjon der.
Well, it's certainly something you do every day as you serve customers. And I think when you look through and see, the engagement that we had throughout the years, the engagement was still quite good across many of the businesses with our customers. What you didn't see happening, though, over those years was growth, for all the reasons that we've talked about over time. But look, you're always working to ensure you're providing the right experience, the right products, the right capabilities with customers, and that just builds and builds over time by execution. And so that's something you try to never lose sight of.
Hey, Mike, I do want to get your thoughts, since we have you here, just on kind of the broader economic conditions, kind of the state of consumer spending. And I know we got some flavor out of that on your last earnings report and earnings call here. But given all that's transpired and given all the volatility, of course, it seems to be associated with Washington policy and, of course, economic conditions, are you still confident in the forecast that you've gotten? And are you confident here in the consumer business, particularly when it comes to making sure that the folks that you've lent to are going to be able to pay their bills?
Yeah, no, like there's certainly a lot to look through when you think about headlines or a lot of what's been reported. But when you do that, the trends have been actually quite consistent now for the last couple quarters, where we see the consumer still very much actively spending and out in supporting the overall economy. Those categories, and I think you talked a little bit about this in your intro, the categories move around a lot. They could be spending on travel, in one month and other categories in other months. And so, but in aggregate, you're still seeing some growth year on year and that spend that people are having both on the debit side and the credit side. And so they've been very, very, very consistent now for a while. And you still don't see any real signs of like real systematic stress, coming through in the credit side. You certainly see that lower end consumer, in terms of lower wage earner, being more stressed than others, but that's been pretty consistent now for a while, and you're not seeing things deteriorate in any significant way at this point. So I'd say so far probably better than people would have expected coming in the beginning of April or post the announcements at the beginning of April, but a pretty consistent trend. And so hopefully that continues and should continue to support the broader economy.
That's Mike Santomassimo. He's the CFO of Wells Fargo. Again, Wells Fargo emerging from that cap the Federal Reserve had put in place and kind of using that as an opportunity to try to turn the page after, let's just say, a decade of a series of scandals and missteps on the part of that bank. Charlie Scharf, the CEO of that bank, really trying to make strides to turn it around. And you heard there from the CFO about the company's plans. I want to read a headline here, crossing the Bloomberg terminal here. Columbia University.
Welcome to my world, på Nasdaq, Stig.
Standards, the U.S. says. We'll have more detail on that as we get it. But of course, the university here in the city of New York has been dealing with a shortage of controversy and leadership turmoil and change. Again, the U.S. government saying Columbia no longer meets accreditation standards. We'll have updates on that here throughout the afternoon on Bloomberg Business Week. Still no phone call that we know of here between the presidents of the United States and China, although President Trump says he wants to have one, and his team of economic advisors seem confident there will be one soon. Tom Orlik is the chief economist at Bloomberg Economics, based in our Washington bureau. He joins us now. He's on phone watch, as we all are here. Tom, how essential is this conversation, as we've seen kind of the deterioration in real time here of the deal that Scott Bessent and his counterpart reached there in Geneva just a couple of weeks ago?
Well, it's a great question, David, and I think that opinions on the answer diverge sharply between Washington, D.C. and Beijing. In Washington, D.C., the view from the White House, I think, is that the best way to get to a deal is to have the top guys in the room hammering it out. Let's get Trump and Xi on the phone. Let's get them in the same room. Let's get to a deal. In Beijing, that's absolutely not the way they operate. There's a horror of putting President Xi at risk of embarrassment. They've seen what happened to Zelensky. They've seen what happened to.
Jeg sa han gir jo veldig abonnement, så at folk kan bruke enda mer penger på trading.
To their president. The preference in Beijing is to
Du snakker så jævla sånn skogsspråk nå. Veldig breit, Stig. Har du drukket?
That Xi-Trump meeting can take place. And that divergence in views between DC and Beijing on the right process here.
Som faen har dreit den på meg. Helvete. Jeg mistet følelsen med fingeren og fuglen.
Planned to have the call.
Do
we know anything new about
Gir han med kråka på hodet.
Could get done?
Se shorten min da! Se shorten min på gull!
But my guess is that it's extremely unlikely, right?
Kom en varør på da, din jævla idiot.
The Chinese side are allergic to risk.
Det er mye action etter 6 eller hva det er for noe.
Public standing and stature of their president, it's not something that I think they're going to want to roll the dice on.
Tom, I'm curious for your read on who of each side has broken what parts of this deal, this agreement that was come to in Geneva. So you have the U.S. saying that China is going back on what it said it would do with
Nasdaq står spikret fast på 21,750 hele dagen.
China miffed, I gather, over what the president's done here when it comes to student visas in the U.S.
The
basic question is, do we know in broad terms or detail what was in that agreement, and what's your sense of who's broken what parts of it?
So it's a
Jeg
really
tror det greit med motstand.
David, and I think it depends a little bit how far you draw the dial, right? From the US perspective, China started this.
Vidt rører seg. Hvor zoomer inn du?
But then they didn't live up to their
Den prøver seg, så jeg ser det før det skjer. Det hele poenget med å tjene penger.
The Chinese perspective, the US started this.
Oi, nå droppet han 10%.
And jacked up tariffs to a really high level. In more recent days, as you know, one of the US frustrations
Ja, Sean Astak. Hoppa 100 poeng der.
that China is
Nei, den kommer til å tryne der.
agreements on ensuring US companies get access
Jeg mumler,
to
det gjør
those
det.
rare earths for their manufacturing processes.
Jeg er tydeligvis flink til å mumle.
As you mentioned,
Ja, du mumler jo
Jeg
jævlig.
skjønner. Jeg hører ikke det selv.
Ja, det er fordi du er vant med det, for du drikker så mye.
Det er derfor snøvle det.
Ja, men han tror at han prater vanlig, mens vi alle hører at han er drita. Det er det. Da blir det jo sånn, da. Jeg bare, ok. Jeg sier alltid bare ja til den, jeg.
Ja, sånn er med oss, alle trønderne. Vi går rundt og tror. Alle skjønner hva vi sier.
Jeg sier bare ja, sier jeg. Så skjønner jeg ikke en dritt hva han sier. Det er dritbra, Stig. Det er dødsbra. Jævla bra. Og så skjønner jeg ingenting.
Tydeligvis veldig mye.
Da fy faen, han fyren flyr frem og tilbake på huet mitt, ass.
Hun er sikkert det. Han oppe i hjørnet her.
In the current Trump administration, I think
Nei, gjør nok ikke.
my guess is, and I'm of course not in the room for these discussions, that the Treasury continues to
Han tok imot på Gull, tok imot på samme som i stad. Akkurat samme sted.
Clearly it's not winning the debate.
Faen, nå dreit du igjen.
A few weeks back, I sat down with the U.S.'s former ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, and we talked about the difficulties and the difficult road ahead that David Perdue, the former senator, now current U.S. ambassador to China, faces. I gather Ambassador Perdue is on the ground in Beijing now.
$100 er litt for lite. Det har vi snakket om opp og mente i dag.
What his role here is going forward, and suffice to say, Ambassador Burns had a tough time there engaging with the administration in China, making his way around the country. That was in part due to the fact that it was a country.
0-1 er det vel det samme som en kontrakt.
How do you see David Perdue sort of
Ikke
advancing
0-1,
or trying to move forward the relationship between the U.S. and China?
So I think ambassadors are powerful if they are
Ja, 0,1 er det samme som 0,1.
Washington DC says,
ja. Det er 10 gangen, bare tenk 10 gangen.
You deal with them, and when you get to a deal, we'll sign off on it. That's when
En lott er 10 kontrakter, men altså det er jo...
Get to an agreement, right? I think one of the concerns which the
Så med 001 så kan du tøle du $100 bevegelse før du vil. Den stopper jo på $50, så du tøler jo bare 50.
Men hallo, kan vi ikke skryte litt av meg, som har sagt at gull skal ned, og så har jeg ramlet med $8 her. Hallo!
Du er flink, du.
Fy faen.
A huge question here, and one will be following, continuing to watch sort of what manifests itself in terms of a conversation, a phone call between the leaders of these countries, President Xi and President Trump's phone call that we can report here. Tom Orlick, our chief economic economics bureau in Washington, D.C., and I should note he's spent a significant amount of time in Asia.
Jeg er bare glad for at jeg leser grafen sånn som jeg pleier å gjøre. Jeg har ikke kunnet gjort det på Nasdaq på faen meg over en måned, så jeg sitter der bare... Jeg føler meg litt sånn jomfru, faktisk. Og nå så dreper jeg gull så jævlig. Jeg har gjort faen meg 40 transaksjoner nå, alt er i pluss. Bang, 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 bang.
A good deal of optimism, I think, from both sides that at the very least a dialogue was going to come out of that.
Printe penger.
So far, President Trump's aspirations of having a phone call unrequited.
Altså den fascinerende gull, den, altså den,
appeared to meet accreditation standards. This after concluding that the school's in violation of anti-discrimination laws.
Det betyr ingenting at den får en lang grønn candle. Det betyr i denne sammenhengen er jo at den gikk opp i motstandsområdet. Altså det lokale motstandsområdet som er her.
Ja.
Og så rejekta den og gikk ned igjen.
Ja.
Så du har
det?
Faen i det, han lager det.
Jeg elsker deg og matte, så beste jeg vet.
Ja, der er jeg flink.
Så har jeg helt rå matte. Skjønte ikke en dritt av det du sa. Du sa at 0,001. Altså 0,01 er en kontrakt, ja.
Nei.
0, er det 10?
0, altså en kontrakt er 10.
Ja.
Ja, så 0,1 er 1.
Det er jo 1/10.
Ja, så 0,1 er 1.
Ja.
Og 0,01 er 0,1.
Ja.
Slutt å kødde med huet mitt.
Nei, men det var jo det. Du har det rett.
Ja, det var det jeg mente. En kontrakt er 10 kontrakter. Ja. Nå skal man fly på huet mitt når jeg ser det på. Se, nå kommer han. Din terrorist.
Ja, det er en lott, det. Det er 10 kontrakter.
Oi, se på gull.
En tiendedel profil. Nei.
Kanskje vi klarer å bli rike igjen?
Så du gjør det alt for komplisert.
Hun gjør alt komplisert, men hun teller også faen meg baklengs.
Ja, altså 0,01, det er bare $1 bevegelse.
Kan noen se
altså
på gull? Se på gull, folkens. Kan jeg få halleluja, eller kan jeg få halleluja?
0,01 er $1 bevegelse per dollar. 0,10 er 0,1 er $10 bevegelse per dollar. Og 1 er da $100 per dollar. Hallo.
Gull stuper og... Var ikke det planen da? Jeg hadde shortet mye mer da, hvis jeg hadde ikke tatt hensyn.
25 kroner.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here.
39
minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Right now we got the Dow lower, little change, down 1 point. S&P, NASDAQ 100 indexed, all advancing. S&P higher by 10, up 0.2%. The Dow, the Dow, as I mentioned, lower. We've got NASDAQ up 86 now, up 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 index also higher by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.36%. The 2-year yielding 3.87%. Spot gold up 0.6%. 33.73 for a barrel for an ounce of the precious metal. Crude oil down 0.9%. WTI 62.87 a barrel on West Texas Intermediate crude. Given recent gains for stocks, Kate Moore is Chief Investment Officer at Citi Wealth, and on surveillance this morning, she was asked if she'd be selling this rally.
I would not be adding a lot of equity risk to this rally, but again, I think large caps are going to be the better place within the U.S. market.
Kate Moore of Citigroup interviewed this morning on surveillance. The U.S. Department of Education says Colombia is in violation of federal anti-discrimination law and, quote, therefore fails to meet the standards for accreditation. And Elon Musk is urging Americans to contact their lawmakers to, quote, kill the tax bill, calling it bankrupting America and a disgusting abomination. And this update is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. The S&P higher up 2/10. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Ja, jeg gjorde det. Jeg skal se om det stod I et kjøp I 5-minutters
studio in New York City, where there's some news about a university just up the street from us. That is Columbia University, no longer meeting the accreditation standards set by the Department of Education. Some breaking news here in the last few minutes. Of course, this is one of a handful of schools that have been in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. The Secretary of Education, Linda acted with deliberate indifference toward the harassment of Jewish students on its campus.
Jeg har ikke kapital I øyeblikket, fordi at jeg får ikke feriepengene mine.
Okay, let's just start with the basic facts of this.
Jeg sagt det ordner seg I denne der nå veldig snart.
Så jeg setter og venter til bilsalg her nå.
Research and the like. This seems to be ratcheting up its fight even more. What does it mean, in effect, that the government taking away this accreditation?
Det hjem som må settes I trading. Det blir gamle arbeidsgiver.
Is notifying the entity that has given Columbia University its accreditation, which basically gives them the power to issue degrees. Basically, is the definition for why they are a university. They're notifying here Middle States Commission on Higher Education that they believe that the university is in violation of anti-discrimination laws. That is, of course, tied to anti-Semitism that they say is happening on campus and the protests that we've seen on the war in Gaza here. And this is really a turn in narrative when it comes to the relationship between the administration and Columbia, because there had been signals from President Trump, from Secretary McMahon, that conversations were in the right direction between her and the university's president. And of course, Harvard took a big step with lawsuits against the administration. Now, Columbia has not been doing that. So this certainly suggests that conversations perhaps are not going in the direction that certainly Columbia hopes that they are.
Kayla, you write from a quote here from Linda McMahon that accreditors have an enormous public responsibility as gatekeepers of federal student aid. They determine which institutions are eligible for federal student loans and Pell Grants. So just talk about, this is, they're notifying Columbia, but actually, like in practice, is anything changing for the university or the students yet?
So the responsibility is really on the accreditor here to take these findings and assess them and assess Columbia's accreditation going forward here. But this is really a concept or a theme, if you will, that the president has been talking about on the campaign trail. He's long believed that the accreditation system is unfair, and he has talked about alternatives from traditional universities. And a huge part of that is they believe that there's bias on a lot of these private campuses, a lot of these Ivy League campuses, that they believe is not a welcoming place for conservatives.
Posisjonen ble stengt.
Are driving his movement.
I want to go back to something that you mentioned just a moment ago, and that is the kind of status of dialogue or the relationship between Columbia and the Trump administration. So we saw it really deteriorate under the leadership of Anushka, who was president of the school for a very short period of time. She was succeeded by Katrina Armstrong, who was president for an even shorter period of time. On an interim basis, she was heading the medical school and moved over to the presidency, stepped down. And now Claire Shipman, who had been heading Columbia's board of trustees, is the interim president, the new interim president. Get us up to speed on sort of how much the two entities are talking, the administration and Columbia, and sort of what the university has done in recent weeks to kind of comport or talk with the administration about a path forward here.
About 20 minutter til norsk time, altså.
McMahon has been very public that she has had conversations with the president. She has spoke somewhat admiringly of the current president, but she says these negotiations are ongoing, both with Columbia and Harvard. And we saw Columbia put out a statement where they said that they were not the administration had when it comes to quote viewpoint discrimination, where they really asked Columbia and Harvard to make these sort of changes to their political or ideological beliefs, because again they believe that these institutions have a bias, particularly a liberal.
Man pleier å gi beskjed da, nå dreit noe tydeligvis bokstavelig talt I det, liksom.
Jeg vil si ifra her, lenger.
Nei, det bare gjorde noe, da.
Jeg hadde gjort det tidligere, da skal du si, bare slept oss uten å si ifra.
Jeg kjente jeg fikk sånn varm guffe I fjeset nå, liksom.
against the
Det er
administration.
sånn utflytningssøknad.
Jeg driter i det så lenge NAS faller. Nei, så lenge Gul faller nå, så får han bare drite som han vil i fjeset mitt. Og så fløy han vekk. Han fløy til meg for å drite i fjeset mitt. Det er fy faen.
Also to defend their accreditation as a university.
I can't wait to talk to you about the White House. Breaking news, a story here that the Trump administration is Columbia's accreditation protests. Bringing up that nuance, which is so important here, the Education Department
synes jeg det var
Middle States Commission that is the
snilt,
they do not think that Columbia meets the qualifications for accreditation, and that can have all kinds of
I'm
sure for the university itself, but certainly students who are attending the
Jeg har bestilt et gullfall. Nå må det komme snart, for det er jeg bestilt.
One more thing that she mentioned, that is the role of Harvard University and all of that. Alan Garber, the president of Harvard, has been adamant
Det har jo falt allerede, men jeg har bestilt at det skal falle mer.
School is a warning sign, as he put it, for what might happen with other schools. So picking up on your question, your very good question, Emily, sort of how they might respond, I'm curious if they kind of follow in the mold of what Harvard's done recently, which is to really stand up against the administration.
Well, let's switch gears a little bit to robots, because robots are doing a lot these days. They're driving cars, they're composing music, but for all these technological feats, they're still fairly ungraceful and a bit awkward. If you've ever had to pick up your Roomba because it was stuck in a corner, you know what I'm talking about. But Amazon is trying to make robots a little bit more, David, aware of their surroundings. Aaron Parnas, director of robotics at Amazon, joins us on Zoom from Seattle to talk about their new system where robots now have a sense of touch. Tell us about this, Aaron, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. We've just announced the Vulcan robot is its name. It's Amazon's first robot with a sense of touch. It's built
Jeg vet det er mange i dag som har blitt lurt av gull.
high contact tasks. So we've had robots in our warehouses for a long time, but they're
Ikke oss.
basically moving
Vi har vært med
things
opp, og vi har vært med ned.
or only moving themselves through free space to do sort of inspection or other kinds of tasks. This is the first robot that's actually interacting with the products that we sell on the website.
How do you see this having wider applications? So I imagine that you are putting this to good use in one of the many warehouses that Amazon has across this country.
Jeg ser på Nasdaq, 21750 igjen. Den står der konsekvent fast i hele dag. Jeg har gjort det siden klokken 17:45. Det er jo så jævla algostyrt dette her nå, at det er ikke kult det.
The robots you see in industrial settings today, they're doing useful tasks, but they avoid contact. They try not to bump into things.
Det gir null mening.
And it turns out most of the world that we live in is full of clutter and contact.
At den skal stå stille i 6 timer, det er bare teit.
If you're going to interact in those kinds of environments,
skal vi fly på hunden til nå?
you have to have this sense of touch as well as vision to be able to be effective. And so we're using AI tools to fuse those two sensors together. It's actually much more similar to how we
Hello, my friend.
using our fingertip sensors as well as our eyes.
Right, so the idea is that the system, the robot, it picks something up and it knows what it's picking up, and so that can advance these factories as opposed to it just picking something up and not knowing or dropping it, right?
Yeah, so we're doing 2 primary tasks, and these are the first 2 of many things we think we can use these robots for. And that's to onto our bins. They're basically large bookshelves, or to pick items off those bins once they've been ordered by a customer. And so those tasks require you to kind of touch and interact with not only the bookshelf, but the other items that might already be on that bookshelf. And remember, Amazon has over 400 million items, so you're talking about bowling balls to light bulbs to dog toys to, for our family, a lot of baby clothes these days.
Aaron, I want to ask you about the genesis of this. So you go to undergrad at MIT, you get a PhD at Stanford, you work in the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. When did you begin to think about this being kind of a novel frontier that you wanted to explore, that this was something that you thought you'd commit yourself to working on, thought had the kind of possibility you've been talking about?
Yeah, I've always been interested in robotic hands and the ability for robots to interact with the world. I think as people, we take that part for granted. we think of the word intelligence and we think of, you know, all the cerebral things and the calculations we're doing in our brains. There's actually a lot of intelligence in the physical interaction with the world and you know, picking up the blueberry out of your cereal bowl or, you know, in a warehouse and doing these kind of stowing and picking actions. So that's always been interesting to me. I had a turning point about 4 years ago. We had a recently hired PhD student that had joined, and I was helping him on a project in the corner of the lab, and I basically thought it was too hard. It was this stowing task, trying to push items around that were already on the bookshelf to make room for another item to go there. And he showed me some of the initial results, and this was kind of leveraging some of the early wave of AI and machine learning trends. And it just clicked over for me from this is too hard from robots to, oh my gosh, this is the future. Like, I have to be a part of this.
Just 20 seconds left, but how does this impact the deployment of this new robot?
Jeg vet ikke, jeg har gitt opp Nasdaq.
Amazon employees.
Faen, nå dreit den I øret mitt. Det gidder jeg ikke mer.
No, so this is built to stow in the ergonomically unfriendly areas, so it works alongside our employees, actually makes their jobs safer and more productive. So we're taking the overhead and the low rows, which are our highest source of stress. So it's an example where the sum of the robot and the employee together is better than either.
Det er på tide å få det ut nå, han klarer seg sikkert selv.
Det virker sånn, snart I hvert fall. Han ikke helt stødig, han klarer ikke flytt så langt, tror jeg.
Nei, men det går fort, ja.
That are built for our drivers delivering the packages. And we've got a new agentic AI team that is kind of building a framework to work across all of these different robots in the warehouses and other environments. So
all exciting stuff. We'll have to leave it there. Aaron Parnas, Director of Applied Science at Amazon Robotics. Thank you very much.
Nasdaq 21,744 kommer til å gå opp til 21,750, og så går den ned og opp, og ned samme sted, bare tull. Nasdaq tenker du på? Nei, jeg gidder ikke. Det følger 3 aksjer. Det følger ikke indeksen. Nå skal det ned, det følger teknisk, men det skjer jo ikke på grunn av de 3 jævla aksjene.
rente. Rente fra et døgn til et annet.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets.
Fy faen, Nasdaq falt da.
We have got the Dow Industrial trading
Ja, det var hengt av stopplåsen.
right now. Let's head right over to the first breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in a choppy session today. The Dow is currently down 11 points. S&Ps are higher by 9, and NASDAQ gains 0.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 4.36. Gold is in the green, oil is in the red, but Bitcoin, that's down by 0.7%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were telecom and real estate. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Sherwin-Williams and Merck, while Chevron fell 1.3% and led to the downside. After earnings, CrowdStrike fell 5%, Dollar Tree dropped 8%, and in the telecom space, there are reports out there of a big AT&T data breach. Wrapping things up, CoreWeave rose another 8% after yesterday's 25% surge. Live on the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
Hey, how about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time now for the Drive to the Close. Today we're joined with Brent Schutte, Chief Investment Officer of Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management. They have over $300 billion in assets under management. Brent joins us on Zoom from Milwaukee. I want to get your reaction.
Ikke kom inn og forstyrr. Hva var det, ja? Det var rommet.
Det rente som blir lagt til hvert døgnskifte.
What's your reaction to the data and those Fed bets right now?
Sure. So I think the question that most have been asking is, does the soft data, so the survey data that has been weak, does it start leaking into the hard data? And that's where I think most people believe that potentially there was hope that it would not. But I think this morning with ADP, you're starting to see that potentially it's leaking into the hard data, which is labor markets and job hiring, and you saw those come down quite a bit. You have the ISM services, which is still soft data, but a good data source historically. That's where the services index, which has held up the economy while manufacturing the past few weeks.
Du må roe deg ned, Gustav. Det er faen meg helt super.
Where it showed weakness, and it had a comment about consumer spending declining slightly in most districts or even faltering. Or even being neutral. And so that's where I think you're starting to see, after yesterday's euphoria about the JOLTS report, kind of we're in this yo-yo economy to where today the data was weaker. That brought in the belief that the Fed may cut rates. And I think from the fixed income perspective, because I
tar ut litt gull, det tok litt gevinst, så ikke vi driter oss ut på close. Selv om jeg tror det skal falle mye mer.
Contraction, which I think the word recession might start coming up a bit more if we have more data like today.
You talk about the nervousness of a lot of people here, and I wonder how you're seeing through all of that, how you're sort of positioning amidst the uncertainty about trade policy, the prospects of maybe there being a recession, as you indicated, that could sort of come into play a little bit more. Are there clients who are nervous and panicking? So what's the counsel that you're giving folks right now?
I think the big antidote for uncertainty is called diversification. And so I think a lot of people want to run and hide in cash and do whatever else, but to me that always means that you think you know exactly what's going to happen, because that wins only in a few circumstances. And so I think diversification has been the big thing we continue to preach, and that's what a lot of people over the past few years have called it diversification, because they really wanted to own benefited in the past couple of years, and that's where most people want.
Ja, han kan det ikke.
I think there is
Han ikke på styret, så.
This is a macroeconomic trend change. I think the administration wants a cheaper dollar. I think from a purchasing power parity perspective, the dollar needs to be cheaper. This is where the repatriation of cash possibly. That's where I want to go beyond just large cap stocks and look at places that have been underloved and underinvested in, like international stocks. I think about small and mid cap stocks, which are obviously domestic. They've been under the gun a bit the last couple of years because you have had a really narrow economy.
Lucy, gå ut.
And that's where I think
Roper du på bikkja, eller?
Whether it's a recession or not, you will see the economy broaden back out. And that's where the message, I think, is the same as it always has been, which is essentially...
Se på Nasdaq, 50, rett opp på 21,750. Det ikke mennesketrening, bare så du vet det.
I know that you
Der algor.
kind of the longer term, the long end of the treasury curve. A lot of those bets have not really posted positive returns, you know, over the last couple months. Just
Du handlet stoppet, så det gikk, og så gikk den faen meg rett opp igjen.
For really extending out further
Ja,
out onto
det
the
dritt.
curve, you know, you can pretty much collect a pretty
Den så ustabil, det ikke en vits å shorte med.
the 2-year or even a money market fund.
Yeah, if you stay in the 2-year money market fund, what happens if today is 2008, 2009, and the yields on the 2-year are higher than the 10-year, but for the next 15, 20 years, the 10-year basically gets up too. You have to reinvest that 2-year multiple times because it goes to zero. And so that's where I think at a minimum you should invest across the curve. The thesis is back to diversification, and you look at today's action. I use the R word. And I use the word contraction.
Nei, jeg short gull, Perpina.
You can see on days like today, it's risk that would occur if and when we actually do have a recession. And so I do think longer term, higher yields are more normal.
Jeg har vært short på det siste nivået akkurat her. Det en 0 nå. Jeg har vært short der oppe, men jeg tok veldig lite der oppe, for folk mistet marginer, eller gikk på marginsmell, så jeg faen meg holdt igjen. Den ramlet med faen meg $10 her.
I think it still shows that people will run to U.S. Treasuries, and that's how I think about hedging a portfolio against adverse outcomes. I think the one area that people don't have exposure to that they should, because for the last 15, 20 years, the way that you hedged a portfolio was only through long treasuries because you really only had one side of the distribution. That was essentially deflation. I think your question probably ties into the other side of the distribution, which now is probably just as likely, which is higher inflation. And that's where we, from a diversification standpoint, still think people should own real assets like commodities as a hedge against a different outcome. Both of those are kind of the outside outliers in the tails. We want to maintain investments, but we want to make sure that we own things that can actually hedge us through downturns.
Brian, I want you to be perspective in the time we have left here. So let's look ahead to Friday. We're going to get this jobs report. Do you see it as
just
another element of take on kind of increased importance in light of what we saw today from the ADP? Is it more important than we saw last month? Or what are you looking for when the Labor Department releases those data on Friday?
I think it's incredibly important because I reached kind of underneath that we're at max tariff uncertainty, which I'm not for sure that we're at. And I don't think this is just a negotiation. I do believe that if you parse the words of the administration, they want the revenue and they believe in tariffs and they're not going away. The second part is that hard spike just a bit.
Cocaine, så bra.
We had ADP today. Incredibly important.
Veldig bra.
Eller det mine copy trades?
That even if the labor market were to weaken, or even if the data were to weaken, think about days like today when, as Emma mentioned, Fed bets go up. The market believes that it's a buying opportunity either way, and that the Fed can actually cushion the blow. I'm not for sure, at least.
Jeg ble mest imponert over musikken. Jeg synes den var jævla kul.
So to me, that's where I do think the jobs market and the data on Friday will be incredibly important. If it's good, it's probably
I den farta der, Q-Coin, så kan du bytte ut den K med C.
secondary type of employment index. But we'll see on Friday.
Just very quickly before we let you go, 20 seconds here. It's interesting then to see kind of these more speculative areas of the market rallying. You look at the NASDAQ 100 is higher. A basket of the most shorted stocks from Goldman Sachs is higher today, and yet you're seeing that this economic data is weaker. Just in 30 seconds, help us understand the difference there between what's going on and animal spirits.
I think there's an insatiable demand from individuals.
Når de begynte å kalle animal spirits igjen på markedet, for det er ingen som skjønner hvorfor det går opp på svakere makro. Det her blir bare så dumt. Jeg håper at dere algodrittene blir forbudt, og så håper jeg at de revekter de 5 store aksjene. De kaller det for animal spirits, for det er ingen som skjønner hvorfor det går opp. Weak economy. Why is it going up? Is it animal spirits? Det er som å tro på julenissen, liksom.
Wealth management. Just taking a look as we finish out the day, 10 minutes left in the trade. The S&P 500 paring back some of those gains. We're just still in positive territory, but only up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 higher, and Treasury yields falling quite a bit across the Treasury curve. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Emily Rufeo, with David Gura filling in for...
Ja, fy faen, det ramler masse. Ram nå aldri dritt. Hvorfor faen er du oppe det hele tatt, liksom? Oi, nå ramler han snart. Nei. Jeg? Nå tuller ikke jeg, jeg skal ned. Se på han da, nå er det kaos. Ja, og så stenger det om 10 minutter. Nasdaq satt til 1600 da, så til helvete. Faen, se Nasdaq da. Det er jo ingenting, han går jo opp 300 poeng hver dag. At den faller med 10 poeng er jo sant psycho.
Nei, jeg er ikke short. Jeg var long, men jeg klarer ikke faen ikke å bli det. Jeg tror sånn, ja.
Du må ikke stå der, vet du.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. David Gura here with Emily Grafeo in for Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec today. And a big story this afternoon has to do with Columbia University, a school that's found itself in the crosshairs of the Trump administration for a while now. The Trump administration expressing a lot of displeasure with the way that school and that school's leadership dealt with protests after the attack on October the 7th. The latest reporting here is that the Education Department has reached out to the organization that accredits colleges and universities, the Middle States Commission on Higher Education, and said it no longer believes, Emily, that Columbia should be accredited, and that could have kind of huge ramifications here for the school and the research it does, but even more importantly, what students go there, what kind of financial aid and grants they can get.
Right. So our very own Akela Gardner writes that some 21% of Columbia College and Columbia Engineering undergraduates receive the Pell Grant, which is a type of federal aid for high-need students, and removing access to federal student loans would also increase borrowing costs for many students financing their education, while federally backed work-study programs could be under threat. All of this, again, coming as the White House goes after not only Columbia, but of course, all of the drama going on with Harvard as well.
Absolutely. So Columbia now has a new interim president. That's Claire Shipman, who was a TV journalist for a long time. She was the chair of the Board of Trustees at Columbia. She stepped into that role. And I think that what's a bit surprising about this news is, by all indications, there had been a more robust relationship or conversation happening between Columbia University and the Trump administration. Both sides said there'd been progress made on kind of resolving some of the issues surrounding its approach to protests, and in particular student protests. And in particular, we saw a protest that was shut down by the university administration just a couple of weeks ago before commencement at Columbia University. But Claire Shipman now in its summer break. And you bring up Harvard University. I mean, that is, I think, the big variable here is that we saw a number of schools
300,000 i minus.
To the White House, but saw their funding taken away or threatened with freezing. And you saw Harvard University really threaten to go in a different direction, filing a number of lawsuits against the Trump administration, most principally here, Emily, on grounds that what's being violated is their First Amendment rights, their rights to decide faculty what students they admit to the school and how they deal with problems on their campuses.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon said that accreditors have an enormous public responsibility as gatekeepers of federal student aid. Again, just kind of bringing in context what we're talking about here with the Education Department saying that doesn't meet those accreditation standards. McMahon also said that they determine which institutions are eligible for federal student aid. And again, the Department of Education has an obligation to
Jeg tappte jo 700,000 når jeg lå så.
So that's, of course, the stance that
En liten långare på en gul.
Right now. We'll see how long this goes on.
Jeg tappte når jeg var long Nasdaq. Nei, hvordan var det da? Jeg var long. Nei, jeg husker ikke. Det var noe Broadcom. Nei, jeg var short. Short, og så gikk Broadcom opp 30% på natta.
Made plans to matriculate at those schools and now have this uncertainty.
Jeg sov med mer enn 50 kontrakter. Jeg sov med 76 kontrakter.
With Harvard is that they're not going to allow Harvard to get visas for those students and researchers who are from other countries, and it just infuses so much uncertainty in the situation. I think you see Columbia having to deal with that over the course of this summer as well. If I'm the parent of a kid who's supposed to matriculate to Columbia.
Nei, 475,000 var jeg tapte, ikke 700. 475. For så har jeg sagt, ta ut penger. Det bare, nei, jeg skal ha 500,000, skal ta imot. Jeg skal betale med Mastercard og alt mulig dritt.
Where they're going to be, where their students are going to go, where their kids are going to go. That's got to be really debilitating for a lot of these schools.
Right, in a time when this is the time to be planning where you're going in the fall and kind of sorting everything.
Det var dem
Absolutely. Well, coming up next here, obviously we're going to turn our attention back to the markets here as we get ready for the close here in just a couple of seconds. We're going to be joined by our Bloomberg TV team for cross-platform coverage on radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals to count you down to the close as we look at the markets today. Not moving a whole lot. Obviously, the big moves have been in bond yields. So paying attention to all of that as we come to the close. Bloomberg's the closing bell right now.
Hæ?
Longer du Nasdaq?
Nei, gul.
Gul. Today's market action starts with our global simulcast right now.
The closing bell.
På Nasdaq GT3.
Of the US market close starts right now.
Nei, altså det må jo være sånn at den kommer under linja vi her. Er den seg under her, så shorter jeg. Eller så blir jeg se at den short. Men den er over her, så er det egentlig uinteressant. Å ta short, da er det mer long.
Scarlet Fu also on. Is everyone on assignment today?
Anyway,
Katie.
Jeg bruker linja som support. Det linja som jeg snakket om Votta og Vinter.
On the S&P here, but big moves in the bond market.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously the economic story is so crucial today when we look at the data that we got from ADP and from ISM. I'm also just focused on what we got from the Congressional Budget Office today, indications that the House passed big, beautiful bill to use $2.4 trillion to the deficit. Just interested, guys, how that's going to kind of color the job.
21.704 står linja ved
Tries to piece together its version of that legislation with the president's goal here of getting that bill on his desk by July the 4th, one I think we can call a wildly ambitious goal, but we see the Senate kind of working at it now, and I wonder the effect that's going to have on them.
Nå ramlet han bare ned til trendlinja, dobbelt support der. Trendlinja og den nivålinja. En røde tråd.
It showed that economic data was weaker, but into the close now, you're starting to see the trade reflect that.
Well, it's funny. It feels like the bond market and the stock market have been talking past each
other
right now, and Romain, that certainly was for the bulk of this trading session today.
Absolutely. So we should point out there are some pretty big gains.
Ja, trippel support. Altså,
but you are seeing weakness in other parts of tech.
Jeg vet hvor mange nivåer treffer på sånne plassen, liksom. Du kan ha trendlinjesupport, du kan ha den vanlige motstandsnivå, eller supportnivå, du kan ha fair value gap, trendlinje andre veien, så tar den der, sammen noenlunde, så altså, ja. Og jo flere punkter, jo sterkere den.
Ruben, as you say that, I'm looking to see sort of how much green there is on the screen, how much red there is on the screen. 241 of the S&P 500, 244 higher than they were at the beginning of the day. 257 of those stocks down, one unchanged. So a real mix.
Nei, altså, jeg må gå ned, og så må jeg opp på retest, og så react.
Right here, you can see there's a lot of green. You have information technology, certainly a big proportion of that. What did the best on the day?
Den detter et stykke under, og så går det opp og tester den. Og den kommer litt over, det har ingenting å si, bare at den fortsetter ned, liksom.
Leading also in the green materials and real estate. Real estate obviously makes sense with that big bond move. On the downside, you do have energy.
Der traff jeg gullshorten min, gitt.
2% as a total sector. Utilities
Ja, jeg ramler
also in the red in a big way.
Tar ikke minst da, så folk ikke får hetta. Jeg skal ikke ligge med over natta, folkens. Så kommer vi inn på nytt i morgen. Nå ble folk happy, vet du. Det bør kunne falle mye med.
Jeg tok det, ja.
Jeg kan ta gevinst, så kommer vi begynne på nytt i morgen.
Jeg tok tapet.
Slipper folk å få helt hetta.
One other mover here on the day is Five Below. They dropped about 0.8% in the regular cash session. The share is moving even lower now in the after-hours trade after its earnings just crossed the wire. The company said the first quarter EPS did come in at about 75 cents a share. That is a beat, so that is certainly good. But here's
ja, men nå closer jeg for dere, bare for det at ikke dere skal være, at vi holder oss til regelen. Jeg tror det skal falle mye mer.
Vi har 13 stykker så her.
Men jeg traff på markedet mitt i dag. Jeg traff på oppturen, jeg traff på nedturen. Det er det viktigste for meg.
Har du tatt ut dag?
Jeg har bare 0,2 igjen. Det ble ikke så mye gevinst på det, for jeg tørte ikke shorte mer der oppe når alle sa til meg Sahar, jeg slo av mikken og så sa bare «Du setter alle i brudd!» Jeg bare, hva faen snakker du om? «Du setter alle i brudd!» Så jeg bare, hæ? Så måtte jeg ringe på frontblokker. Hva er det som skjer nå? Jeg skjønner ingenting, jeg går i bjørn. Så bare, det er det krever $17 per 0,01 kontrakt. Så jeg bare, faen da. Så det var litt kjipt. Hadde jeg gasset på ordet, så hadde jeg tjent mye penger nå, for nå ramlet jo Gud faktisk ganske mye da. Men vi er sammen om det, folkens. Vi har tjent både på å gå long i dag, vi har tjent på å gå short i dag, og så gir vi oss mens leken er god, og så kan vi trede ned i morgen.
advertising.
Ikke det storyen da?
Okay, let's get to some of the decliners.
Fint da.
Fordi jeg taper penger om natta.
This is a cybersecurity company
Da
that
taper jeg
projected
penger.
revenue for the current period that
Den shorten har vi sittet med noen måneder. Jeg har faen meg tapt halve bilen min på det, liksom. Og vi tjener penger på at jeg trader, så da bare fortsetter vi med det.
Sett stopplås på det.
Ja, men jeg skal faen meg aldri helvete med gidde, så... Altså, det som vi snakker om, Stig, liksom, jeg tjener alle pengene mine på daytrading. Hvorfor faen skal jeg ta sånn bets over natta? Det så teit at det jo et latterlig. Men jeg lærer jo faen aldri. Det skal sies, Tesla leverte 20% dårligere enn ventet når jeg shorta, og så forandret Trump-regelen. Hadde det ikke vært for Trump, så hadde det falt til helvete. Og det ble nedgradert til mitt forsvar. Traff på alt. Jævla dritt.
Which are less reliant on imports. Dollar Tree gets almost half of its revenue from those categories. It's more reliant on goods from other countries, so they are more.
Nå bare 0,02 short gull. Det så lite at jeg har lyst til å ha den til 11.
They boosted their full year adjusted EPS forecast. They also beat estimates. Their first quarter adjusted EPS came in at $1.06.
Nei, det var det startet med på Nasdaq. Nei, på Nasdaq var ikke det. Startet med ingenting.
Ja, du gjorde det. Det var bare 2 kontrakter. Det var minus 90 000. Jeg skal ta den ut nå. Da taper vi. Da taper vi $3. Får du det? Vi tåler $3.
Du tåler det. Hvor mye det opp i dag da?
Ikke så mye. Jeg opp med nesten 2000 kroner.
$2? Ja, da tåler du $3.
Just back on the decliners. My last one is not a stock. It's an ETF. Katie's gonna like this. I did this for us.
Jo, men jeg tenker på de andre.
This is an energy stock ETF. Energy was the
De må klare seg.
in the S&P 500 today. We saw stocks across that sector retreating along
Da kommer en ny dag i morgen, da tar du dem igjen da.
Saudi Arabia is now pushing for more supersized
Reset.
from the OPEC Plus group of producing countries. Marathon Petroleum, Valero.
Jeg må gå live på TikTok med Gustav. Jeg har lovt halve Norge det.
Jeg så litt Mia Gundersen hadde kommentert også.
Ja, Mia Gundersen har kommentert. Hun sa at jeg tilbake. Hun sa at jeg har god energi.
Ja.
Right around 8:15 a.m. New York Times EDP report, and the decline accelerated once we got to 10 a.m. And that ISM services report. We basically went from yields higher to yields lower, down about 8 to 9 basis points between the 2 and your 10-year, and of course you see that 30-year.
Tok jeg tapen 2 siste på $5 totalt på de siste.
Market for what the Fed may do next. Pricing in the possibility of at least about 3 cuts this year, potentially, and now potentially
I helvete, Gustav og kroppen. Da vi ute av gullen vår. Vi gjorde penger på det i hvert fall. Takk for i dag. Vi gir gass på gull i morgen også. Men ettersom jeg har forstått, så gull mye mer trading på natta, Stig.
Ja, det varierer veldig. Jeg tror ikke det blir noe nå på grunn av big news på fredag.
Så bra aktivitet i går natt og i natt.
Ja, litt aktivitet til det.
Ja. Nei, men vi kan jo telle alle 3 som har gjort i dag på de som følger med på Copy da. Hvilken dato er det da?
Fjerde.
Det gjort 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 26, 27, 28, 29 I helvete, jeg har gjort over 50 trades. Jeg klarer ikke å telle det. Det er bare veldig små da. Så jeg har bare gevinst, har 2 små tap, totalt $5. Det er faen meg ikke, det er jo, må være innenfor da. Ja.
four of us, or I think
Yes.
some
Ja, men
combination
greit det.
of us, will be back same time.
Ja, igjen, jeg synes det er veldig hyggelig å være på Discord. Takk for at dere følger meg. Takk for en fin chat. Takk for at Stig er med. Takk for at Robert er med, og Prepin og Leven og alle sammen. Nå blir det fugleprat på meg på TikTok. Så snakkes vi i morgen.
Det er greit.
Takk, ha det.